My name is Nick Vanuriaki, and I'm one of the owners of Penelope's Coffee and Tea. We've been in Foster City for about 6 years now. Our business provides coffee and breakfast for the Foster City community.
Hello, my name is Anwar Halte. I'm here a partner in Waterfront Pizza. We have been in business for 30 years, serving delicious Mediterranean food. And every year I feel like we're a big family that keeps growing and growing, and the people who come every day, they become family members.
My name is Michael Turner. Our business is Edgewater Marine LLC, and we've been operating in Foster City for about 7 years. Edgewater Marine is the Northern California electric boat dealer for Duffy Electric Boats. We sell, service, and rent boats in Foster City. Foster City has been a great place to work, great place to live, great recreational areas. There's no place like it.
It's actually going to help tremendously. It's going to help us with payroll, with rent, with utilities. It's definitely going to help.
We're very thankful for the grant that we got from Foster City, which is going to help us pay for utilities, employees, and give us a push to overcome this difficult time.
The grant has allowed me to bring all my employees back to work already. It was a big help, and will allow us to continue to operate and continue to provide services to Foster City residents and the people in the area.
We're here for you, Foster City.
We're here for you, Foster City.
We are here for you, Foster City.
We're here for you, Foster City.
And remember, Foster City, we're always here for you.
Seconds.
Normal temperature. Please wear a mask. Normal temperature.
Should we get started? Hi, welcome everyone.
Recording in progress.
I'll start over. Welcome everyone. I call this special meeting, City Council Vision and Policy Summit, to order. Priscilla, can we have roll call, please?
Sure. Let me just note that this meeting is conducted according to the provisions of the Government Code Section 54953 and as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference to meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. Any emails sent to public comment at fostercity.org have been provided to the council prior to this meeting. And so for roll call, council members ex officio EMID directors, John Fruman.
Here.
Sanjay Gahani.
Here.
Sam Hindi,
Here.
Patrick Sullivan,
Here.
and Mayor President Richa Waspi.
Here. Thank you, Priscilla. Next item, please.
Item 3, public. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on items listed on the agenda. As a reminder, we're taking comments in a live meeting format, and anyone who wants to provide public comment in person, please fill out a yellow speaker slip as soon as possible and hand it to Interim Deputy City Manager Jennifer Fan. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment via Zoom, please raise your hand during this time or press *9 if you're on the phone. We'll take in-person public speakers first and then those on Zoom.
Thank you. I have not received any speaker slips. Rob, do we have any raised hands on the line at this time?
No, there are no raised hands.
Okay, we'll give a few more seconds. Next item, please.
Item 4, City EMID Consent Calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and EMID Board of Directors and will be enacted by one motion unless removed by a member of the council, board, staff, or public. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please submit a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom.
Thank you, Priscilla. I haven't received any speaker slips on this topic as well. Rob, any raised hands online?
No, there are no raised hands.
And then just noting for this item that we'll conduct it by roll call vote since we have a member of the City Council teleconferencing.
All right. I think we can go to the next item. I haven't received any items that any council member wants to pull from the agenda. So any questions from my colleagues or comments? See none?
Madam Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Council Vice Mayor Fruman and second from Councilmember Gahani. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Fruman,
Yes.
Gahani,
Yes.
Hindi,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Waspi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item.
This is recess into study session for 5.1 City Council Vision and Policy Summit. Anyone who wants to provide a public comment, please provide a speaker slip or raise your hand on Zoom at this time.
Okay, I do not have any speaker slips. And Rob, are there any raised hands online?
No, there are no raised hands.
Thank you, Rob. All right. So now we get started with the agenda item on the Policy and Vision Summit. So Kevin, at this time, I hand it over to you to get us started.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A very unique environment to take on the challenge of our policy discussion. I think we've all acknowledged that with the situation with COVID and the dynamics of how we have to space up. But I can tell you, as your interim city manager, I'm very excited about today. I'm looking forward to listening to the City Council in regards to what I hope is a very high-level and high-energy discussion, your vision and your look at the future. I think it's going to bring new insights. It's going to bring spirited conversation, maybe spirited debate when needed. And you may, in fact, bring forward to staff policy priorities that are identified that need further discussion and evaluation and or prioritization. So let's sort of look at the day and the agenda and give you an overview of how I think this will play out. And again, this is your policy summit, so when we need to recheck in or check assumptions, absolutely we'll be doing that. Jennifer will be, and my staff and their offices will be documenting comments, and we'll be checking in on that in regards to council direction and or follow-up. So I provided to the City Council just some basic ground rules, and I think we just want to stick with those that today that we Everyone should stay engaged, participate in the process, rely on staff when you need us, respect the differences that will be shared today. But most of all today, and again, it was in one of the overviews, embrace the day today. Listen, learn, share, inspire, grow, focus, laugh, celebrate, and let's have some fun today in the discussion. That's the intent. That's the dynamics of this policy summit. It's really intended to bring broad views, your passions about our city, and we'll focus on that discussion. As we kick off the day, the mayor will be asking you individually your statement on the outcomes, what you hope to accomplish today. I am going to be providing as we know, you already adopted your mission and vision through the consent as well as subcommittee, so we won't hit that items 3 and 4. I'm going to provide some high-level thoughts on leadership, recapping the information that was provided to you in the PowerPoint, and we'll then re-engage with the council to please ask you to share your insights on, and it's important in regards to your style and as to what you see in regards to organizational leadership, models for success. The focus on today's summit is absolutely going to be your long-term vision that will lead to policy discussions. We have sort of what I call kickstart topics, but we'll adjust as necessary, and those are underlined under the working agenda under item 5, where we start to say a progressive look at the future and beyond. I'll check in throughout the day, adjust course as necessary. There's no rules or tradition, and also in regards to our format, we can adjust it. We can really try to be less formal and have open conversation that leads to exploring new ideas and have a great focused conversation. I'm also going to share today my organizational assessment to get your initial feedback. We're going to talk a little about organizational excellence. Again, high level to get your feedback and your insights, including I provided some just basic keys, what I think is important in regards to city council, city manager relationships. I want your thoughts on that. I think it's important. We have some information items, and then we will reconfirm with City Council some of the things we've heard by sharing the notes we have, any direction to staff, next steps, and report back. And then end the day with your closing comments and reflections on the day. Just a process check, we will have lunch delivered today, I think sometime between 11:15 and 11:30. I would suggest we take a break at that time and spread out and have lunch, and then I know some of you have business to take care of in that break, and then we'll come back and reconvene. So with that, it provides you sort of an overview of the day. I will turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. That was a great overview. I will just add that, as Kevin mentioned, this is our summit, and while Kevin and I have worked very closely on defining what the goals, the objectives are of the summit, what we want to get out of it, how can we make it more productive. Kevin has also worked with all council members to understand what their goals are, what they are looking for, what would success from the summit mean to them. And so this is all of our summit, and it is very critical for us, all of us, to, as Kevin mentioned, to have an open, productive conversation. We have emphasized a lot on the big picture, and we will remain focused on that. And I would like to understand, as part of agenda item number 1, what is all of our expectations. And as Kevin mentioned, we will attempt to be quite nimble, and we will pivot and tweak the flow of conversation as needed. And I also plan to share my expectations and what I'm looking to get out of this summit. So with that, given the format we are in, if it's okay, I can ask in the same order of the roll call vote, every one of you to share your thoughts on item number 1 listed on the agenda. So I'll start with Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regarding outcomes and expectations for today, my expectation is that we're working together, looking at the same community. We have similar vision based on the first agenda item that we had today regarding our vision and mission. I'm hoping that we find some clarity of the desired future relative to the areas listed on the agenda for our community, including the economy, quality of place, and our community's character. Clarity on the level of community engagement that we want during the year, and involvement. What involvement do we want from our community in our government and in our community as we move further into the future? Potential economic development tools to diversify and augment our annual budget. We have several items that are in our budget that we do every year for revenues. Are there other ways to generate revenue that support what we have already? Commitment to significant progress on some major projects such as the Rec Center, Parks Master Plan, the future of the golf course, and by default with that, it's discussion of housing in Foster City and where we put it and where it belongs in Foster City. And not most importantly, but also important as we just finished our 50th anniversary year, a commitment to maintaining and enhancing the infrastructure within our community. And I'll obviously have more comments and more input as we get into the different topics that are on the agenda in number 5, but I look forward to our discussion together.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. So those are all great categories. Just so I and staff have a great understanding, your goal from the summit today would be to have more clarity on all these topics that you mentioned. So what is majority of us thinking about, and how staff has clear direction on how to proceed forward? Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kahani.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Council for approving our vision, or at least our policy initiatives from a carryover from last year. It was a multi-year effort last year that Council did a great job on along with staff, and so I'm happy to see that we're continuing that path. For today, really, I want to hear from my teammates, my colleagues. What's your vision for Foster City over the next decade, next 5 years? I have an idea of what I want to see, and I'm hoping to, at a very high level, see where we can converge on a clear path forward in which initiatives can fall out of that over the next few years, including this year. And maybe then we can sit down and have a conversation about how we want to prioritize our work this year at some later time. But today, I'm really excited about just hearing what everyone's idea is, what Foster City looks like 5-10 years from now. And I'm very excited to share my ideas on that as well. But those are my desired outcomes and expectations of this summit.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Kahani. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I just want to make a very brief sentence. The reason I'm teleconferencing today, just simply out of abundance of caution, I thought it would be better for me to do teleconferencing via Zoom. As with regards to your question, Madam Mayor, it is really great to see that we are convening the Vision and Policy Summit early on in the year, as it should be, because unfortunately, we had 2 years of missed opportunities and inefficient use of our time and resources. So I'm glad to see that we are back on track. I'm hopeful that we can have a robust, high-level discussion today about the issues that are important not only to Foster City as a city, but also to our community. I'm really looking forward to the discussion, and I'm ready and prepared to have those discussions with my colleagues on the council and with staff, so we could face the challenges before us, and more importantly, capture the opportunities that lay before us. So I'm not going to get into the details that are listed on item 5. When we get there, I will definitely share all my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Councilmember Sullivan.
I first want to thank that this is the first time we're actually in the chamber for the summit. My first one was on Zoom, so it's exciting to be in the chamber, and it's exciting to be with my colleagues. I think the most important thing for me is, and it's said in the mission statement, is equitable services, but it's not only equitable services, it's equitable representation. I think it's important, as you know, we're all an independent thought process out in this council. We're all trying to protect the city's interests, the infrastructure, the facilities, the levy. And it's important for me to continue to push that we get the proper information out there on different topics. We all might have different opinions on things, and I think we need to get the factual situation and present it not only to our council members, but to the public in an equitable way so that they know that we're on top of the issues. So I look forward to a robust discussion on whether it's in regards to the Park and Rec Center or whether it's in regards to the levy or in regards to the budget. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be with these colleagues. We've gone through a little over a first year, and we've made some really big decisions. And those big decisions right now, we've got to follow up with those decisions, whether that's following up with getting a city manager and organizing our department heads and to make sure that this city is functioning the way it always has, efficiently, and being able to continue to have that reserve budget in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. Before I share my thoughts, I'd like to give Interim City Manager Miller an opportunity. Do you want to share anything, what you are hoping to accomplish?
I think I outlined that in my opening, so I'm comfortable with what I've provided. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So thank you for all your comments and your expectations. I would like to add that as we progress in the year, we do not get the opportunity to discuss things at a higher level. We work at a high level. As a council, we decide on the policy, but at the same time, there are overarching big topics that are listed in agenda item number 5, broad categories that we don't, as a council, through the rest of the year, get an opportunity to touch on them and share specifically what each of us are thinking about. Some of the topics, as Vice Mayor Fruman also mentioned. So I see this as an opportunity to be able to talk about the various topics that we have listed and any additional topic any one of us can think of at a higher level. We are able to see the big picture, as Councilmember Gahani mentioned, like longer term, 5-year, 10-year, what is our vision, and how do these items that are listed in the category or any additional item fit into defining what we, each of us individually and collectively, think about Foster City's vision. So I'm hoping that we will have a lot more, and that is my goal, a lot more clarity, and staff will have a lot more clarity on what the majority of the council views and thoughts are on those areas. There are topics that are listed that we have talked, and in the past we have staff prepare like long documents, very detailed, very comprehensive, but I think we missed the opportunity to nail down some of those topics in terms of concrete, clear council direction to staff. And my goal and my objective is to be very clear to the extent that we can, that we need to challenge ourselves. These are difficult topics. It can be at times difficult to take a position on certain topics, but that's what leads to lack of clarity in staff, and that kind of trickles down and makes staff's job a little difficult. So my goal and my objective is to offer that clarity on these difficult topics to the staff. And as we discuss these topics, it may not directly result in a policy direction because there may be some follow-ups. But my hope is that as we go through these high-level items, we at least talk about sort of a little bit on the next level of detail for each topic. So for example, if we are touching on land use, we are talking about a little about, at a high level, about golf course, for example, our housing element, for example, but we are not going in the level of detail that will not lead us to make those high-level policy decisions that the staff is looking for. So we don't want to get lost in the details, but high-level we should not hold back on talking about it. For example, and we'll touch on this top when it comes, like something to think about. For land use, do we want to continue to try to fight the RHNA numbers, or we have made a determination that that is not a viable option, and so we move forward. So really looking to nail down what majority of us think about on these critical and difficult topics and provide staff with clear direction. So those would be my goals and objectives. I don't want anyone to hold back, because we have said this is high level, but we at the same time, we have to have right balance, so we don't want to go too deep and lose the essence of what we are trying to do here. So with that, I think the next item is you, Kevin.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and very good insights from all 5 council members. Thank you. And again, we will be recapturing those through notes and sharing with you. So if you don't need to, if your notes are brief, that's fine. We'll be capturing everyone's thoughts. Part of today as a policy summit, we talked about the bigger goal that the focus of today will be on that policy discussion. And in studying the agenda with you, there's also a growth component today. I think it's an opportunity to share ideas on different components that may impact you as policymakers. And what I shared, again, I'll provide a high level, some brief comments on leadership and models for success, and ask you, after I'm done, again, very briefly, if you want to share any insights you have. But you should expect a city manager who wants to lead, inspire, and motivate your organization. And I think that's important because that's how they should carry out your policy direction, with enthusiasm, with passion. It's critical to an organization's success and culture if you have that strong leadership component. And the reason I share with you is that I expect that from our executive team, as you would expect it from me as a city manager and your future city manager. And I truly believe if we want to be a great organization, there is no greatness without that passion to be excellent and great. You have high expectations of yourself. You have high expectations of me as your interim city manager. And that should be part of our culture in regards to leadership. So the leadership concepts I outlined and provided to you, I mean, there's a lot of key things, including the commitment to maintain that teamwork, respect, common goals. I wanted you to know in my interim assignment, I've reintroduced those concepts. That was something I really believe that should be part of our culture, part of our tradition, that leadership component. And I've been talking to our executive team about that, reintroducing it to line staff. And as the policymakers, you should know that's how they want to carry out your policy in excellence with good leadership. The last thing I'll state, and it was one of the comments, and I shared this with Sanjay when he was mayor, when we were just talking in general about leadership, and I really think this hits it. It's the task of leadership is to get our organization from where they are to where they've never been. And if you can take that as part of your culture and think about it as a council, that you have a responsibility to take our community to where it is, to where it's never been. And I'm saying that as a good thing, right? You want to go on the positive side, not the other direction, but the concept. You get the concept. And so what I wanted you to know is that I'm trying to bring that passion in regards to leadership and instilling it with the staff today. It's something you expect from the next city manager, and that's what should be happening when they carry out those policies and/or your directions. And please use that information I shared with you. We had to share it publicly. They asked why was it included in the agenda. It was a requirement that since we were going to discuss it. So I hope the community can use some of the concepts as well. But it allows them to know what we're talking about at the staff level in regards to leadership. So thank you, and again, use that information as you want. And please, I'll go back to Madam Mayor and to ask for any other insights that council would like to share on leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, thank you for sharing that information. I agree with you. We may all know about those concepts, but it's always good to have those reminders, constant reminders, so we continue to stay on track. Specifically on that topic, any of my colleagues have any comments that they would like to? Councilmember Ghahani.
Yeah, when it comes to leadership, I think it's absolutely critical for us to walk the walk, and while we talk the talk up here. So I think what's been critical with regards to a shift from the toxic culture that we had a few years ago to where we are today, and an opportunity where we can thrive in, is how we treat each other, how we communicate with each other, especially during like conflict resolution or things we don't see eye to eye. Not just here on the dais, but we do at City Hall. And so I think that kind of leadership is really what we should be all holding ourselves accountable to, and ensuring that not only are we doing it, but we're showcasing it and expecting it from the entire team. There is no, I don't think there's when it comes to that type of culture, I don't believe there's a leader and a follower. There's actually, everyone's a leader when it comes to that type of culture. Everyone has to hold themselves accountable with the autonomy of their own decision making, but also it has to come from all the way across, all the entire organization has to be committed to that level of professionalism. And so, in addition to what city manager shared and what we've read, I'd like to just add those as my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghahani. Those are good. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. When I was thinking about the question about leadership, I agree, and the first thing on my list was the same thing that was on the top of Councilmember Ghahani's list, is modeling preferred behavior. We ought to be demonstrating for staff and for the public the relationships, the courtesy, and whatnot that we want others to show. We need to listen to, but not only listen to, actively hear varying opinions, what other people think, whether it's on the council, it's staff, or it's the public. We have a vision statement. We should be guiding together as a group towards that vision together. We've decided what that vision is. I think the other thing that's important is providing somewhat of a predictable environment. Things change. We develop as we go through, but if some of those items that we feel are pretty foundational continue to move, it's difficult for those that we lead, whether it's staff or others, and those that we work for, the community, to anticipate the path and where we're going if those foundations change. And I think it's important as leaders that we accept responsibility and accountability for our actions and our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great insights. Councilmember Sullivan and Councilmember Hindi, would you like to add anything on the leadership topic overall?
Madam Mayor, I would like to just, along to what my colleagues had mentioned, I echo those comments from Councilmember Ghahani and Vice Mayor Fruman. But I also want to kind of highlight, I think, which really resonated with me, what was on the agenda on page 12 under dysfunctional politics. I think it's important to highlight a few of those bullets. One, I see, for example, despite majority vote, continue to speak against the people who voted for it. That's, I think, an important practice to avoid this year and in the coming years. Embarrassing another council member. Another bullet is using media to attack council members. Using the dais to stage to create drama. I think these are all really, like you mentioned, Madam Mayor, although that might be obvious and we all know them, but we have seen in the past people fall into those pitfalls. I'm hoping that we could move forward and avoid those pitfalls in the future. Thank you.
No, absolutely, Councilmember Hindi. Always good to grade those reminders. And Kevin has always mentioned this to me. When an organization has great leadership and great culture, that is not by accident. It is the discipline to remain focused on that and never lose sight of that. And so Kevin has reminded us all of that, and I so appreciate his leadership. And we all should remind ourselves to remain disciplined about it. Any additional thoughts, Councilmember Sullivan?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate Councilman Hindy's comments. I think they're well taken. I think one of the things with leadership I think we need to realize is that working collegiately together is real important. But sometimes a strong leader is going to have to make decisions that not everyone agrees with. And sometimes that leader is wrong, and sometimes that leader is right. And if you have strong convictions on something, I think you need to bring them forward in a more constructive and a positive way. And I kind of concur with Councilman Hindy that we need to stand above social media, politics. It's about leadership, not politics. It's not about your way or the highway. So I think it's real critical in this point, especially when we're going to go into the junction of talking about some sensitive issues, which will be about housing, which will be about the golf course. It's important to get the facts out to the public, and it's important that our colleagues also reiterate what is the facts, not necessarily pandering to maybe a political group that seems to be running their campaign or an unnecessary campaign during an election time. So I think it's critical that we show strong leadership.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. Great comments from everyone. I will just add 2 more points to what my colleagues have already said. I know we have, as a city, undergone challenges, and we have come out of it successfully. And I'm very confident and extremely optimistic that we will continue on that path. We should use past, as a reminder and should to guide us, but not use past to distract us. That is very critical, and on this aspect, we need to remain focused and disciplined. We have our learnings, but is it meaningful, and is it good for the community to keep bringing back the past? I mean, we all have learnings, but we should be cautious not let past distract us from our goals, which we have come out so successfully. We were challenged last year. We had to make some really difficult decisions, staffing decisions, and we all worked together and we achieved them. And they were learnings. And so I think my focus always remains on learning from the past, moving on, avoid finger pointing. Those are all the signs of not good culture. That's one aspect I would mention. And the second aspect, I think, as leaders, all of us, as Councilmember Ghani mentioned, we all are leaders. And as leaders, we are here and we are expected to make difficult decisions. We can have conversations, we can get facts, we can do analysis, but at the end of the day, the real essence of this position is to be able to make those difficult decisions. And as Kevin mentioned, great leaders take the community in a positive way where the community has not been. So that is revolution, that is change, that is positive outcomes that we all need to be mindful of and remind ourselves. Well, it is a difficult decision. Well, not everyone will like to put in the position to make difficult decisions, because whenever you make a decision, you will have some people who will like that decision and some will not like that decision. So real courage and leadership lies in, especially the requirement for this position is to be able to make those decisions. So those are my 2 cents on that topic.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes,
can
sir.
add one other thing. I think it's important too that I want to point out as your interim city manager, I am very pleased with as a city manager, the interaction I've had with the city council as a whole. And more importantly, I want to acknowledge, I think individually as well, I can tell I've engaged with each of you individually. We've had spirited discussion, we've disagreed, we've tried to work to resolution. We've been honest with each other, we've been transparent with each other. You've allowed me to engage you and share my experience. Why I share that, and it's important, because that's where you want to go in the future. Your next city manager and having, some of the things you talked about in leadership, that's what you want to, that's the type of relationship you want to build, and understanding that there will be adversity. How do you handle the adversity? And again, I want the public to know, and in my 4 or 5 months here, as a city manager, we're on the right track. And it's going to be important how we recruit the next city manager, but this council should be proud of what you've accomplished as a collective group. I know there's been challenging issues, but as we recruit the next city, as we recruit for that position, I have an opportunity to engage with candidates. I am clearly going to let them know that they're coming into a fantastic city and a good organization, but in the city manager council business, there's always going to be challenges, and it's how you deal with the adversity honestly, openly, and patiently. So I just wanted to add that. So thank you for allowing me to share that comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. So with that, I think we are ready to discuss agenda item number 5, which I'm hoping we'll spend the majority of our time today on. So Kevin, do you want to lead us?
Yep.
To
so
that?
this is where we really want to focus our time, our long-term vision, possible dreams. The mayor and I have sort of broken it up as who will take the lead, and I'm going to start off and under the kickstart of maintaining and improving the overall quality of life for our residents, quality of place. And this is to frame the conversation. So what does that mean to you as city council members, the quality of place, quality of life? Just some basic concepts. What should be maintained? What should we improve? Factors that you believe impact that quality of place and quality of life. And does it lead to a policy item and or policy discussion that addresses the quality of life and quality of place here in Foster City? You know, through my experience, quality of place, I think, plays a much bigger role in smaller and medium cities. That if you look at Foster City as a small to medium city, quality of place and quality of life really comes up, and we have some things within our community that can really define that. And I think that's documented through research, et cetera. But if you just think about it, what are they? Is it cultural? Is it transportation? Is it parks and recreation? Is it safety? Is it schools? Is it shopping? That sort of gives you sort of an overview where people start to define quality of place. I don't know if you had a chance, and I'll end it with this, but if you look at the calendar and you go through some of the pictures in this calendar, to me, you look at that and it's pretty amazing. I think you start to identify what quality of life and quality of place is here in Foster City. Some of the images that are captured really go to the things we value: beauty, safety, your parks. So with that, I'll open it up and turn it back to the mayor. This is, again, that's policy thoughts on what you believe will contribute to that, changes we need to make, and or directions to staff on any areas we should focus on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. So as you can see, this topic is very broad and quite high level, perhaps too high level. We all have talked about quality of place. It is important to all of us. But what I want to get to for staff, we break this down and offer a little bit of structure. And this is like all of us contributing to it. What are the different aspects of quality of place that we are talking about, and how important it is for each of us, so where majority falls? That's one. And then secondly, out of that, are there any next steps or any areas that come out that we will ask staff to come back with more information on? So that will apply to all these different topics, the sub-bullets that we are talking about. They are very high level, but we offer a structure. All of us can offer a structure and break that down in different categories, and then we see if there are items we want more information on, if we are not able to provide clear direction. And then once we have a comprehensive list, which I know Jen and Julie are taking notes, then we may have an opportunity to also prioritize for staff. So if we are coming up with like 30 items, like happened last year, we are not asking staff to work on all those 30 initiatives. I mean, it's a common rule. If everything is high priority, then nothing is high priority. So we will then prioritize those and Kevin and I have talked about this also. So we will manage around that, but this is the first topic, so I wanted to kind of offer like how we'll go about that. So when we are talking with quality of place, we need to ask ourselves, what is it that is at the risk of getting lost. What are some of the attributes that we love about Foster City? We love our open space, we love our parks, we like the physical appearance of Foster City. That is very unique to Foster City. That is something that differentiates us from other cities in the region. Another aspect that differentiates us is our lagoon, our waterways. That is a key contributor to our quality of place. What are some of the things around that we would want staff to continue to work on? You know, the water quality, optimizing.
Excellent. How are you? Another day of ETV.
Someone who is not on mute needs to put themselves on mute. So are there thoughts from all of us to optimize our waterways? So that's one category, subcategory, if you will. Traffic is a big contributor to our quality of life overall. What are some of the aspects on traffic that we want to talk about? And another aspect I would mention that should apply to all the categories is we have adopted our subcommittees and liaisons. So if there are any takeaways for the subcommittees when it comes to traffic, that could also stem from that, and we can get an agreement from all council members on that. Amenities contribute a lot to the quality of place. So do we want to create a master list of amenities? Like, are all of us on the same page on that? Another aspect is technology, which we need to discuss, all five of us. Where do we feel we stand on that topic, and are there opportunities for us to, leverage technology more in various aspects? Like, should we have a city dashboard? Should we look more at metrics? Should we have visualization software for housing element planning, et cetera? And the last piece to that, and this is not a comprehensive list, I'm really open to what else we want to talk about and how we prioritize, is staff and our resources. Do we have an opportunity to perhaps establish a partnership with universities on the public policy arena and have a way to get staff and resources, have a pipeline, have interns during the summer? Should we establish a partnership of that nature? Because staff is who delivers the quality of place for our city, and it's extremely critical. And we have, as a council, demonstrated our focus on that. Those are like high level, kind of like diving into the quality of place topic. So I'll stop here and see if we want to kind of narrow down, like what is it that we want to talk. We can. This is the one which I think, and the land use, will spend a lot of time. So don't hold back. Add to the list, and we can dive in each one of them. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. When I'm thinking about the question you posed right at the beginning about what constitutes really our quality of place, the things that come to mind actually start back in the 60s and early 70s with T. Jack Foster and his consideration of diversity for our community in various ways, both as how our community makeup is in the way of people. I think we've heard before in our history lesson this year that T. Jack Foster took out any allowance for developers to prohibit people of color from owning homes in Foster City. That set a stage for us in Foster City. And we do have a very diverse community that we have the ability to celebrate. It's not just the fact that we have parks in Foster City. Every city has parks. It's the quality of the parks, the amenities that are in those parks, and how we maintain them, I think, is important. Engagement and participation of our public. The community only gets better when our community participates, whether it's as an audience member, a presenter at a council meeting, or hopefully as future council members or appointed officials. Also in the way of engagement, and this is something from the high level that I'm hoping that we can agree on for the coming year and as we move forward, is trying to maximize the engagement of the public on these large projects. I know that the city has done a good job on this in the past. COVID has put a monkey wrench in the middle of it, but allowing the public to be present, whether we have to do events outdoors or some other way to allow people to get their hands on these projects. Community maintenance is important. We talk about other communities in the area that have deferred maintenance on infrastructure, and then when things go wrong, it's much more expensive to fix than to maintain things. I think the planned nature of our community, the way that it was laid out with a residential area, a primary residential area and a primary commercial area, it was done purposefully, and I think that that's something that's important about our community. Clearly, the safety here is important to our public. We have one of the top 10 safest communities, and we stay in that area regularly, so that's what people expect. Staff, Mayor, you mentioned staff, and none of this happens without staff. We can talk all we want, but having a high-quality staff is important to maintain the quality of life in Foster City. And that was actually a note that I put on the side that I failed to think about before the meeting, is when we talk about vision and themes, human resources might be a topic of discussion as to longevity of employees, the quality of employees we bring in, the development of those employees once they're here is important. And I think I heard the mayor mention a visual overview when you were talking about housing and development of our community. I think that it may have been under the technology end of things, but that's something that I've discussed with others over the last year and a half, is understanding and allowing the public to see the impact of housing development. Specifically, that's the big topic right now, housing development in Foster City. If you were to go to one of the apartment communities that's on the list for the overlay zone, what does it look like now, even in box type style? And then if you increase the density to their maximum level, what would it look like? And again, I'm talking in boxes, you know, the really early stage look at things, the bulk and density, I think is what they would call it, as opposed to the architecture, would really help the community understand, and the council, I think, understand when we're starting to make decisions on housing, what that end result might look like. And that's important to our city because it does affect our community character. We've never been a high-rise community. It was unusual in the 80s when we built a 21-story, 22-story tower in the middle of town that was the largest for a great distance for a while. I don't know that that was the expectation of our community at the time, that we would continue building structures of that size and magnitude throughout our community. Thank you.
Just, Madam Mayor, quick insight and great conversation. And this is where we should be. And just an observation I'll give you. So for example, when you talk about quality of place, maintaining infrastructure and the components inside our parks, that's where you can keep the conversation, because how I'm interpreting that is that policy that we're going to maintain this will be reflected in our budget. It would be reflected based on requests we have and asking you for the resources we need to do it. So that high-level comment, that, just so you know, as you make those type of comments, what you may expect is to see it come back as part of our budget process in regards to a request for resources, improvements, et cetera. So that's exactly what I would look for, and what you should expect as you go down this road, that some of it doesn't need to be the how. We'll do the how and ask for those resources. So thank you. And then same with public engagement. I think you should expect your staff to come back with some ideas of how would you do that? You know, what are your thoughts? You may share some ideas, but you're going to get an update on communication and communication 2022, I think, at the 18th meeting. But that expectation that staff comes back to you with the resources needed and or ideas, and have the council build upon that. So just an insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Councilmember Sullivan.
I first of all want to congratulate Foster City 50 years. So we've got another 50 years ahead of us. We're one of the first planned cities in the United States. I'm going to keep it simple: preservation of the infrastructure. And when I say preservation of the infrastructure, I'm talking about the water pipes, the gas pipes. I'm talking about the electricity. We're going to an age of EV. So what's important to me is that we really reevaluate, think outside of the box, look at the housing have to think outside of the box, but it's more than thinking outside of the box. It's actually taking action on it. We have a lot of technology in Foster City and the ability to work closely with some of the biotech companies, the technology companies, the companies that can probably put Foster City on the forefront for the future. We are only beginning to make footprints right now, and we need to get a plan in action. I agree with my colleagues. I think the infrastructure is the most important thing that we're here to talk about, which surrounds the housing, which surrounds the office buildings, which surrounds the streets and the infrastructure. So that's my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Councilmember Gahani, Councilmember Hindi? Councilmember Hindi?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great comments from everybody. You know, for me, when I look at the quality of place and quality of life, they are two different things, obviously, and especially on the quality of life aspect, because it really means different things to different people in our community. And somebody's quality of life might be just being able to live in Foster City, even in one small studio. That is a great quality of life for them, since they're going to be able to, you know, have access to our schools, have access to our park, have access to the safety of our community, while others might, their quality of life might be having a single family home with a great backyard. So it's really different for each individual. But as far as the quality of place, which is a very important one, quality of place, obviously I agree with my colleagues on the infrastructure and the need to maintain the infrastructure. So for staff, and to Kevin's point, my thoughts would be this community has been accustomed to and used to, and I think the expectations are that the level of service that they have been used to be maintained. And I'm definitely in support of that to make sure, and that's, for me, that's high level rather than getting into the details of how many pumps, how many streets, how many buildings, and all that kind of stuff. Basically maintain the level of service and enhance it where we can. So that is my vision of the quality of place. But more importantly, I think, or just as importantly that comes with it, one has to look at the lesson learned over the past 2 years with the COVID pandemic. What have we seen? What have we learned? What have we learned about our communities? Or what have we learned about the needs? What have we learned about our diversity? Yes, we are a diverse community, but what have we learned? For me, I have spoken with employers, I have spoken with partners, whether local or regional, and I have learned quite a bit. I have learned that the diverse community that we live in, there are different needs for different people. And we have seen, for example, during the pandemic, the food insecurity that was happening in our community. None of us would have thought that we have such food insecurity in our community at the level that we have experienced. We have witnessed and seen and experienced the digital divide, if you will, where students did not have access to the same technology like others, which kind of impeded their ability to join the classroom. Those are things that I think goes into what is it that we have learned and how we could apply certain initiatives. So for me, it goes to the DIA, which is diversity, equity, access, and inclusion. Do we need to look at policies in our city to have diversity, equity, access, and inclusion? And what does that mean? I think that's something perhaps staff could come in and explore and bring back to us, whether it is at the city hall level, how we employ people, how we devise programs for our community to make sure everybody at different levels having the access, having the equity. And then equity is, as we all know, is different than equality. So I think that is an important topic to enhance. I think this will enhance both the quality of life and the quality of place at the same time, because you are tackling socioeconomic issues, right? And but as important is, I think everything that I'm looking at today with all of you here is aligning it with our vision and mission statement. So in this case, what I'm speaking about, it's really aligned in sustainable Foster City. A sustainable community and a sustainable Foster City cannot continue to thrive and to be vibrant without having a vibrant economy. A vibrant economy by continue to attract businesses and diverse our revenue income, revenue sources. I think we have a unique opportunity, which is we are in the process of constructing our levee. We are the first community in the Bay Area. So we are really securing the quality of place of Foster City by doing something that nobody has done yet in the Bay Area. And I think that's a great way to market and advertise this great accomplishment that Foster City is embarking on. And that goes a long way into attracting businesses. This goes a long way to, if you will, defining who we are as a community, why businesses should locate in Foster City. And the reason that why businesses should locate in Foster City, because that level of service that I touched upon early in my comments, that level of service that our members of our community expect and deserve does not come cheap and does not come free. To Vice Mayor Struman's point, all that work, that level of service is accomplished by our great staff. But our great staff does not come cheap. And if anyone knows anything about the workforce environment in the Bay Area, it's extremely competitive. And we could see the escalating cost of having people on board. So you need to have an economic development engine to continue to enhance our revenues so we could continue to provide that level of service that we are saying that we want to deliver to our community. What else? So quality of place, I could tell you, very important to me would be having a transportation or mobility mobility to have people able to come in and out of Foster City. I think without mobility, you're kind of hindering our economic development. You're hindering the quality of life if people in our community cannot get in and out in a meaningful manner, in a timely manner. That also impact the quality of life. Whether you are, doesn't matter who you are at that point, everybody is impacted by that. So looking for a solution for mobility that definitely will enhance our quality of life. Those are my comments at this point, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Councilmember Kahani.
Thank you. Now, gosh, whether it's Councilmember Hindi discussing this, supporting the economically challenged members of our community, or Councilmember Sullivan talking about our infrastructure, or Vice Mayor Fruman talking about leveraging technology to really demonstrate what development could look like in our city. I think these are all phenomenal ideas, and I'm excited to kind of share some of my ideas here with you today that kind of complement what we've already heard. I really believe it's time that we move away from being the hidden gem of the Mid-Peninsula. It's time that we unhide this gem we call home while maintaining our quiet and safe neighborhoods, our look and feel, and continuing to be a world-class community for families. And we could do this while becoming the most business-friendly city in the Mid-Peninsula. I think by doing that, we can reduce risk for new businesses to come in. But what I do propose is that we activate Foster City and we put us on the map over the next decade. And while achieving this goal will require a multi-phased approach, there are a few things that I think we can do in the near term to test the market. I'll give you a perfect example. Go and search for rooftop bars in the Bay Area, and what you'll find is a tremendous opportunity in the Mid-Peninsula. There aren't any, really. Go and search for steak and seafood in the Bay Area. What you'll find is a tremendous opportunity in the Mid-Peninsula for a solid steak and seafood restaurant. I know we're not going to dive into the details today, but what I do want to share with you is that I think there's a way for us to really test the market. And one way to test that is to preserve the golf course, provide a rooftop bar, steak and seafood restaurant there, to see if there's interest in coming to Foster City and spending your time and money here outside of just us doing it here. I've shared this concept of bringing fun back to Foster City with a lot of my friends, a lot of my constituents, everybody that I ask them, why do you go outside of Foster City? It's a choice of amenity, it's a choice of experience. I think it's time for us to turn that around. The demographics of Foster City today are very different than the demographics of Foster City in 1970, 1980, 1990. We have economic diversity here, and as Councilmember Hindi said, we absolutely have to keep one eye and focus on those that need that help from us to continue to be a part of our community. But on the other hand, we have a large swath of our community, a large population of our community that doesn't need that economic support and is looking to have an enjoyable experience right here in Foster City. And I think, if we think outside the box and come together and really focus, there's, again, an opportunity to test that market out, to really confirm that. Another way to do that is to really activate Leo J. Ryan Park. I think there's things that we could do there in addition to.
Councilmember Ghahani, those are great ideas, but I don't want to lose sight of it, but they apply to the next topic on, Kevin, do you agree with that?
Just given the overview, yes, I think, and I would ask, so I'm following the overview from Sanjay, and then I would ask him to even provide additional detail when we start to talk about land use.
Sure.
Land use and viable retail, some of the areas, but I would, go ahead and.
Just wanted to pitch it.
Yeah.
And then just make sure everyone hears it at once, and I can revisit it.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose sight of them. So we should also talk about all those things and see if we all agree on the ideas that you're bringing, like testing the water in item number 3, economic development.
Yeah.
And I definitely think we need to hear that detail under that section, because it's going to be important, and
Sure.
It could ultimately lead, again, this big picture, how does it come back to the council? But I like what's being shared right now, I think, is big picture and clear vision from at least what Sanjay's vision, but apply it to that section. It needs to come up, I think, which will lead to a broader conversation amongst the colleagues.
And I'm happy to repeat it during that time.
Perfect.
I wanted to kind of position it so that it's not piecemeal. You kind of hear it all together, and then I'm happy to revisit it at that time, if that's okay with council.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Please keep going.
All right, sure. Activation of Leo J. Ryan Park, there are things that I think, when we get to that section, there's things that we can do there. And we can maintain our quiet neighborhoods. We can maintain our world-class community while bringing exciting amenities here to Foster City and being attractive for small businesses. And I think if there is demand for such experiences in Foster City, I think we should consider, over the long run, further activation of Leo J. Ryan Park and re-energizing Edgewater Place and Beach Park Plaza. The other thing I'd like to highlight, and I think Councilmember Sullivan touched on this a little bit, with regards to electric vehicles, but autonomous vehicles, small form autonomous vehicles. And Councilmember Hindi touched on this a little bit about what we learned from COVID. If we could get products delivered to the front doors of older adults, for example, just as an example, through small form autonomous vehicles, we're providing a tremendous service while reducing, to our older adults that may have pre-existing conditions, compromised immune systems, to reduce their risk and improve their chances of navigating through this pandemic and beyond. So I just think that our landscape is unparalleled. No one has it. We need to bring that to the forefront. And also, this 4 square miles of land that we have is relatively flat. It creates a phenomenal opportunity for us to really move forward from a technological perspective when it comes to autonomous vehicles as well. So those are my overarching thoughts, but I'm happy to get into the details at the appropriate time. Thank you.
And just another insight for you as you continue this, and I'll share with council. I don't know if you saw this. It has to do with quality of place in life. Is that at the end of December, Money Magazine published an article, this is the best place to live if you love being outside. I don't know if you all saw that. We'll share with you. Guess who's on top? Foster City. So they looked at communities throughout the nation and based on the size. So it's in Money Magazine, and it's in relationship to your ability to walk to quality spots, parks, et cetera. Why not expand that to be able to walk and or engage in quality retail, quality restaurant, et cetera. So I'll get that article to you. It was just published, but Foster City, again, identified as a great place to live if you want to be outside, inside as well, I'm sure, but just that relationship to quality of life and what we have outside and the beauty. So I'll get that to the city council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks everyone. Great insights from everyone. And if I may bring a little structure to what all we talked about as I was taking notes to help the staff a little bit, and we can talk again. So when I share what I captured so far, so I'm not kind of sharing the notes, but there are items which we can be a little bit more clear. So just remaining focused on quality of place. What I heard is that parks, open spaces are important. Maintenance of park, adding amenities to parks is important. Public engagement is important, and what I heard from all of you is not just residents, but business community. I heard a lot of focus on business community engagement, making our Foster City more business friendly, and that will be touched on another topic, but I heard that a lot. We need to increase public engagement. We need to assess the needs in the new world that we are in, post-COVID, in COVID world, and we need to get a better handle on the demographics. The other aspect I heard is the physical appearance of our city. I heard from John, not so, and anyone can correct me anytime, what I heard was high-rise buildings, and that is good insight for the staff, and we can touch on it more as we discuss land use and see where we all, majority is on that one. That is gonna come up for staff, and it'll be helpful for them to know. So just to be prepared to discuss this in land use. So what are our thoughts on high-rise buildings, et cetera? How do we define high-rise building? Are we on the same page on the definition, et cetera? I heard mixed use from Councilmember Sullivan. That again, I think it applies to, there will be some topics that apply to multiple categories. That applies to our quality of place, but that applies to land use also. And one of the aspects that I have mentioned multiple times in the past, and recently staff took this away, is enhancing our rebuilding, remodeling, planning process. And there's a ton of opportunity. I mean, there are staff resource need there, but staff already has that on their radar. But that is very important to physical appearance and to quality of place. I heard infrastructure, maintaining, enhancing infrastructure. We have said that multiple times, but we need to also think in light of like, what is it that we are gonna look into and translate to like a tangible, actionable item. So that would be a follow-up. As it relates to quality of place, traffic is an important one. The common theme I heard was mobility. I heard that from Patrick, I heard that from Sam, and I think also from Sanjay. Getting in and out of Foster City is important for majority of us, figuring out ideas on that. I heard autonomous vehicles from Sanjay. There's a lot of work, Sanjay, as you were probably tracking in CCAG being discussed. So we can keep tracking that, but that's a little longer term, but not bad to have that on our radar and leverage that for enhancing our quality of place. I mean, great idea. Staff, Sam made a great point of level of service that our community expects and the cost of delivering that service, because that defines our quality of life and quality of place, like how we want parks to be maintained, we want amenities to be there. That is all delivered by staff. So some of the ideas on how we can maintain like a pipeline of well-qualified, talented staff, develop them, retain them, et cetera. So that has always been council's priority that I heard reinforcement or reassurance of. Technology, are there opportunities for us to go paperless and save costs? So, there are two ways to maintain the to maintain the level of service our community expects. We can look for revenue sources, which we'll be discussing in another category, but we can also look for ways to cut down our costs. So that is another area. So how can we leverage technology? How can we leverage technology then it touches the public engagement, for more meaningful public engagement? And then the equity piece of it, I heard from, I would say majority of us, that's part of our vision and mission also. Like, how can we make sure we are catering to the most vulnerable in our community? And that could be, based on socioeconomic status, but also looking at age. So, focus on demographics and also keep an eye on how we can continue to also focus on those with food insecurities, for example, and it is our responsibility as elected. So those are the key sort of themes and takeaways. I'm relying on Kevin, you to take away what is it that we are able to take away from this discussion, and if you would like council to prioritize for this particular topic, anything for you at this time?
No, I think I'll be able to take this information. Again, we'll share this back with you, but a very good, focused conversation. We are keeping notes. I'll take a look at those, share this with council, but I've been able to follow this very, very clearly. And again, some of it will be reflected in budget in regards to resources needed to carry out some of these items, and also, again, City Council having that opportunity in that review to say if it's a priority or not. So I think the comments have been very clear and easy to follow, so thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Hindi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. A good summary, but I got 2 points. One, regarding public engagement. You had mentioned technology, and I think that is something that we need to pursue. For example, as you know, we have always struggled in a way to be able to get to the majority of our community members when we are engaging on issues that impact the future of our community. We tried different ways and different means, and still the numbers of people engaged are less than what we hope for. I think a great way would be to do so through moving to electronic communication, whether it is which kind of serves two purposes really. First is being part of our environmental responsibility, instead of continue to mail paper and postage and send, say, for example, the Estero municipal water bill and sewer bill, instead of sending that in your traditional mail, move that to electronic mail. And by doing so, first of all, you working towards being environmentally responsible. Second, you would require each member address, whether residence or business, to provide an email, which they could opt in to get communication from the city on matters that impact the future of this community that the council will be discussing in our planning or in our policies as we move forward. Obviously, there's more to it, staff that need to work out, but I think that would be a great way to capture as many members of our communities direct access of communication, rather than depending on putting an advertisement in the Islander or posting in the post office or in City Hall, which is, as we know, has been seen by limited number of members of our community. So I think that would be will serve dual purpose. I would like to see if staff could come up with, I'm sure there are some restrictions, legal restrictions, but I've seen it happen in many other cities to where you go electronic as far as billing and as far as communicating. And the question is, how much do you capture voluntarily, obviously, from those who are receiving those invoices, get their email in a way to communicate with them directly through the city? That's one. Second, I just want to be clear. I think my comments on DEA, diversity, equity, access, and inclusion, it seems like it got misinterpreted that we need to do more for those who are most vulnerable or less fortunate. That's not what DIA is about. It's about providing equity and access and inclusion to everyone. That does not mean the city needs to help anyone. The city just needs to level the playing ground field to everyone to participate equally and have the same opportunities. That's different than the city financially helping anyone. That's not what I was proposing. I'm proposing the city become a responsible corporate or responsible municipality by providing equity, access, and inclusion to all the opportunities that are available. So that means we need to make an extra effort to make sure we are reaching and people of color, people who are LGBTQ community, people, women, all those people have the equal same opportunity. That does not come organically. That has to be a concerted effort by the city to do so, to accomplish so. So I really, really think this will be, and that again, like I mentioned in my earlier comments, this aligns exactly what sustainable Foster City is. So everything that I will be approaching today has to align with our vision and mission statements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi, for that clarification, and I'm sure staff captured that. There will be some next steps on how we accomplish that particular aspect, how we become that city as Councilmember Hindi described. So,
and Madam Mayor, once you complete comments, I think you have a couple other comments. If you can come back to me, I just want to process check to check in with the council on a couple things to make sure we're on the same page. So you can complete your discussion, but then I just want to check in on process. So we'll go from there.
Thank you, Kevin. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I don't want to miss on one aspect. We were all talking about quality of service and retaining the proper staff and employment. Obviously, with the COVID-19, we've talked about remote working, and that's a reality. So I think we need to, as a city, to be more progressive and look at calculating how much business can be done remotely to attract more people to come to the city of Foster City. So I think the remote learning, unfortunately, is still there, and we also have the remote working too. And right now, as you know, just in the United States, we have 4 million jobs that are untaken right now, and a lot of the people some of them are not working, and some of them are remotely working too. So I think in going forward in the 21st century here, we have to look seriously at remote working too, and how that's going to impact government. Because normally a government job is usually a 9-to-5 job usually, and you're going into the city hall. So I think we've got to passionately look at that closely.
Thank you. That's a great thought, great comment. Anything else from anyone at this time? Kevin.
What I'd like to do is, if we could take a break, and I think this is important, again, because it's non-traditional. Traditionally in this type of policy summit, we're capturing for you your comments. You're seeing them either on a whiteboard or is that what I said? What I'd like to do is, if you could give us 5 minutes, we've been taking those notes. They're going to be very rough. I'd like to look at them real quick and then share them with all of you so you can see them and just see what how we've documented so far, so you can take a peek and just make sure that it was captured correctly or we're on the right track. Again, usually you're seeing it somewhere in this type of discussion. So if you would allow us maybe 5 minutes to do that, and then we'll share it with all of you. Madam Mayor, you did a great job on that recap, and I think that's what we're going to take and just share it with you. And then you would then move into your next discussion on
land use,
on land use and viable retail economic. Those are the next two. So if we could just take a 5-minute break and allow us to do that, and then get it to you just to check in, so you're following, everyone's following what's been said. If that's okay.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Sam.
I'm sorry. Before we take the 5 minutes break, because it's something I want to kind of get keyed on for the next after the break. You know, we heard from all of us what we believe is the quality of place and the quality of life is. I'll leave the quality of life out, and I'm going to get into the quality of place. If we could at least have our staff, from a planner perspective, what is the definition of quality of place, and how do they see that? So I could understand, like, I don't know if Marlene or someone else, but that at least give you 5 minutes, whomever would like to present their thoughts to us from a professional perspective. What is the quality of place of a community?
So having staff just give you some quick feedback on that from our perspective, like the example used from Community Development Director, correct? Sam, I think he's cutting in and out.
Sam, I think you're on mute. We still can't hear you, Sam.
How about now?
Yeah.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
You're back.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Could you just recap that again? Yeah.
Yeah, what I said, Kevin, basically is to get our professional staff definition and, professional definition of the quality of place from a perspective, whether it's community development director or planner, whomever you think you have, if they could share with us, what does that mean?
Okay. So we'll bring that back
After the break.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
is everyone okay with a 5-minute break at this
Can we
time?
make it 10?
10-minute break?
Yeah.
Would that work with the timeline?
That might help, yeah.
That might help him a little bit. He's got
Yes.
We're on
a
time.
5
challenge in front
Yeah,
of him.
we're going
Anyway,
back
thanks.
up for, yeah.
So we are
10
going
minutes.
on a 10-minute break, unless anyone objects. So we were all good. Rob, you're handling the Zoom for our break, right?
Yes, I'll put up a slide.
Thank you. See you in 10 minutes. 9:33. Rob, are we back on Zoom? I think we're ready to be back.
Yes, you should be able to start whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Jen, for the recap. So, Kevin, how should we handle this now? So, should we?
A couple of things. Why don't you go ahead and re-engage and start to lead the discussion on a policy level on managed growth, land use. I think items 2 and 3 sort of tie in together because I think retail is going to come up, economic development is going to come up. I'm going to respond to, I'll coordinate a response for Councilmember Hindi, who wanted sort of a professional overview on Quality Place, and I'm going to ask Marlene. I need to connect with her to sort of capture some thoughts I had from a community development standpoint. But from your professional staff, what I want to reemphasize is what we've heard from this community and from a city staff standpoint and the service we provide. Quality of place means a lot of different things to different people. And as I outlined, it could be cultural, it could be parks and recreation, it could be transportation, it could be safety, it could be shopping, it could be retail. It's broad-based. So again, I think from your professional staff, that's what we look at when we try to program on all levels. But I'm going to connect with Marlene because I think she has some insights from the community meetings she had where this came up, and we'll report out on that later. So with that, I turn it back to you, Madam Mayor, and start to engage on your discussion on managed growth, land use. Again, I think 3 may tie into that. And then at our next break, if you look at, we did provide some meeting notes. If you have any notes that you want to make on that for changes, please share them with me and I'll make sure Jen incorporates those. But it looks like we did a pretty good job of capturing what's been said. So thank you. All right.
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks, Jen and Julie, again. You guys are doing an amazing job. We were almost surprised that this is live, so thank you for all your efforts on this. Yes.
A really quick comment, one thing that I noted in the notes, because it looks like some of these notes are being put together by someone remotely. On like the 3rd page, Councilmember Sullivan, it says Mike was out. So without the microphone being on, the people who are taking notes might not be able to hear you on Zoom to be able to capture the information. So I think it's really important, since staff is remote, that we make sure we turn our mics on. So
Absolutely, great point. Make sure you're live and we can hear it, because obviously Jen's here, but John is correct. We have someone that's monitoring this upstairs and documenting as well, so we make sure it's thorough. So please hit your on button.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman, for that. We'll be mindful of that. So now we move on to our second key theme, which is...
Sorry, Mayor.
Councilmember Kahane, please.
Was this the appropriate time if you had some feedback on the notes already before we move on? Just quick ones?
As long as, absolutely, because I don't want you to forget about it. So if there's something quick.
I mean, obviously just looking at this real time, really quickly, but just very quick. I just want to correct if I came across as saying there are no rooftop bars or steakhouse or seafood restaurants in the Mid-Peninsula. That's not, what I meant to say is there's opportunity. So I don't want that going on the record that I said there's none and then immediately be discredited for my ideas.
Yeah, noted. And
minor, but like as I'm looking at it, the other one is under governance models for successful leadership, my comments about us walking the walk and talking the talk is not just for us on council with each other, but also with staff.
Very good. And I think what would be helpful is you take a look at these and understanding, again, that's why in real time it's easier to adjust. If you want to write directly on it, those edits, and then submit them to me, we'll make sure it's accurately reflected in the update.
Appreciate that.
You're good, and good, thank you for that feedback. And then go through it, because there's a lot of stuff. But again, that's why we're doing this, because typically you see it recorded in live time. So please look at it, and we'll make the edits and update as we move forward. So thank you.
If we can do the rest of this the same way, I would be excited to do that. Yeah, I think this is excellent. This gives us a refresh in our memories, and we can correct things now or later on. That's great.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. This is all good. So moving on to managed growth and land use. So as we start this discussion, let's think about what broad categories we want to be talking about on this. So I have some thoughts, but I'm really, really open to suggestions on what more big categories we can add on to this list, and any other, even if it's tactical, any other items anyone wants to mention. So when we look at land use, I think one of the things we need to be discussing as council is the pros and cons of preserving the master plan, the role of zoning, what are the guidelines of zoning changes. As a council, we've had to make decisions on zoning changes. And is it worthwhile for us together as a council to come up with some guidelines? So I think we ought to be, I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on what they think about current zoning, what their thoughts on preserving the master plan, and the conformance with zoning. How stringent should we be? What are the pros and cons of that as we review those requests? So that's one big category, right? So zoning, master plan, et cetera. Then there's a big topic that I've heard from community members too, is the vacancy, both residential and commercial. And granted, we are in an extremely, from commercial standpoint, extremely difficult time right now. But what we are talking about today is long-term. Yes, we get bogged down with what we see happening in front of us, but as policymakers, as leaders, we're thinking long-term. So what are our thoughts on how we can handle and optimize the usage of existing, whether it's residential or whether it's office building, commercial, et cetera, whether a retail. We have big challenges on that front. And then the third category we could touch on is our housing element and RHNA. I've heard a lot from community members on needing, and staff needs direction on us making a determination we are fighting the state or we are not. And this is a difficult topic. This is where we need to be diplomatic. We want to have, and there is a category on regional collaboration, regional leadership. So we have to be mindful of that. We are not a city in a vacuum. We are part of California, so we have to be mindful of that. But that said, it is an important topic that we need to nail down. What are our thoughts on that? Where does majority stand on that? Third, that is the third item. And then we can, not at a too detailed level, but we can talk about some specific land parcels. We can talk about, if you need to, not too detailed, but high-level thoughts on OSH land that is vacant, Sea Cloud 2, for example, or Chess Drive, empty properties there, et cetera, to the extent that we can keep that high level. So just to say these again, and I'm open to adding to the list, there are broad 4 categories that I'm hoping we could talk on, like pros and cons of preserving the master plan, role of zoning, conformance to zoning, guidelines of zoning changes, vacancy, residential, commercial, housing element, RHNA, and specific land parcels. So at this time, anything to add to these broad categories, and then we'll dive in to each one of them. No, and no comments at this time from anyone? Kevin, anything to add to help us?
I think what you want to do is just go ahead and open up this conversation and really, again, seeking high-level policy discussions from each individual council member in regards to their priorities and focus on, in this case, we're starting off with land use, and someone will tie over. So I think you're on the right track.
Okay. All right. So what do we feel about preserving the master plan? Anyone has any strong thoughts and feelings on that? Like, we are tied to our master plan. Are we open to zoning changes? Should there be guidelines to zoning changes request, or we just are led by market forces and on a case-by-case basis? Vice Mayor Fruman?
Well, I think it is, some of it is on a case-by-case basis. It really depends on the environment. We're seeing changes. Recently, we've had items come to council regarding changing uses for commercial buildings that 10 years ago, we probably wouldn't have considered those in the way we're considering them now because the industries have changed and the needs have changed. But when I think of the master plan and I think of being a planned community, that we were set up in a way to make neighborhoods self-sufficient. So you had your retail and your residential and your parks in similar areas, and you had your industrial area separate from residences. I think it was planned that way purposefully. I think the people moved here with that expectation of that kind of layout of the community. So I think we need to be cautious about how we change that, if we're going to change that. We just need to be really thoughtful as we look through this. If we're staying on just the master plan, that would be my only comments. I have more comments on the RENA that you mentioned as well when we get there.
Okay. Any other comments on zoning changes, land use changes from anyone at this time? Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So kind of along the lines that Vice Mayor Fruman had mentioned, there are certain things that need to be preserved in our master plan. But the way I view the master plan is, in a sense, a living document. As needs change, as environment change, you have to adapt. The case on point was made on the life science industry, how it is coming into the Bay Area, especially the peninsula, very strongly. And we see this around us in Foster City and around us up and down the peninsula. So you have to adapt and you have to change. You have to make certain adjustments to keep up with the pace of change. Otherwise, you will fall behind. So you cannot be and not willing to consider changes. But the point that John has made to preserve the overall feel and spirit of the community, I'm totally in agreement. For example, like our neighborhood, single-family neighborhoods, I don't see, I cannot see how a change to those neighborhoods happen. I think, but we have opportunities in other parts of the city that we could definitely take advantage of and be responsive to what the needs are. And that is important, again, because really, if you don't, you fall behind.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Those are great comments. Councilmember Sullivan?
Yeah, I'll make it short. I think the master plan is real critical and important. Obviously, we started out as a neighborhood with shopping centers and parks. And I think we need to call it master plan too. We've got to look for the next 50 years. We've got to have the vision to realize what we need to do environmentally, with transportation, the infrastructure. So I think we really need to closely look at the master plan, and I think it's well overdue to start to look at it more closely.
Councilmember Ghahani.
I don't have any prescriptive or proactive recommendations from a zoning perspective. I do agree that as opportunities arise, we should assess those and evaluate them at that time.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so majority of us are in agreement on preserving the components of master plan that need to be preserved. We are not prescribing it. We want to keep up with the changing times to evaluate zoning changes on a case-by-case basis. Staff can guide us if they need more specific direction on, like, as Councilmember Hindi mentioned, preserving the single-family neighborhood, for example. I think we all would be in agreement with that, but if there is anything from policy standpoint that we need to do, I would look for staff's guidance on that one.
I think it's clear that and consistent that I understand the master plan can be a working document. I understand the comments in regards to preservation of our neighborhoods. I think that's been a long-standing interest by this council and past councils. I need no further policy direction on that and understand. And I think more importantly, this council understanding that, again, I loved how you put it. The master, it's a working document. It's not up on the shelf. You should be referencing it. You should adjust. You used the example just recently. I think it was the El Torito site we talked about. And so absolutely, the policy interest is clear.
Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. As we talk about our single-family neighborhoods, I think that it's really important that we talk about how do we maintain those, and what I think we know the difference between single-family and multifamily, and they're all together in similar areas, but how, like SB 9 and 10, there are opportunities that we have to try to manage those a little bit based on, I think we can, based on size of lots and things like that, to understand to what level do we want to maintain our single family, when we call it a single family neighborhood. Any neighborhood, I'm trying to think of a neighborhood in Foster City that doesn't have multifamily developments, whether it's townhouses, condos, or apartments, mixed in. Do we want to manage how they're mixed in? Do we want them developed between homes, or do we want them developed in parts of the neighborhood, not necessarily separate from homes? I don't mean to move things apart, but I think we need to look at how we want to manage that. Because I think the fear in the public, to some extent with 9 and 10, is that my neighbor's single-family house may be gone and 2, 3, 4 units or more could be there. Is that how we want our community to look in Foster City?
And I think that's important. I mentioned this to the mayor as we were planning for this. This is a bigger picture item, and everyone's hit upon the uniqueness of Foster City when you talk about traditional neighborhoods, neighborhood 1, neighborhood 2, those neighborhoods. The council needs to be aware at some point, maybe have that discussion, because I think what's coming, and its relationship to us being 50 years older and getting older, is that infrastructure, the infrastructure of those homes where people may select to change what that home looks like. And that process, right? That their home is 60 years old, what do they want to do? I think that's going to come to the council in some form of policy discussion, looking ahead in the future. And then does that create other opportunities? So it's something to keep our eye on.
No, I would totally agree. This is something the mayor brought up about our planning process and those types of changes. And I'm open to listening and talking about both of those. It's a little bit different topic than what I was mentioning. I think it's different if I want to change the facade in my home, or I want to add a second floor or something like that, is different in a neighborhood. And they have similar impacts, but it's a different impact than if I choose to tear down my house and build 4 houses on my lot. So I think that's the difference that I'm seeing between those two topics.
Absolutely, and that again is a high-level policy when you're really talking about the difference between changing your facade, et cetera, or tearing the home down and building something new. I think it's coming, by the way. I think that it's going to be a discussion, planning, policy, et cetera, where you start to tackle those things relationship to housing, I guess, existing housing. So.
Yeah, no, thank you, Kevin. And that's a good point, Vice Mayor Fruman. Perhaps there is an opportunity. I think we will have time for an SB 9 and 10 directly impact, the land use. Perhaps this is a good time, and I'll rely on you on maybe Marlene sharing at a high level. What are the facts around that? So we remain grounded on that. Are we really talking about taking a single-family home and breaking that down in four homes? So what are some of the facts? And I know it's a meaty topic, but it's very relevant to land use discussion.
And that's the type of thing we can take from today and put that on that list of priorities to discuss. And again, I know I've mentioned this to Marlene. She's keeping her finger on that pulse. And maybe that's the type of discussion you have that really makes sense of your time and the Planning Commission's time, where you sit down together as a joint group and just focus on that, share thoughts on that. Okay. But this is the exact type of thing I need to put on our list, that potentially this is a policy discussion on that component and how do you tackle it.
And this did come up at I want to say it was our last meeting on discussing whether we want to take a position or not on our neighborhood voices. So all that stuff of the impact of 9 and 10 and what that initiative means, I think. So it's kind of on the radar already. But.
Yeah, and yeah, that will be agendized. We agreed to agendize that, and something to think about on that one is we may agree on the problem that we are first of all grounding on the facts. What is it that really we are talking about? And then Is this the right solution that as a community, as a council, we want to stay behind? Is that tackling the problem that we can agree on the problem, but are we agreeing on the solution also? Something to think about.
Yeah, we indicated we needed to do much more analysis, and I
Right.
think that we've tentatively scheduled that to come back to you on February 21st. So we're looking at that date to come back with a detailed report on that item and what that may encompass. So you will hear back from us
Yeah.
fairly quickly.
And there are some legal aspects too, I would assume Ben will be like from the Constitution standpoint and all that. So yeah, look forward to that. Okay. So,
Madam Mayor?
yes.
If I may?
Yes.
If I may, thank you. So with regards to SB 9 and SB 10, I think the bigger question is, are these two now are the law of the state of California? And if it is the law of the state of California, are we suggesting that we're not going to abide by the law, or what is it that we are talking about? I think that's a discussion. Are we going to abide by the law of the state of California, or are we not?
Vice Mayor Fruman and then Councilmember
Yeah,
Sullivan.
I just want to clarify that it was not my intent to violate the law. It's my understanding is that other communities in the area, there is some room within 9 and 10 to identify how or where those types of land splits, lot splits can go. I thought there was some level of local control to some extent that I'd seen brought up in other communities I can't remember the exact community, but they were talking about, I think it was the size of the lot before you could do it, or some of those types of things. That's why I need more information. That's where I think this discussion
Yeah, absolutely. I
in
think,
February
again,
will help.
we've heard the answers. I want to defer to our city attorney, but again, I'm trying to keep this at a high level. Absolutely understand those interests. The question about violating law, I'll defer to Ben, but our intent is to bring that back in a comprehensive manner for you in February and understand the concerns. And with that, I don't know if I have to turn that on, which I don't know how to.
Do I do anything special?
Just a second.
Something in the back.
Can we turn on the public mic? Ben, if you'd like, you could come.
Yeah,
I'll move.
yeah, I mean,
Come on
either
up.
way, my comments aren't that earth-shaking or long.
Okay.
While Ben is getting ready, I appreciate the clarity from Vice Mayor Fruman on the question. I think definitely SB 9 and SB 10 do have different clauses that will give certain, flexibility, if you will, or ability of the municipalities to do certain things. But I'm glad to hear that you're not suggesting that we do not abide by the law.
Yeah, I just want to chime in there. We are bringing forward that item in February with staff, and we will be talking about the options, which are limited, obviously, under SB 9 and 10, but there are options for cities to take.
I can't hear Ben if he's speaking.
Oh, can you hear me now? There are options that the city can take under SB 9, although limited.
Ben is not being heard on the Zoom.
Okay. Anyway, you can repeat them, Mayor, if you want. They're not that earth-shaking. We will be bringing back in February with options.
Thank you, Ben. So just to reiterate, so everyone can hear, our city attorney, Ben, just mentioned that they are working on a comprehensive analysis of SB 9 and 10, and they will be bringing that back in February. He also mentioned that there are limited options, but there are some options that they would be bringing forth.
Sam, can you pick up? Can you hear me?
Was that?
Zoom is not working for all of you, so I'm not sure what's going on. I can't hear anything. Neither do anybody on Zoom.
Okay, we'll follow up on that now and check with Rob. Thank you.
Okay. So I know Councilmember Sullivan had a comment, and just to clarify, Councilmember Sullivan, I allowed Vice Mayor Fruman because it was discussion on the same topic that Councilmember Hindi had a direct question for him. Floor is yours, Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that Kevin, and we may have to take in consideration as a 40-year realtor broker and understanding planning and stuff like that. Is there any anticipated thing with SB 9 and SB 10? Because obviously we are understaffed at this point. So are we anticipating any sudden growth in the enforcement of SB 9 and SB 10? And we don't need to have a discussion on that at this point. I think that could come back with further investigation.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we just heard back what, we just heard what Councilmember Sullivan said, like the last statement about SB 9. But before that, everything else, the people, we're not able to hear. So I'm not sure if you could summarize to us what kind of discussion transpired.
Yeah, the only thing in addition to what Councilmember Sullivan has said, our city attorney, Ben Stock, shared that they are working to prepare an analysis that would be shared in February with the council. There are very limited options with regards to SB 9 and 10, what can be done, but they're looking at them and they will share that in February.
Oh, okay, I think worthy of mention regarding SB 9 is my understanding of it, if I'm not mistaken, that HOAs are exempted from SB 9. And as we know, a large percentage of our housing in Foster City is an HOA.
Yeah.
So that should minimize a lot of that impact.
Yeah, that should alleviate some concerns in the meantime, if there are any on that topic. So we will discuss that in February.
And understanding this is a policy priority, some of it will relate back. I'll be making recommendations in regards to staff positions that support community development in Marlene within these priorities. So you'll see some of that come forward for your consideration and approval as part of which ties into Patrick's question about staff resources. You will see that reflected in a budget request for increases in personnel. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to talk about vacancy, both residential and commercial. So is there any interest from the council to perhaps consider a policy to avoid unoccupied parcels, blighting, the argument that we hear that this given land use is not supporting, the land cannot support this land use. There are many other reasons for vacancies, but do we need to think about a policy to avoid these no-use situations? Any interest from anyone? Councilmember Kahani.
Yes, in the word, I have interest in that and having that discussion.
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Hindi and then Vice Mayor Fruman.
Okay, thanks. So your question really goes back to when we were talking about the general plan. So I think from my perspective, when you provide clarity to developers or clarity to property owners, what other possibilities are. Like take, for example, the Osh site as it stands today. I'm not certain what the uses are. Perhaps Marlene or someone else could help if we need to understand whatever or the designation for it. But I think if we as members of this council, as a city, we see that this site is not going anywhere. It has been in this situation for quite some time. Isn't it time for us to kind of revise that land use? So not for us or not wait till someone comes in and asks us to revise that land use. Shouldn't we be proactive and looking at what are the needs of our community, what are the needs from whether from amenities, whether from residents, whether from the business environment, whether it is from economic development aspects, what is it that we need and what can staff bring us? Okay, we could designate this into such a land use and that will open the opportunities for the property owner or developers or people who want to come and purchase it to provide so many different ways of utilizing that land rather than just have it sit empty for years. And that's just one example, obviously.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. I agree that we need to discuss the topic of vacancies, whether it's understanding the residential end of things and then a need to act potentially related to retail or commercial vacancies. I had a legal question regarding what Councilmember Hindi just mentioned about mentioning the Osh lot, but more generally speaking about taking a look at lands that are vacant or uses that are, buildings that are vacant and changing the uses. Can we legally change the use of a parcel without the request or recommendation of the landowner, or can we only expand in the sense of somebody bought, in the idea of OSH, okay, if it's just zoned for retail, let's say, if they zoned it for retail and we come in and we say, well, obviously it's sat there for 2 years, we're gonna change it to medical use or public use or whatever one of those zoning terms is, aren't we changing the value of that land, potentially decreasing maybe, not intentionally? Would we have any concerns related to that?
Yeah, I see. City Attorney Ben?
Ben's making his way over to a microphone.
So I wasn't suggesting changing, I was suggesting broadening.
Broadening, okay.
The council's always able to.
Turn on the, oh, it is,
Yeah.
sorry.
The council is always able to look at different portions of the city and consider zoning changes. What you want to, have as a comprehensive discussion is looking at zones of the city, not a particular property. So if you're talking about vacancies and, the staff is bringing to a situation where they see some issues of vacancies in, multiple properties, that's the kind of discussion you can have where you talk about why are those vacancies happening, and what can the city do to provide some flexibility in zoning to encourage less vacancies. That's clearly within your police power. So you can create different zones even if the property owner is not asking for that.
But again, you're expanding the opportunity as opposed to changing the ability on their land that they own while they own it, against their will type of thing?
Well, you can do both to a certain extent. I mean, you can't downzone something significantly, otherwise that can be a taking in certain circumstances. But you can change the zoning to a different use as long as they still have an economic viable use of that property. It's not a downzone.
All right, I know that Councilmember Sullivan wants to speak. I wasn't done yet. Would he mind me finishing? Okay.
Yes, and then Councilmember Kahani had already raised his hand.
All right. When we're talking about the vacancies, this is something that came up, I think, over a year ago about maybe at one of these sessions, is vacancy in retail areas to a larger extent than in commercial, but there's still some in commercial areas, has an effect on our economy. A vacant storefront is a lost opportunity for sales tax. And to some extent, we don't know why it's vacant. What I'm hearing here is there may be some thought that it's because the land use isn't appropriate, or maybe it's outdated, or maybe it needs to be expanded. In some cases, I think some of them are purposeful. When we look at some of our strip malls, our shopping centers, I think there was some intention behind having some vacancies to try to encourage land use changes. And then we would just fall right into that trap. There's other places where there's Chess Drive as an example. There's a development plan in place that just hasn't been realized yet. But even when you think about that, the Chess Drive area, that used to be, I would consider, a vibrant area with a lot of businesses going on, and not all of them giving us sales tax revenue, but some of them did, and we've lost that opportunity. And that's where I'm interested in considering vacancy ordinances, I don't know if it's fees or fines. I know that I researched it over a year ago, and it's usually in bigger cities, and they're trying to deal with blight and things like that. And I know that one storefront or two storefronts in a shopping center isn't huge, but when you've got an entire block in a neighborhood or an area like Chess Drive, that's much more significant.
Councilmember Kahani and then Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to foster a debate today. I was going to bring up the topic that that Vice Mayor Fruman brought up, which is I saw the perspective that Councilmember Hindi was taking on it, And I was going to say the exact same thing that Councilmember Fruman was saying with regards to another perspective of how we end up at blight and is it purposeful or not, and how to address that. And so I just want to avoid the debate today, but I just want to say that I do have significant interest in having that discussion publicly this year.
Okay, great. Councilmember Sullivan?
My question, Ken, is directed to Ben. Ben, do we have any ordinance on the books of losing zoning because it's vacant? I know Belmont, San Carlos, and probably San Mateo, and I've sold many businesses over the time. They lose their zoning at a certain point if it's not used after a while. Do we have any ordinance on the books?
It's not that they lose their zoning, it's that they might lose their entitlements that they've obtained under that zoning if they don't use it within a certain amount of time. I'd have to defer to Marlene on whether our code has that. A lot of cities have that provision. If you obtain an entitlement for a certain parcel and you don't use it within 1 or 2 years, you lose that entitlement. You never lose the zoning.
No, you don't lose the building. I mean, and where I was going on that, just to kind of clarify it, I've sold some businesses in the city of San Mateo that were zoned for auto use. And in Belmont, it's the same thing. If you've left the property vacant over 90 days, you could no longer, you don't lose the building, but you lose the zoning to be able to do what you were doing in that building.
Right, and that's usually a non-conforming use that was there, that if they stop the use, they lose their non-conforming status. And Marlene, I'm not sure what our code speaks about that.
Our use permits are typically valid for 2 years. And so as long as there's some construction activity, they've pulled some permits, they could always ask for extensions, but a use permit is valid for 2 years.
Okay, and I really wanted to make a professional comment based on my 40-plus years in selling businesses in the city of Foster City on Councilman Fruman's aspect. In some ways, I can understand what Councilman Fruman is saying, but the reality for retail in Foster City, the rents are too high, and the businesses are very difficult to make it. I know we have one shopping center that I have sold maybe 3 or 4 businesses that eventually went bankrupt. I won't mention the shopping center because we probably all know which one it is, but the high rents make it very difficult for a retailer to make it in the city of Foster City. I have other ideas on that. I'm not going to bring those ideas on how we could stimulate more retail business in the city of Foster City at this point. But the template right now, it's very difficult for a restaurant or anybody, unless you're Starbucks or Taco Bell or one of the major people that can endure the high rents that we have in the city of Foster City.
I think from a process check, and again, this is a policy question, I think what I'm hearing from the majority of the council is that you want this issue addressed in regard to the zoning questions, retail space that's and commercial space that is perhaps empty, and why, and explore that in a more detailed manner. If that's what I'm hearing consistently across the board, that we would bring this back, and it sounds like it's somewhat a priority, and that's part of what today's supposed to be, is that getting a sense of what may be a little more important. And I heard Sanjay say that he'd like to see it come back this year. So I think that's clear. Unless there's any other direction you'd like to provide us on that, I understand the interest, the policy interest.
So absolutely, so Vice Mayor Fruman.
I just wanted to respond really quickly to Councilmember Sullivan, and that was kind of the essence of one of my comments regarding the shopping centers is, are these vacancies purposeful? You know, and I think that to the example you gave, I think it was purposeful to some extent, that the rents, they control the rents, the owners, and if they want to change the use, you jack the rents so that people can't afford to work there, they can't afford to have a business there, and then it remains vacant, and then there's a request to change things. We've had the same concern from members of the public regarding another parcel in town that's not related to commercial development, but land use. And I want to say there was an ordinance about allowing your property to, I don't know what the proper phrasing is, become blighted for the purpose of encouraging or forcing government to change the zoning. And that's kind of the essence of my comment, really. And one of the areas is a landowner doing that? And what can we do to make it economically less interesting for that landowner to do that? You know, if letting it lay vacant because of high rents is beneficial, then let's make it not beneficial to let it lay vacant.
And again, I think staff's aware of the site you're talking about because we've been very engaged, even when I was here 3 years ago. So again, in the big picture, I think I absolutely understand the interest and the questions, and we can start to develop that report back. And obviously, this is one where taking a look at council subcommittees as well to engage them as we start to prepare this work. So again, staying high level, I think I understand the interest, and without having a specific answer to example, the OSH site, et cetera, would be comprehensive in what we bring back. And it sounds like you want to see it sooner than later.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, so there is interest in, you know, most of us want, majority of us, definitely I think all of us want to see some concrete and tangible policy-related aspects that could help with no-use situations, and having a little bit more stringent approach to conforming to land use, if you will. So that was
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you. I just had a quick comment. I know we're not diving deep into this specific property or specific topic, if you will, but I want to kind of provide some clarity and some pragmatism on the situation when it comes specifically to this shopping center that we have been seeing empty storefronts. I think probably the proper approach would like staff to kind of take a look at that as well, is look at engagement with the property owner as well, rather than just simply trying to pass ordinances that will have penalties. I think it could be a dual track approach. Let's engage with the property owner. Where are they at? What is it that they would like to do? How does that align with our community needs? And what is our appetite as a city that might see in there? The reality of the matter is a property owner who owns a property. Actually, let me first go back a little bit, tiny bit. I believe our community wants to see a modern, vibrant shopping center that will attract quality establishments that have access to the water, and the community have access to the water. Okay, that is great. I'm one of those who would like to see that too as well. But I think the missing piece of the puzzle from the property owner perspective, property owner is not going to do that, which basically will entail demolishing the existing shopping center and invest money and rebuild it again for the same use that it has without any financial benefit to them. That's really the difficult conversation. So what is it that we need to give in order to get what we want? And that's really where I think engagement with whether the property owner, engagement with the community, and try to find out a way to come to a resolution to where we get what we want, they get what they want, some of what they want. And I think that's a more realistic approach. From what I know, that property is a small drop in a big bucket in the portfolio of that firm or that company. So you got to be realistic of what the expectations are and how you're going to be able to accomplish them.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Staff will incorporate.
I do, and I think the vision's clear, and I think what's important here too is that Councilmember Hindi started to talk about tying things back into sustainability. And if you're a great city, I truly believe that if you're a great city, and I shared this with you, great cities, and where you're going right now with this conversation in general is that there's an interest to undergo constant physical renewal, potentially, right? That you talked about the shopping center, that's the new ideas and stimulate investment. You guys are absolutely on the right track, again, in regards to high-level policy discussion, that staff coming back to you sooner than later and tackling those questions and clearly identifying the problems, then your ability to clearly give staff your policy direction of where you want to go, next steps, who do we engage with, property owners, et cetera. So the discussion you're having is for me, the vision and is clear, and it will help in what we bring back to you. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. I think two things come to mind here. Number one is not to overfocus. Overfocus on one particular property or situation. Sometimes we make, I'm not saying we as a body here, but just in general, decisions made in relation to a specific issue or situation that affect everybody can be dangerous. And I would agree 100% with the engagement. The engagement helps us to understand what the true issue is. You can't solve an issue if you don't know what the problem is. Is it, and again, here we're talking about a shopping center. We also have commercial buildings that are empty or relatively empty. And the reason for both could be different. And so by understanding those reasons, we can develop better policy to help address it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. I think staff has direction on this one. With that, I think we're ready to move on. And there are related components. The third one, which is viable retail, viable economic development. On this one, I'm open to suggestions to add those like second level of details or broad categories. But this is the one where Councilmember Ghahani already had great thoughts, and I'm very, very aligned on some of what Councilmember Ghahani had mentioned, and that is one category. So, thinking about how, Foster City, we likely will not become a destination. And keeping that in mind, we have an opportunity to energize and make one or two areas, aspects more vibrant, and exactly what you were pitching and saying that's the best pitch, and I'll let you do that, putting us on the map and managing that in a balanced way, because our community also cares about traffic and some of those other aspects. But we have a ton of opportunity to optimize our waterways. We have opportunities to look at Leo Ryan Park, what can be done. So that's one big category. So what are some of the things council is thinking about that they want staff to go back and come back with more information on? One. Secondly, do we want to also analyze, and we touched on this already, Vice Mayor Fruman mentioned, Councilmember Hindi mentioned, understanding the reasons why businesses are failing, engagement with the business community. The next topic is engaging with Chamber of Commerce, so we'll touch on that there. How can we intensify our efforts in that direction? And to what degree do we want to go? I mean, I would ideally like to have a balanced approach and not doing a lot of analysis and not taking any actionable step, because now is the time. It is very critical for us to, help the business community, but at the same time thinking long-term on how we can energize and refocus on economic development. So I'm very interested in everyone's thoughts on that, and I'll start with Councilmember Ghahani.
Madam Mayor.
Just a quick question.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. I really apologize. I just want to take you back to item 2, if I may, for a quick second.
I was going to ask you about item 2 as well, with regards to RENA and specific land parcels.
Oh yeah, I totally missed that one. Yeah. That one aspect. Yes. Yes,
just so my bad. Just so we heard that correctly, RENA.
No, I get it.
I was just, the reason why I asked to speak was just so that I could ask the mayor if we could revisit item 2 for RENA and specific land parcels.
Got it.
She had outlined 4 items for us to discuss.
Yes.
Got it.
And that's my fault. I take full responsibility for that. That was the most important topic, and I missed it. So thank you. But I'll not repeat the item 3, what I just said, and we'll dive right into it. So we are efficient. My apologies again. Okay, so the 4th category, the RENA and the housing element, as a council, this is the most important topic probably in the entire summit, I would say. I'm curious to hear everyone's thoughts on, we have talked about fighting the RENA numbers, we have talked about appealing that the timeline has passed. What is it that we are thinking about. So I'll open it up for discussion on that topic. So Councilmember Gahan, you want to go first?
Sure. No,
Please.
thank you. I think it's so important for us to hear from the Planning Commission and from the Community Development Director on where the 1,896 units are going to go. What's the proposal for that by parcel? Like, I want to understand what the plan is, what the proposal is, before I can sit here and say, does that make sense or not? One of the other concerns that I'm going to, or one of the items of concern in my mind is displacement for replacement. You know, are we actually going to displace people to bring more people in? That's a concern of mine. And so I'd like to make sure that that's not happening. That, you know, from my perspective as one person, that's one of the lenses I'm going to be looking through when I'm looking at adding about 5,000 more people. If you take a look at 1,896 units, it's about a 13.5% increase in our housing stock, about 2.5 people per housing unit is what we have right now. So round the number up, about 5,000 people coming into the city, and having a plan for that over the next 8 years. Those are things that I'm going to be interested in. So I'm very much interested in hearing from the Planning Commission, hearing from staff, giving us the facts, giving us the plan, so that we can be very clear in where we stand as a council with regards to RHNA. I'm not okay with just taking a position on RHNA. Like, I have an issue with it right now without all the facts. Thank you.
Just a quick insight. We're hoping to bring that information in regards to the housing overlay that CDD has been working on in relationship on February 7th is our goal. So in February, it's staff's hope that we can bring that forward for your policy discussion and direction on RHNA, overlay, et cetera. So it's on the top of our list, and trying to bring it back to you on the 7th of February.
Oh, and City Manager Miller, is that, I know the affordable housing overlay zone's coming to us, but
Yeah.
that includes a discussion on RHNA as well?
I can ask more, I can direct, I can, it sounds like Marlene, you can direct that if we could include it in that report. You can go ahead and share your thoughts with council.
Sure. I think at this point in February, what we are hoping to bring to the council is the affordable housing overlay zone and the inclusionary ordinance. With respect to your comments regarding the RHNA, where we are in the process right now is developing a mapping tool where the community members can look at potential sites and identify or say which ones they're supportive of. And so it's almost like a survey. It'll actually go hand in hand with the survey. And so we plan to roll that out in the next week or two, leave that open for a few weeks, and we will bring the results of that mapping survey and the traditional survey, the results of both those exercises to both. My hope is to bring that in a joint Planning Commission City Council meeting so we can have that discussion. In regards to your question about displacement, there are state laws regarding anti-displacement, especially when there's an existing apartment that wants to demolish in order to intensify their use. So there are laws to protect it. So we'll be bringing all that up, but I would say that's probably going to happen more towards March rather than February.
Just a clarifying question to Marlene regarding the mapping survey. I think this goes hand in hand with what Councilmember Ghahani has mentioned several times during the last year is, and we mentioned it today, the mapping, what things would look like. You know, it's really hard to make decisions or make recommendations as a council member, as a community member, as to where I think we should put more of something if I don't know what the result is going to be, what it's going to look like, what the impact's going to be. I mean, I have a philosophy as to how I think we should move in trying to build the additional housing if we have to do that. But the bottom line is asking a community member, do you think that apartment community X should be a good location for this, isn't enough information. I don't know how I would answer the question if I don't know this is what it looks like now, and if we were to use this property, and how would we use it? Would we encourage them to build to their current density limit, Or would we be asking for higher density limits to be able to reach the numbers? And what are those three levels going to look like? Current, maximum density based on our current housing element and plan, and if we're recommending higher density, what would it look like? In the sense of, say, an apartment community in my neighborhood, the Avalon is right now 2-story units. If we were to maximize, would we be going to 3, 4, 5 stories? And if we needed to use it to fit 1,800 units or 1,900 units, are we talking 7, 8 stories? Those are important pieces of information to know before a community member can really decide, is that what I want next door to me or in my neighborhood? Or do we need to find multiple or more locations to try to add the units without significantly increasing height or density in fewer places?
And we are providing that information through the mapping survey that we have developed in terms of what the existing zoning and land use allows in terms of density, and what we're hoping, or in terms of upzoning, because as we know, most of these existing apartments weren't built at the maximum density. So right now, the information is more in terms of number, nothing visual as yet. I am hoping that we could have at some point some visuals to show what that increase in density could look like. But we have very limited sites to play with. There are options, and we just want to see what the community is most supportive of. So we'll start there, and I think we'll build from there.
And are we limiting our discussion on the survey to existing residential areas, communities, complexes, or are we expanding to
I have taken input from the workshops, from council members, everything we've heard, we've put that all out there. Now, if we know of sites that someone might think is a great idea, but based on HCD's guidelines, that's a site we cannot consider because HCD has limitations, then we are not including those sites because we know we cannot use them anyway.
Thank you, Marlene. I will go to Councilmember Hindi. He had raised his hand, and then Councilmember Ghahani. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up on John's question, Marlene, are we considering just one site in the city where we have 6-story building?
No, we have multiple sites. We've also built in a little bit of a cushion because HCD requires us to have a little buffer in case some sites don't materialize. And I think we'll bring all that information to you in a much more comprehensive manner, in most likely a joint Planning Commission City Council study session meeting format.
Thank you, because that was a scary sight for me to see an 8-story building and a place of a 1 or 2. Okay, maybe in the future, I don't know, the next 50 years, Foster City might evolve into something like that, but I'm sure not in my time. But I wanted, Madam Mayor, the reason I wanted to bring you back to 2 for the same reason that I think that Councilmember Ghahani, which is basically talk about the arena. But for me, I think we have already gave direction to staff to kind of do the work that they are currently doing. And I think before that information comes, it's really no point for me to give any further input in it. We need to understand what they come back with. And the second point that I wanted to revisit on number 2, as far as land use is concerned, I wanted to bring, once again, the C-Cloud 2 property, and I really, really want this time for us to give staff direction to figure out and explore how the city could take that land back instead of being protected land at this point, or whatever the designation for it. I know we have brought this topic back since I got on council back in 2015, 2016. We started talking about this. For many different reasons, we did not move forward with it. And the last reason we were given was due to the levee construction project, that it might be, it's not a topic that you want to touch, wait till your project get approved to get the permitting and do it. I think the time is now, not tomorrow, to take a look at C-Cloud 2 and figure out how could the city reclaim its rights on that property. Not necessarily to do anything, I don't know what to do with it eventually, but I think it's so critical that the city could reclaim the property not as a preserved land, if you will. That's my comment and that's my recommendation. I would love to hear from the rest of you if you would support that.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. I'll go to Councilmember Ghahani next, but just really quickly mention here, because since I've heard from at least two of you from Councilmember Hindi and Councilmember Ghahani, that we are waiting for staff to come back with their recommendations on the housing element, the specifics of it, the how we will do that. I guess my question was to be absolutely clear that we are not looking to not meet the housing element. If there are any doubts or if there are different viewpoints on that, I think that at high level we can talk about, because this keeps coming back, that we will not follow the RHNA numbers. We'll probably, there is an option, and some community members, and it has, as folks have understood it more, I have heard less and less of this, but still, community needs to understand, because it often comes as, what are our electeds doing? Can they not fight the RHNA? This is not acceptable. And we have talked multiple times about it. So I think the council really needs to say, I don't think we need to look at how we are meeting it to decide that high-level question. How the density is looking like, those are questions that staff will bring recommendation suggestion that we'll discuss on how we are meeting it. But if we are meeting it, if there are still any doubts on it, now is the time to talk about those. And I don't think we need to see how we are meeting it to decide if we're going to be like, we had some changes on waste management from the state, and we conformed to it. We went and figured out, it was not easy, we figured out and we met the state laws. So if there is interest in not meeting the state laws, then we should talk about it, and we should be very specific on what are the implications, what would it cost us financially or otherwise, and how we will manage that. I'm not saying that's a bad approach, but I think we should be very upfront and really know with eyes wide open what we are signing up for. And I think it is very critical for us to nail that aspect down, not the specifics, not the tactical on how, but if of it. So with that, Councilmember Ghahani.
Okay, so two things. I want to answer your question and your point, and then I would like to go to Marlene just real quick on something that she said.
Sure.
I guess I look at it, maybe the way I'm arriving at a decision is a little bit different. If I understood you correctly, what you're saying is, do we want to move forward with meeting the requirements of RHNA? We should have that discussion today. How we do it is for a different time. The way I'm kind of approaching it is, I need to understand how before I can say, do I support it or not? I need to understand from the Planning Commission, from staff, where would these 1,896 units go? And then I can say, you know what, I'm sorry, this doesn't make sense to me and I can't support it. Now we need to take the necessary steps to go back to the state and talk to them. But that's just the way, I'm not saying you're right or I'm right, I'm just saying that's the way I capture information and want to arrive at a decision. I'm happy to discuss that with you.
Can I say just one thing? So on that particular aspect, we need to see where majority of the council stand on that too, also, because staff needs clarity. So we need to understand where most of us feel on that. I agree with how you're thinking, and I have not shared my position yet. I just want to have that conversation. So we see where we stand on that. So are we still saying, based on what staff comes back with, I can choose to say, I'm not going to meet the RHNA numbers, because some of the things can be, we know we are built out. Some of the things we already know, the harsh realities, we already know that it's gonna be challenging, it's gonna be difficult. So assuming it's gonna be difficult, assuming it will look dense or whatever, are we saying we are willing to accept the ramifications that have been outlined by staff multiple times, and and go in that direction. So if we want to wait till we see what staff comes back with, if majority of us feels that, I totally respect that.
Okay.
But I just want to be more decisive than we have been in the past. I mean, that would be what I would want, but
I think you're going to get, and I think you're right, that we should be decisive. And I think you're going to get that. I think once we have the data,
Okay.
you're going to get that decision. I think. That's kind of
do-
the way I
so-
see it.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to go with the majority of council.
And also, again, just a process check, because I'm following clearly, I think, the direction or the policy interests is, and as Marlene outlined, and again, this is being pushed up from a priority standpoint, that, and I understand the Madam Mayor's point of view, Sanjay's about trying to get the information. We have now defined that you will get an update on all those items. You will get that presented to you first, the overlay, the RENA survey that Marlene's spoken to. We're trying to bring that to you in February. And then I will prioritize from a staff standpoint what would be an important and critical discussion, a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and the City Council. I believe that's what I'm here to address these issues, so you have the information you need to start to provide policy direction to staff. I think that's what I've heard. If we stay up there, we can continue to move forward.
Yeah. So thank you, Kevin. And Councilmember Sullivan, I was engaging with Councilmember Ghahani. He has not wrapped up his comments. I'll come to you after him. So if it's okay with you, Councilmember Ghahani, on that particular topic, what Kevin just summarized, everyone agrees with that. Anyone has disagreement? We are waiting till February when staff comes back to decide that overarching kind of decision. Everyone is in agreement, I assume. At least three of us are.
Yeah, and a meeting in March
Yeah.
with the Planning Commission to make sure you're comfortable with that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I'll let you wrap up your thoughts, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. And then I wanted to follow up, Marlene, on a comment that Vice Mayor Fruman made, and a response that you gave to him about the limited number of sites and representing through imagery what the density could look like. I still think it's important, even with the limited number of sites, whether we're talking about the affordable housing overlay zone or we're talking about RENA, that we have a physical, digital, or even representation of what we are proposing and how we're going to get that done. And so I would like to see, I just wanted to throw my input in, for me to be able to have a conversation with the community, and also for me to digest fully what we're talking about. That would be extremely helpful at the AHOZ level as well as the RENA level, with regards to showing me what we're looking at with regards to development at whether it's the specific sites under AHOZ or anything else that comes out with RENA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghahani. Councilmember Sullivan.
I want to first congratulate the city of Foster City for meeting a lot of the housing needs in the last 10 or 15 years with being aggressive with the 20% affordable housing. I'm going to approach it as a realtor and also a person concerned in the community. As you know, the state gave us our RENA numbers. I'm in support of building more housing, but I'm not in support of building one-bedroom and studio apartments to solve a problem for shortage of workforce housing and senior housing and middle-of-the-road housing. So I hope that when we look and plan in the future down here and we look at the sites and locations, that somehow we can work with the developer or that we can work with other or outside organizations to make sure that we can start to build those two-bedroom, two-bath. If we are a family-oriented community, we cannot continue to keep our workforce people two families living in a two-bedroom, one-bath or a one-bedroom, one-bath. The quality of life is important here in the city of Foster City. A lot of people migrate here primarily for the schools and the availability and the safety in the community. So my comments are just that let's work with the RENA numbers, but let's work in expanding that housing to be appropriate for the senior citizens. It's something to keep in mind. San Mateo County and Santa Clara County, 60% of your senior citizens own their own homes. They're not moving because of taxation. So we've got a lot of disappropriation of housing out there now. So hopefully we can tackle the problem. I know the city of Foster City alone can't solve the problem in the state, but we can work closer with our community to build more appropriate housing, not just one-bedroom and studio apartments that we call, and again, it's not just the city of Foster City, it's basic economics. A developer, when you tell a developer that they need to build 15 to 20% affordable housing, they're going to build one-bedroom and studio apartments because it's a profit-driven. So until we figure a way around that profit deliverable solution where we can build 2-bedroom, 2-baths, and 3-bedroom, 2-baths, it's going to be still a difficult challenge for housing. I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you, Councilmember Sullivan. I think there's enough direction to staff on this one.
Madam Mayor?
Sam, Councilmember Hindi, please.
I'm sorry, I got a question for Marlene. Marlene, when those sites are identified to meet the RHNA numbers, are those open to being edited? Let's say you come up and say, property A, we're gonna put 200 units in it, and property B, 100, and so forth. And we take a look at this. It's really too much density in this property. Do you have the flexibility to kind of tweak those identification of sites, or those will be pretty much, this is the best that you could do?
So, Councilmember Hindi, I think we are going to be presenting a range, right? It is ultimately the developer who will come back to the city and say, this is the density at which they would like to develop. And so it's a range. The maximum, the cap of the range is based on what the general plan allows. There's state density bonus laws, of course, that they could take advantage of. So it's not a finite number of units at this point. What we are demonstrating to the state is, given the general plan maximum allowable densities, this is what you could potentially obtain.
Thank you. I think you touched on the very most important point, really, in this whole process, when we get down to it. You really, at this point, correct me if I'm wrong with your identification, you are identifying those properties that, in the current zoning, that they are below their allowable density, more or less, right? And you're identifying those and saying, this is the max that you could put on this property.
But also, we are recommending certain sites for upzoning to increasing those densities. So it's a menu of options that we'll be bringing to you, where we as staff, in our professional opinion, think we could reach those numbers. And we have to see if the state, reviews that and thinks that's a realistic and reasonable way we have projected and gone through our exercise of identifying sites.
Thanks. I don't want to get too much into that and take so much time, but one final question on this. When you come back to us, would you be separating, say, property A for site A? This is their maximum allowable density as it is today, and this is what we are proposing of providing additional. So we know this is what they could do, whether we tell them or not, or whether we allow them or not, they are allowed today. They are entitled to it today, and how much more we go beyond.
Yes, we will be doing that.
Okay, thanks. And then a final comment, kind of response on Councilmember Sullivan. He was mentioning no 1-bedroom, no 1 studio, wants to see more 2-bedroom, more 3-bedroom, quality of life. I'm sorry, I have to respectfully disagree. It's not up to me, and it's not up to each individual one of us to determine, like I said earlier, what is the right size of housing for the individual or the family that can live in it. If one person or 2 people want to live in a studio, or want to live in 1-bedroom, or want to live in 3-bedroom, that's not up to me to decide. That's up to them to decide what is adequate for them, what is it that enhances their quality of life, what is it that they're looking for. So being the diverse community we are in our housing stock and our housing inventory, I don't think we should be limiting ourselves, or we should be pushing for 2 or 3-bedroom at the expense of 1 or studios. Again, different needs, different people can't dictate and can't skew the development into one direction. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. Just a really quick response to the last comment, that I would tend to agree with Councilmember Sullivan to some extent, in the sense that what I believe he's talking about is opportunity, is having a 2 or 3 bedroom opportunity or option allows those people that feel that that's the quality of life that they're looking for, have the ability to move into Foster City. If all we do is build studios and 1 bedrooms, you're only going to attract either those small families that can fit in there or people who are willing to, as you mentioned, that's the quality of life that's acceptable to them. So I think it's about opportunity, but I think there has to be some understanding that things need to pencil out. You can't have a ton of 2 and 3 bedroom units, the bigger units, to make these things work. I have a couple comments other than that. One is that for me, there's a significant difference between voluntarily violating RHNA and saying we're not going to include 1,900 units in our housing plan, and challenging the state with the numbers that they've given us. There's a difference. One is just sitting here not engaging the state at all and saying, forget it, we're going to put 100 units in and we're not going to get it certified and we'll live with the consequences. That's one type of decision you can make. The other one is to do what we've talked about to some extent here, is look at how the things are going to impact us. We have challenged to some extent our RHNA number in a very early preliminary phase with professional assessment of what impacts it might have. With the information we're going to have that we've requested and staff is bringing to us in the next month or so, we won't be basing it on a professional opinion. It'll be based on more factual data that we can look at and we can understand the true impacts on our community, with which we could use that information to have discussion with the state to challenge if that was the will of the council. And then really quickly, a question for Marlene. If we were to take all of our apartment communities or multifamily dwelling communities and we allowed them all, or they all rebuilt to their maximum density allowed by the current code or our current master plan, we would not meet the 1,900 units, correct? We have to upzone somewhere?
If we were to consider all of them, and if they all were to build to what they're currently allowed, I would say that we would meet our numbers. But what the state is looking for is realistic potential, development potential. So it's not a blanket identification of sites that they're looking for. And they're looking for a combination of sites, programs, and policies. How are we enabling production of more housing? So there's a lot of things that we have to take under consideration. Laws have become more stringent. They're scrutinizing us more. In fact, HCD is going to be doing a tour of sites, housing sites in the Bay Area, in the Peninsula. We're trying to coordinate that with them so they get a sense of some of the physical constraints each jurisdiction is dealing with. So there's a lot that goes in, and it's not as straightforward an answer, but if we were just to look at it just from the way it is now, and if everyone were to build up to the maximum allowable general plan density, it would be more than 1,800 units.
All right, and then one final thought that just came to mind. In our discussion later, do we get to consider, I think to some extent we considered accessory dwelling units as part of that stock that might help us meet the level. Now with 9 and 10, are we able to use those new state laws to realistically assess how many properties might take advantage of those opportunities the state has given them and use that towards our housing stock for RHNA?
At this point, with the state, I mean, of course, if someone were to develop their lot under SB 9, it would count towards the RHNA numbers. But what the state is not accepting at this point is using SB 9 lots, projections or whatnot as part of the housing element, because there's just a lot of assumptions we have to take into place. There have been studies that show what pencils out in different communities as far as SB 9 is concerned. But that's not a program that we can use at this point. That said, some communities are trying to incentivize homeowners to record their SB9 lots as very low in an effort to meet their RENA numbers in those categories. There is a chance that that could be challenged, and I would defer to Ben for that. But I know of a few communities that are incentivizing developers, or actually it could also be de-incentivizing developers because they might want to split lots, but not want to necessarily rent it out to very low and low. So it can go both ways.
All right, I guess my concern with that is, and I guess maybe it's not the right discussion time, but just really quickly, we by law then have to state in other areas how we get to these 1,900 units, which in essence could change zoning and allowances on properties to get to that level. And then we may see some of these 9 and 10 or accessory dwelling unit projects that get us a certain number. And now instead of 1,900, we could be at 2,000 or more because we haven't been allowed to include the ADUs or these lot splits in our RENA numbers. And you can't go back and then say, well, now that over the first 3 or 4 years we've had all these ADUs or something coming forward, we're going to go back and reduce in a certain area to maintain.
Realistically, if we plan for whatever numbers we have to plan for, they're not all going to pencil up, right? And so the number of ADUs that get built, which is a handful in Foster City from what we've seen, those count towards that larger number. But again, it's a very small fraction that.
Thanks, thanks, Marlene. And if I can interject here, again, from a process standpoint, I get the questions. We're getting down into the detail, I think, and you are going to, great questions, but I think, again, from a process standpoint up here, have very clear direction, and I think you're going to have great opportunities in February and March to really get into these details and fantastic policy questions. So with that, I defer back to the mayor.
Thank you, Kevin.
Madam Mayor, I got a point of clarification, if I may. Sorry.
Yes,
to
please.
interrupt, but
Councilmember
being offside a little bit challenging, so I apologize for interrupting. Just a point of clarification. I heard that what I believe that I was misunderstood when I was advocating or saying it's okay to have 1 bedroom and single and 1 studio. I didn't say only 1 bedroom and 1 studio. I was just responding to the fact that we should only build 2 or 3 bedroom. But by no means am I suggesting that we only build studios or 1 bedroom. That's number one. And I do have a question also for Marlene very quickly. On the affordable housing overlay zone, Marlene, that we are working on, is that for cycle 5 or cycle 6?
That is a cycle 5 implementation program, but the units that may potentially be built, if someone were to take advantage of the affordable housing overlay zone, those units would be counted towards our RENA 6. So we are actually, the timing actually worked for us in this case.
Okay, so if somebody takes advantage of them for 5, they'll be at 5. If they are left and they develop develop in RENA 6, then they will be applied to 6.
Correct.
That's a win-win in a way, in a sense.
Correct.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just a process check.
City Manager Miller, I believe Vice Mayor Fruman had a question.
Just a clarification. I understand there's a difference between the planning for, which is required for to meet RENA in the housing element, and the production where you get the credit for it is different. We're required in cycle 5 to identify with some 400 plus units, I believe. And I thought part of the overlay zone was to account for some of those 400 some odd units. If we use them there, my understanding was even if they're not built yet, we can't use those as part of the 1,900 for planning purposes. We have to plan for 2,300, the combination of those two numbers, don't we? With the hope that the production, no. So the 400 kind of goes away and the 1,900 becomes the new number.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we have demonstrated compliance towards meeting our housing element programs, we don't have, those don't get carried over necessarily. It's when we fail to act on something we've promised. As an example, we fail to adopt an AHOZ, then yes, there are ramifications, including carryover of RENA 5 numbers to RENA 6. At this point, we haven't heard anything from HCD one way or the other.
So those properties that we identified to try to meet the Series 5 can be used for Series 6 if they haven't been, we can use them for that 1900.
Yes, and we are coming to you with some creative suggestions and solutions to be able to reuse the site, so stay tuned.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. I think we are wrapped up on this topic. We are ready to move on to the next item.
Yeah, let me check in from a process standpoint. I think I'm sensing right now the council's comfortable with the tempo and the progress we're making up to this point, so we'll continue to try to keep focus. I think that's going well. What I'd like to suggest is that we handle item 4, ongoing revenue that is sustainable, and tackle that over the next half hour and take a break at lunch. That will, again, allow us to recapture these comments and then share it again when we restart.
Sounds good.
So we'll try to work within the next half hour to tackle as much as we can of item 4, ongoing revenue.
So we have not yet covered number 3.
Or viable retail, viable economic development.
Yeah, number 3.
Some of that's come up, but you can read that through.
We have touched on it. So yeah, we will attempt to wrap up 3 and 4. Let's see how far we are able to go. So we are on bullet number 3 on agenda item 5, viable retail, viable economic development. I started to talk about that. I would be a strong supporter and advocate for figuring out ways to optimize our waterways, the unique aspects about Foster City, understanding we may not become a destination, but we have a ton of opportunity to identify a few sites and energize them, create vibrancy in Foster City. Leo Ryan Park is one example as part of our rec center plan. There are probably opportunities, and past council members, and Sam was one of them, also have discussed ideas which I loved, whether it's beer garden or a food container, things of that nature. We have an opportunity, and I think we should make that happen. That is the one area, and as I mentioned, Councilmember Ghahani had great thoughts on it. I'm looking forward to listen to them. The other area is to what extent we want to analyze and figure out ways to engage with the business community and really understand the underlying reasons why we don't see success in restaurants as well as retail in Foster City. So those are the 2 key areas on this topic, and I will open it up for discussion. Councilmember Ghahani.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, just to re-highlight, right, to dive in a little bit more to the details, I think there's a phenomenal opportunity here to retain our largest piece of land that we own as a golf course and activate it with an exciting amenity that has unobstructed views of San Francisco and of Oakland, giving the community what they've been begging for a long time, which is a steak and seafood house, high-end steak and seafood house, and adding a rooftop bar there, which would then just energize that area where you can move, the current shack that's being really, that where everyone's operating out of, into a much better amenity as well. That's just a piece of testing out whether we're a destination place or not. I mean, to me, candidly, I'm still surprised that we don't have autonomous gondolas, that someone hasn't come up with a business plan to really take people out on a 15-minute, 30-minute, or 45-minute ride as part of a package with one of our restaurants for $100 a person, but hey, that's just me. But I think there's an opportunity to really test out if there's interest in that type of experience, because the landscape is completely different. Anybody that we're competing with a rooftop bar has a view of like big buildings, the city, or some waterways that are far away. They're not here. And from a restaurant perspective, if you have a view, it seems to be a great amenity to have from a retention perspective. The other pieces, and of course you can be a little bit loud out there because you're out there, The other piece, and you're absolutely right, Councilmember Hindy's brought this up, and this was part of the rec center plan, was considering a beer garden at Leo J. Ryan Park. And I think that's a very low-cost way of testing out the market. If you, something like Fieldworks or one of the competitors was to bring up a pop-up, little, light food, something like that, that's an opportunity there to really test the market to see if people really enjoy having that type of experience by our lagoon as an entry point there. Should we be successful, and should there be a sufficient amount of demand with the new rec center and this, these few things that we're talking about here, I think there should be some consideration and discussion, and this is years down the road, on activating Leo J. Ryan Park a little bit more and expanding it. But what I do support is this bite-sized approach to validating our theory, if we all agree to it, or if enough of us agree to it, that these types of amenities are of interest and are sustainable in Foster City and from outside of Foster City. And once those are validated, then I think it's prudent to consider a discussion or have the conversation about expanding some of those concepts to bring more to Foster City. But I think we have a lot to share here. I think we have a lot to show here. I think there's, again, to me, the exciting part about even having this discussion is that we're really considering not being a hidden gem anymore and really putting us on the map. So, again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Kahani. Who wants to go next? Councilmember Sullivan. Please go ahead, Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah. I just want to thank Councilman Sanjay and Councilman Hindy on their comments. I was excited to hear that they were thinking outside of the box about a beer garden or a top of the mark thing. I'm coming from a business aspect. For the last 30 or 40 years, I have sat on many roundtable situations with developing retail and shops out here in the city of Foster City, and we are the crown jewel. But the one thing that we have failed to do is push that crown jewel and attract businesses that are going to complement our waterways, our sports, and stuff like that. I want to say that we've spent so many countless hours in staff time. I'm looking at what happened with Foster Square. I think I'm excited to see the restaurants and the diversity out there. But if you guys can remember the pictures when you saw the proposed thing for Foster Square, we were going to have a lot of people out there with produce, selling produce, and we were going to have wine and a lot of engagement. So it got really narrowed down. It seems like it's prospering. But of course, out there, if I even look now, there's a couple vacancies still out there, and I think they will eventually be picked up. I'd like to see that we accent our theme in Foster City, and that when we gravitate towards retail and business, that we actually encourage. We have the dragon boat races. We have people coming out here for tennis. We have people doing bicycle riding. One of our greatest strengths and amenities is our parks and our waterways. It is the crown jewel. But in order to attract more people to come here, we have to have reasonable rents. A steakhouse would be wonderful. As we all know, the fish market is up for sale, or the property is up for sale. I have encouraged the people of the city, or the people that own the fish market, to consider coming out here. And I'm not saying that is off the charts. I know the city has engaged in sending them an interest if they wanted to come to the city of Foster City. But now's the time to really actually plan something that's going to encourage people to want to come to the city of Foster City. When you look at Burlingame, people go for the shops. So when you look at San Carlos, they go for the restaurants. When they go to Los Gatos, they go for the antiques. You've got to have a reason why we would become a destination. And I think a restaurant would do. It's a good start. A steakhouse would be wonderful. There's not a steakhouse around here except the one in San Carlos there off the airport, which is a great location. So I think we push for retail. We push to get those right people in here. And we've got to work with the different businesses to maybe offset something so they can be supportive of the same thing. So that will be my comments.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. I have a couple comments. Number one is I would apprehensively agree with the mayor on becoming a destination. It's a bold statement to make that we're not, but to some extent it's realistic in the sense that we're not on El Camino. You know, almost every other community in San Mateo County has some connection to El Camino Real, and that helps their retail and other types of businesses in town, which means that we have a harder task to achieve to get people to come to Foster City. Councilmember Sullivan was mentioning the early discussions on Foster Square. And in the early days, they were talking about larger development there in the way of retail. They talked about a movie theater. They talked about some of those things. And we had market analysis done, as I recall, that talked about the ability to you have to be unique to bring them over, because a movie theater here, you've got a movie theater downtown San Mateo, you got another one at Hillsdale. How do we expect that they're going to come here as opposed to someplace else unless we were very different? So I think those are things that we need to consider when we're enhancing our retail and economic development. Is we need to give unique opportunities, which means taking advantage of those characteristics of our community that are unique or different from others. As Councilmember Gahani mentioned, the bay views and the access and land that we have that's close to the bay is something that's different than a lot of other places. Our lagoon system and bringing vitality to our lagoon system with the few remaining opportunities that we have there. We've lost a couple over the last couple decades of access to that water area. The one concern I have is we were just having a discussion about vacancies. And I like the bite-size idea, start off small, see how it works before you expand. But when we talk about the rec center and a beer garden or something like that, I can get behind something like that if that amenity were tested ahead of time, maybe with the existing infrastructure we have there somehow, or if what we built at Ryan Park to support that is something that was at least temporary to start with, so that if things didn't work out, we don't create that vacancy look that we've been just talking about. Because we are a little bit different. You know, we talk about Fieldworks. Fieldworks is in the middle of a very large commercial development. There's a lot of young professionals that are there. It's easy to come right down to that location right after work or the middle of the day at work and partake. And if we were to look at a beer garden in the middle of Vintage Park, that's a little bit different. You got that draw. At Ryan Park, it doesn't have the same draw. So we're looking at a different different business model if we're looking at that. I think that's about it. Just looking at our unique aspects to take advantage of those.
Yeah, no, those are great points. It's the balance, right? So while we are looking to leverage our uniqueness, our waterways and lagoon system, but at the same that potentially could be Leo Ryan Park, but then also thinking through whether it will be successful or not to create great points. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great points by everybody. Well, good points. For me, the key here is the word viable retail or viable economic development. And viability, if I'm looking at most of the retailers and the eateries in Foster City over the years, the one that had succeeded and the one that had thrived are the ones that are able to attract customers from outside the city, or the one who are able to attract our employees. I could tell you without a doubt in my mind that if you expect a restaurant to succeed based on Foster City residents, it's not going to happen. As much as we love it, none of us going to be going there weekly or daily to eat at the restaurant, no matter how great the restaurant is. So we got to figure out whatever we bring or whatever we think potentially will be brought here to be a viable establishment. it has three components to bring in as far as customer base. One, the residents of Foster City have to like it and have to be something that they have interest in to be customers, to patronize it. Second, it has to be also appealing to the employees who are a large chunk, obviously not now with COVID, but hopefully at one point or another, they'll come back to their offices and that would be appealing to them so they could come in, spend time and their hard-earned dollars. And so the third component is you really need to attract people from the region. And there goes the point that my colleagues were making. You have to rely on our uniqueness. What do we have that other communities around us do not have? And that would be how you could attract those from outside. Now, some people argue, well, we don't want people coming here. Well, you can't do it then. It's just not going to work. You're going to have people come in. Yes, occasionally you might deal with more cars, more parking, more traffic, what have you. But I mean, you go to Burlingame, you go to Redwood City, you're not going to have, if you want the vitality, you're going to have crowd come in. Otherwise, the businesses cannot survive. I mean, I wish you can, but it doesn't work that way. So we have to make sure our expectations are realistic. I think on the golf course, the idea that Councilmember Ghahani had mentioned, we talked about it last year and the year before. I think in general, the idea is good. But for me, at this point, I cannot comment on the golf course until we really get the staff input from what we had tasked them at the last discussion we had about the golf course. But it has to be, I think you could really generate three different experiences in Foster City that will kind of give you a whole picture. One component might be the golf course, if that is feasible, if that is the best approach to it. Second, and the rec center in Leo Ryan Park, that's a really unique destination, unique area in a sense, and I think I will address Councilmember Fruman, Vice Mayor Fruman's concerns, whether, so you're right, to your point, you really don't want to invest a lot of money in infrastructure, and this model does not work, right? So, and I think hence comes the idea of outdoor, for example, beer garden, which will take a lot less to build, and if it doesn't work for whatever reason, you could repurpose the place to whatever the use is. And that also ties in with the idea of having, similar to what we have now, like the food trucks. Instead of being one day, you kind of have like a shipping containers somewhere on that site that would be providing daily food. And the idea probably is like more a proof of concept for upcoming chefs, and they will come in, take that space for about a year, whatever the time might be. If they are successful, they move to a permanent traditional kind of food establishment, and somebody else will come in. Thus, you will have a change of the kind of food that we keep coming into the area over there. And if it doesn't work, again, you're not investing in infrastructure, more like a shipping container kind of thing. They could be removed at a reasonable cost, if you will, and repurpose the place to whatever the intended original, or whether something else the future council would like to see happen or the community would like to see happen. But I think that area is unique in that sense. For me, I mean, I love Leo Ryan, and I know many members of our community do love Leo Ryan, but I find myself, when I want to relax, I walk on the boardwalk a couple times. The scenery, the landscaping, the water, it's all relaxing, it's all energizing. But then there's nothing much to do, you know, and that's the idea of having a place where it could be active, could be not just when we have events. Quite frankly, I think it's a big missed opportunity for our Leo Ryan Park, for our amphitheater, to just happen during the summer concerts. This could be almost year-round activities going on in there. That would be maybe not a destination necessarily for outside of the city, but definitely destination for Foster City residents to come in to this one space, whether having music, whether having shows, whether having, I mean, food, beer, whatever the case might be. But you bring enough amenities, enough activities, enough community events that could be not necessarily city events, other members of community groups, it could come in and create and run those events. You really have a vibrant area. With that comes, people, you get a draw from people from outside at that point, and thus you create the economic development. I think the potential for this site is so great. And then if you think about it in the view and the scope of it, really eventually, if that site takes off and becomes successful, you're going to have a huge influence on what happens on Foster Square, because simply you crossing street. Although now maybe the establishment, some might say, not that kind of establishment that we envision. But I think if you have a vibrant area in Leo Ryan Park, that will spill over eventually to attract, because at the end of the day, these good establishments that we are aspire to have, they want to see traffic. If there's no traffic, they're not coming. Traffic meaning is a number of people that potential customers coming in. So it could really have a positive impact eventually on that area. And I think, quite frankly, the last one, the Edgewater Plaza, is another component that also have a uniqueness to it, being on the water and having boat access and have it one of the largest shopping center that we have in the city. That really need to be redeveloped to where you could have a vibrant retail in it and vibrant restaurants and eateries. And that goes back to my comment. How do we engage? How do we get to the point to where we could revitalize it and have the property owner redevelop it in a way that could provide us the things that we want? With that, with the understanding that, like I mentioned earlier, the property owner is an investor, is not going to do it without having any financial benefit. So we have to understand what is it that we are, as a community, it could stomach in the term of housing added to that site. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So if somebody is dreaming about having that site redeveloped without having a housing component on it, I could tell you it's not going to happen. So we need to have an honest conversation with our community as to what are the real possibilities and how will we accomplish them. So, and just to make sure so nobody misunderstand me, I'm not advocating for anything close to what the property owner had come in with in 2015, just to be clear. But also saying no to any housing and it's not going to get you anywhere. So that also to be clear. So there's a lot of potential, to be honest, and it's so important because when we talk about, it goes back to the economic development portion of it, economic development by basically not just the retail, also attracting businesses and become a business destination. You need to, part of what employers look for is what kind of amenities does the city have for their employees, because that's a selling point for them to recruit. So having successful retail and having successful business environment kind of go hand in hand. What is it as a city, as Sanjay mentioned, that we want to be known as a business-friendly city? Great. How do we accomplish that? What is it that we need to do to make that a reality, not a slogan? And that's, I would like to hear that back from staff. What is it that we could do to make this is a real business-friendly community? I believe it is to a certain extent, but how can we improve on it? How could we use those improvements as tools to recruit people to come in, recruit businesses to come in and be part of us? Those are my thoughts. I might jump in and raise my hand one more time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. I see Councilmember Kahani.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of just piggyback off what Councilmember Hindi just said. I think today's about slogans. I mean, that's what it's about. We're going to go do the work if we all agree on backing that slogan. If we think that that's what we want to do and this is the direction we want to go in over the next 5 to 10 years, that's what today's about. And I totally support what you said about us assessing where we're at as a business-friendly city and evaluating how we could be more business-friendly so that we can reduce the risk of new businesses wanting, or entrepreneurs taking the risk on coming to Foster City and proving history wrong, that retail comes here to die. We have to make it easier for them. We have to make it less risky to attract the real experiences and amenities that we want, and to really excite the community, to really activate the community. And I just wanted to piggyback on that. And I also want to say that, in preparation for thinking about the future, I met with the owner of Edgewater Plaza. I met with the owner, had a conversation with them, not as a representative of this council and not taking a position there, but to really learn about what happened, and why were they so frustrated with how the whole relationship just kind of disintegrated between them and the city. And I learned quite a bit in that, but I also learned that they're open to having a conversation. And I think you're absolutely right, Councilmember Hindi. There's no way that site gets redeveloped without housing on it. But I think there's absolutely a way, which I think you're alluding to as well, that the door's open for a conversation to not have that same proposal come back, but have that discussion with them. And I think there's definitely an opportunity there for staff, for us to do that. And I think it's worth having that conversation and bringing such a critical landowner, of property in our city, bringing them back to the table and to have that conversation and to improve that relationship would be beneficial for our community. I also think, and just to wrap up my thoughts here, thank you for your patience and your time. I think there's that conversation with private property owners. So whether it be Edgewater Place, Beach Park Plaza, having that conversation. How do you revitalize it? How do you energize it? If that means adding some units and having that conversation with the community and saying, hey, this is what we get in return, we should have that conversation. And also OSH. We've talked about OSH. We should, again, privately owned, we should try to understand what's going on there. But those are my thoughts at this time. I'm sure I'll probably circle back after listening to you guys. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. We've mentioned a couple times specific lots or specific locations. Costco's another one. Costco opened the door several years ago to expand their business a little bit that would bring in more tax revenue, sales tax revenue into our community. It'd be nice to see where we are with that, or if they're still interested, is there a way that we can realize that enhanced service within our community, as well as increase the tax dollars that are coming in. I think Orchard Supply is another good one. You run into difficult situations, I think, with how interested they are, how hungry they are to do things. If something's vacant but they're still getting an income, it's really hard how do you push them into doing something else? And I don't know how we deal with some of those things, but I know that I've heard, and I'm assuming that everybody on the dais has an opinion as to what might work well at the OSH site. And I fit into that group. I have an idea that I think might be worth exploring. How do we deal with that? How do we provide that do we give that to staff? How do we get that to the landowner, the business owner, to see if that's something that might be useful? I agree that there are certain things I'm interested in learning more about what we can do as a city government to make things more business friendly. One of the things that Councilmember Sullivan mentioned earlier, and I'm interested in hearing maybe some follow-up if there is any, he mentioned about high rents as being a concern, and that's part of what makes a business viable is being able to have enough revenue to cover the cost of the business. Were there any thoughts on, because that's something that I look at and I say, okay, what are we supposed to do about that? What control do we have over rents? And if there was an idea or a thought of how we can address that particular hindrance to businesses succeeding.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Any additional comments from anyone at this time? So I will just do a check-in, Kevin, at this time on this particular topic. Is there clarity on actionable next steps?
Microphone.
Thank you. I think as your interim city manager and a future visitor, I think the priority is to get a beer garden in. Is that what I heard? 2 points. We are already moving on 2 of the items, as you know. From a policy, you have provided us policy direction in regards to the golf course. We are responsible and now working. I've asked the city attorney's office to expedite getting the title information that we need to complete the environmental analysis and soils analysis, as well as ownership of the property. He believes it's within my authority to process that. He'll get back to me. That policy direction you've given to us, so we're working on that to get you the direction you need. In regards to the rec center, that's coming to you on the 31st, and I'll expand that discussion into Leo Ryan Park. And then I will make a note as a priority, this just whole concept of re-energizing space, that business-friendly discussion in regards to Osh, Costco, Beach Park Plaza, Edgewater Plaza. That now seems to be a discussion that needs to somehow work its way up and come back to have a more open policy direction. And I think I've captured those 3 as really where this discussion led us. And then we'd look at those notes.
Yep, no, that sounds great.
Madam Mayor?
You're still on number.
You're still on number 3. Yeah.
Yes,
Madam Mayor?
Hindi, please.
Very quickly, I'm sorry. I just didn't hear any feedback or any interest or express response on my C-Cloud 2 item that I had brought. I just want to make sure my colleagues either yes or no, so staff could get a clear direction.
I would be, well, Council Vice Mayor Fruman.
I had that down listed as an interest in making sure that we don't spend a lot of time on things that we can't use. We can't, because C-Cloud 2 has come up a few times, not a lot, but a few times. And I keep hearing that it's protected wetlands, that we can't get in there, the same things that Councilmember Hindi had mentioned. And when he first started talking, I was thinking, why are we spending time on a piece of property that we can't use? And then as he developed his thought as to what can we do to reclaim opportunity there, I have interest in that. Because it is a location that's, I mean, honestly, I thought that would be a perfect location for our 4th elementary school. But obviously that's passed. I don't know what all we can do there because of its location and accessibility, but retaining or recovering rights to use the property, I would tend to agree with.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Fruman. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, just a comment on C-Cloud. I'm open to the discussion, but my concern from the past, and I think it was prior to you even maybe being in the city of Foster City, we had some issues out there with the dredging, and we put the spoils out there in C-Cloud too. So my concerns would be the toxicity, and Councilman Fruman's comments were well taken. I'm not sure that really would be on the chart to explore out there, but maybe staff can give us a little bit better direction on it. I don't want to be spending a lot of unnecessary staff time or thing and find out that is a wetland and the toxicity is going to cost us more to develop it than anything else.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Councilmember Gahani, do you have any thoughts on C-Cloud 2?
No, I totally support having the discussion. And just, yeah, I think we should put that on the radar.
Yeah. So, Councilmember Hindi, sounds like there's enough support for staff to explore that further. I would just mention that, yes, I'll be supportive of that too. I'll just mention that I had a conversation with Marlene and staff, and Kevin, I don't think it'll take a long time for staff, and I don't want to assume that, but it sounds like council is.
Yeah, I think it sounds like there's interest, and again, this is the excellent conversation as far as policy direction. I think at a minimum, we can provide an update on sort of C-Cloud Park, what I call phase 2 of C-Cloud Park, the 19 acres there. Just a basic update of factual information, reclaiming, et cetera. So yes, I understand that issue, and that's something I think we can get to you earlier than later. And as you know, it is prescribed wetlands now, but it's not to say you can't go back and revisit it. We did have a permit at one time, as I think you all know, to build on it. It was going to be a park. So yes, I understand that direction, and we'll get the appropriate information back to City Council for your further policy direction.
Thank you, Kevin. I will do a quick time check here. Do we have enough time to go over Item number 4?
If you'd like to go over item number 4, some of it, it's interestingly enough, again, you've talked about viable revenue sources and how it ties into viable retail,
Yes.
right, or some
Yes.
development. So maybe I can suggest, can we, if the council is comfortable, you want to continue on and complete that and then break for lunch, and we'll take a good half hour for lunch and then reconvene if that works, at the pleasure of the council?
Yes, that works for me,
Okay, so
looks like there's
continue that.
consensus on that.
Yep.
All right, so let's talk about ongoing revenue that is sustainable, built on property tax growth and business development growth. As Kevin mentioned, we already touched on, a number of aspects related to business growth, economic development, et cetera. There are 2 big categories that I would mention. I'm open to additional categories on this one. One is, how can we figure out ways to lower cost leveraging technology? Is there enough appetite to explore that? As a city overall, are we leveraging technology enough, especially in today's time and age? And one of the aspects related to that, as Councilmember Sullivan mentioned, the way government functions now, we are open to and have done remote work, and that applies to several of the steps that planning and building department do, like how can we leverage more technology overall and reduce costs. So it's related to, not directly related to increasing revenue, but as a way to having a more sustainable budget. That's one aspect. And the second aspect, I would love to hear from everyone their thoughts on revisiting our reserve policy, and think about our position on this, and thinking long-term, and think from the standpoint of investment, not to jeopardize the original use of the reserves for emergency, and then kind of like revisiting what emergency really is, and optimize that for maximum return. Sometimes no investment is a loss, like all the time. We have an opportunity, we have liabilities, but we have an opportunity for making intelligent investments. So what are council's thoughts on that? So those 2 items really on that one. So, and I open the floor for discussion. Vice Mayor Fruman. Oh, can I keep missing Councilmember Hindi multiple times because he's online. I'll give Councilmember Hindi the chance if that's okay, Vice Mayor.
That's okay. Thank you so much. This is a very important discussion. And I want to kind of bring, first of all, something that I had touched on earlier today, which is we were talking about something unique about Foster City. How do we attract retail and how do we attract the restaurants and so forth, which was our waterway. In this sense here, in this example, I think we also have something very unique and something that we should be extremely proud of, which is securing the future of our city from sea level rise till at least 2050, and we're able to adapt to 2100. I think this is a huge, huge selling point to attract a business community and have it diversify our revenue sources. In essence, not just because of the property, of course, because that would not be diversification. I'm talking about seeking businesses, these that we could capture their sales tax that currently is not happening. And the reason I mention this, when Illumina campus was in negotiation and it came to Foster City, the original plan for Illumina was that they will bring their manufacturing into that site, and thus the city of Foster City will be capturing all the sales tax that happens from the manufacturing of Illumina products. That deal did not materialize because after all the agreements, Illumina basically were told by their insurance company that this site is not safe and is not secure, is not protected from sea level rise, and it will be uninsured and unwise decision to put your manufacturing equipment and your manufacturing on such a site. I think with the building of our levy system, it really provide us that unique opportunity to where we could go out and seek those kind of jobs, if you will, that will generate not just property tax, but also an important important chunk, important piece of sales tax, more than just a sales tax that you're gonna get from small retail selling soda or selling a bag of rice and what have you. So I think that's a great opportunity here. And quite frankly, I think staff should really be, we should all be celebrating the fact that we are the pioneers in the Bay Area of building a levee system that will address sea level rise. This is a huge accomplishment. This is an accomplishment. It's one of those examples that, you know, I think we should all be proud of, because when you think about this 15, 20 years down the line, you know what? I was part of that. I was part of that decision-making process that made this happen, that protected this community, and we were the leaders in it. We were the pioneers. So that goes a long way. The other piece, to answer your other question on the reserve policy, I think we are fortunate that we have been able to put so much money in our reserve that it is great, because, you know, reserve is really important. It is really important to address the emergency and to address unforeseen circumstances. And how do you be sure you are prepared? You have to be prepared. So, and I think the city is very well prepared. But then comes the question is, I've been watching and looking at our reserve grow, which is a great thing. But I think we need to come to a policy direction as to what percentage is enough. Are we going to continue to keep putting money into our reserves beyond a certain percentage? And if we do, is that really wise? Because I ask that question, is it really wise? Because there will come a point to say, okay, I have enough reserve to last me 30 days, 60 days, whatever that timeline is. And what happens after that? Because the fact is, and I don't know if Edmund is available, he could join us on Zoom and help us with this information. I sent him an email. I don't know, Edmund, if you had a chance to take a look at it, a couple of questions. One of them basically is about, you know, when you have excess reserve, what I would call excess reserve, because when you have so much of it, more than what you could potentially use in most circumstances. Obviously, nobody could foretell the future 100%. But when you get an excessive amount, at that point, in my view, at least, without looking at numbers, and that's where Edmund would come in, you start losing money. You start using purchasing power. So I asked Edmund a question. I don't know, Edmund, if you got my email and you had enough time to look at it. Otherwise, I will not ask you the question in public.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. And I did receive your email. We are looking up the information. But in terms of context, yes, we have deliberately, as an organization, as a city council, as staff, looked at our reserves and looked at our reserve policy and have accumulated it. And you know, over the last several years, as the entire city council is well aware of it, you know, we've looked at kind of 100% as kind of the level, and everything over and above that, we've utilized them to enhance other areas where we need to address, right? Whether it's establishing a facilities replacement fund, specifically thinking about such things as the recreation center, and also address our unfunded liability with CalPERS. Obviously, a very huge amount that we've looked at over time. And so we've utilized those surpluses, but I think the city council, what I'm hearing from is really looking at, well, have we lost out on opportunity costs, right? Because we have infrastructure we need to build, and holding on to that money and earning money based on our investment policy, which is really limited by what the state allows us to do. We obviously cannot invest that money and have risks, right? Because the preservation of our monies is the most critical requirement under the state law and under our own investment policy. So true, absolutely. We can have those conversations. We'll be finishing up the information and have it to you by the end of the day, Councilmember Hindi, and certainly we can share that with the entire city council. But we're looking at, yes, the amount of money that we're building up on the capital asset acquisition and preservation fund, And a part of that is somewhat earmarked for workforce housing. As the city council is well aware of, that project is in its final stages. It will be completed within the next month or two. And in fact, the city staff will be coming to the city council on direction on confirmation of using, where we're using that, tapping that $7 million from, and based on preliminary indications and direction from city council, it's coming from that very same capital asset acquisition and preservation fund. So we'll have additional discussions, but thank you for bringing that up.
No, thank you for the response, and I really apologize. I mean it, that I didn't get a chance to send you the question earlier. Just for the record, I sent this late at night to Edmund, and I knew that it's probably going to take time to accumulate the answers. So I'm not going to ask a question, or I'm not expecting an answer, but I apologize, and I appreciate that you're looking into it. But I think for my colleagues, I think what I'm pondering, which Edmund will provide us at a later time, I'm pondering, for example, the Capital Asset Acquisition Fund. For example, if we, let's say 5 years ago, we started with $1 million in it, just for the sake of argument. And that $1 million, for example, 5 years ago could have bought us, again, just an example, 4-bedroom house. And due to the state limitations of where, as a city, as a public entity, we could invest that money, where really our rate of return is very minimal, always does not even keep with inflation. So my question, basically what I was pondering was, so if I have, say, for example, over the 5 years now, I have $1,100,000 from that original $1 million, and I want to go buy, what does it buy me today? If it bought me 5 years ago, bought me a 3-bedroom house, would it really buy me a 2-bedroom condo today, or not even? So that's kind of the point of, yes, we need to have reserve, but I think too much and not able to utilize it in a way to stimulate economic development, or to have the city invest in real estate, for example, buy land or buy a building that basically it's a tangible asset that you could eventually turn it and it will appreciate over time. Again, not to take away our reserve. You need to have the reserve, but I think that's where we need to have the discussion. Is it 100% is a magic number, or is it 80? Is it 70? Is it 60? Is it 40? That's, I think, the point that I'm trying to make. And then another issue that I had, which really started last year, we had the ARPA money, and we are getting 2 tranches. We ended up having more than what we anticipated. I think we're having $8 million. The first tranche was $4 million. And the money was supposed to be a COVID relief from the federal government. And then the entire amount was put into the general fund to make up for the shortfall in the revenue coming in. Yet at the end of the year, and I think at that point last year, I made the comment, I made it in public, and I made it in private with the city manager, and I made it in private with the city manager and the finance director, that I don't think we should be putting all the money just to general fund, which ended up, by the way, having a surplus at the end of the year. Well, could we not have used that money? Because my point is let's use the money for some economic development. In any business, we all know that you need to spend money to make money. So if we do not utilize some of that money, I'm not saying the entire $4 million, but some of it has to be used in a way to stimulate our economy, to figure out, and this is not talking about giving grants to businesses. This is about talking about come up with initiative that will generate economic development, vitality, and vibrancy in our community. So the answer I received last year was, well, no, there will be money. There will be money left. And then after we're done, we could put that money into such an initiative, or we could bring something to council. So I think it is time because we're going to be getting another $4 million. And I really hate to see us putting all that money. And I'm looking at the neighboring cities and municipalities in a lot of places that they're using that money to fill needs in their communities. And if we don't have needs, fine, let's use them for economic development, some of it, But to simply take it put it into the general fund, and then we end up with a surplus at the end of the year, I think that is not the best choice of using that ARPA money. So those are my thoughts on the reserve. I think we should talk about and discuss what is the right percentage, and ARPA money, what is it that we're going to do with it? Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Vice Mayor Fruman, and then Councilmember Sullivan.
Thank you. As just in a quick thought as we respond to the mayor's comment about using tech to save money and resources, one of the things that immediately came to mind was in our property development. One of the positives maybe that came out of some of the new laws that have come out is we have to use objective design standards. Well, if we're using objective design standards, why couldn't a developer use an online platform to submit all their information, making sure it matches those requirements, as opposed to taking a lot of staff time to review some of those things? Kind of in line with when the mayor and I were working on the event fees, the idea to go on and build your event, and at the end, kind of a ballpark of what you're expected to pay. The reserve policy discussion, we have two, in my opinion. We have a stated reserve policy of 33 to 50%, and we have an actual of 100%. That's what we've been working on, which is what Edmund just mentioned. And I was originally going to comment on the mayor's discussion on investment. Are we properly investing our reserves? And I was thinking in the sense of what Edmund responded to, the legal limitations on what we can put our money into in the sense of traditional investments. And then Councilmember Hindi made a comment that made much more sense to me as to purchasing property as an investment. And I think we have the ability to do that. I don't know if it's, in years past, we've purchased residential properties to use for below market rate housing and things like that. I don't know if that had changed when redevelopment changed or whatever, but that I would tend to support the idea of looking at some of those opportunities. When it talks about revenue growth, a couple thoughts. Number one is maximizing our location on 92, along 92. I think that we've lost some opportunity in the long run. We have a hotel there that is, is it really going to generate pass-through traffic? That's where Bridgepoint benefits, is it's easy off and on to 92. And we've used that property for Visa, which is huge property taxes, but it's not any sales tax. So that's where maximizing Costco, I think, is important. And are there other opportunities, and I'll put it on the record now, is an electronic billboard at the site where Shimmick is now, near the park at the base of the bridge. How much traffic goes back and forth there? Would that make it a very coveted spot for companies to advertise their business on an electronic bulletin board or billboard that was owned somehow by the city? I get concerned. Councilmember Hindi mentioned about pioneering when it came to our levy, and I agree. We're ahead of everybody else. Everybody else is envious of where we are. I think everybody else is going to benefit from the work we did. My greatest concern is that by doing the right thing in the right timeline, that we'll lose money. And I think we really need to have on the top of our list of advocacy in the coming year or two is related to monies that come from the state or the federal government to address sea level rise and those types of things, or the pedway biking system money that comes in. That we don't lose opportunities for those funds just because we did the right thing at the right time. We should benefit from that. And as it relates to the ARPA money, I think we need to look at the surplus part a little more, maybe differently. I won't say differently, in the sense that we have a surplus because we were conservative on how we budgeted based on our expectations of lost revenue because of the pandemic. If we had left our budgets as projected pre-pandemic, we wouldn't have had surpluses, we would have had deficits. And that's why the ARPA money went there, was to try to restore those areas of revenue that were either flat and moving a certain, or increasing, expected to increase over the last few years, that didn't, or declined significantly because of the pandemic. So that's, I think, what the money was for. If we don't need it for that long-term in the future, I don't have any problem with doing it. I mean, we're talking about our reserves as well. It's the same thing, investing in our community. I don't have a concern there. It's just how best to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So far, it sounds like we are all on the same page. Councilmember Sullivan.
Just kind of some wrap-up comments. First of all, I thank Councilman Hindi for bringing up the awesome levy that we have and that we're building up. And also wanted to remind the public, the county and the consortium on the peninsula and the Bay Area are all looking at that same thing. I've been very vocal. I think it's, as Councilman Fruman said, that we need to look at resources from the federal, state, and county. And I encourage this council, and I know we are going to do that aggressively, go after any money that we can be reimbursed on the levy, because we did the right thing. We did the right thing. Obviously, we had a flood zone issue that we were all dealing with, and the homeowners would have had a $5,000 or $10,000 insurance tax on that too. I also want to compliment, for many years I've looked at the budget. Edmund has done an outstanding job. Whether we need to have 33% or 100% of our thing, we can always improve upon it. I look forward to doing that, and I look forward to that discussion. In regards to one of the biggest liabilities that we're all settling with in every city, and that's pension. Obviously, with the wisdom, and I worked on an ad hoc committee with Councilman Hindi on the pension, and we evaluated and got some information, brought it back to the council. And as you know, I don't want to be inaccurate. I think we paid down $4 million on our pension debt. So I think we're doing fiscally the right thing. We're looking at the right opportunities. I also brought into discussion on another avenue of generating revenue. Now, I was told that maybe we can't do this. Like you have AT&T Park is licensed, and they pay a substantial amount of money. I would like to see somehow eventually maybe we can have some dedication from the business community, and whether we sell a license to a park or we sell a license to some facility that we can generate revenue. If it's illegal, I will say we can't do it, but if it's something that we can have an opportunity sometime to call a building after give a right to a park for temporarily. Maybe Gilead's will donate more money for a park if we call it Sea Cloud Park Gilead's for a year or two. So I think we have to start thinking outside of the box. The only two issues we really make money are property taxes, as you know, is about 60% of our budget. Sales tax is very important. Sales tax and occupancy tax are definitely important to the balancing of the budget, but they're not the end all. They're not the end all that generates revenue in this city. So we constantly have to look at other opportunities to generate revenue. And some of the ideas that I look forward to in discussion with the council later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Councilmember Ghani.
I think, just to circle back on everything here, I mean, I'm definitely for revisiting the reserve policy and having a conversation about what we can do with the money. I think there's an opportunity for us to invest in our future, and that we're missing out on that opportunity. I think there's also an opportunity for economic development that we should consider while still protecting us from potential rainy days ahead. I mean, we've navigated through probably the rainiest of weather, and increased our reserves. There's an opportunity for us to look at what we can do for the future. I am very much interested, and I'll bring this up. I think it's possibly the next topic with regards, Yeah, one shoreline.
One shoreline, yeah.
Yeah. I'll limit my comments there because they do complement what council member or what Vice Mayor Fruman mentioned with regards to losing out on monies from the state. There's a counter argument, or not the counter argument. The counterpart to that is being taxed by your county, with regards to what we've already done. So I'll bring that up in the next section. But those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Any additional thoughts, comments from anyone at this time? So I think this was a great, very productive conversation on this
Yeah.
on all the topics, but very clear direction, consensus.
Yeah, and again, just as a reminder, and I'll give you a heads up of what's to come on, as you know, your first budget kickoff meeting will be February 28th, and we are gonna, we revisit these items, including the reserve policy, revenue sources. I do want to point out that, as Councilmember Sullivan pointed out, property taxes are bread and butter, but there's some things we're keeping an eye on and adjustments we need to make, and it includes our transit TOT tax. We're going to make some projections to lower that because of COVID and some impacts there. You saw the updates on VLF and the reserve policy, and I want you to know that you can anticipate a discussion that's going to, that would ask for the use of that in relationship to the personnel changes we've made, potential CIP enhancement, pension liability, and more importantly, also the rec center. That's coming to you, and that's going to be an important policy item that you need to consider. And I absolutely agree, thinking outside of the box, the electronic billboard concept, naming rights, et cetera, it's thinking outside of the box, but I do think we need to start looking at other revenue opportunities. But some of the things you talked about earlier today have the potential to create long-term revenue, and I think we're looking long-term. So as you look at a structural deficit, potentially a five-year structural deficit, but you're still able to maintain your reserve at 98%. You've got to demonstrate how you're going to fix it, but it really then will tie into where do you go, 33%, 50%, et cetera. So the policy direction in this discussion is clear, and I thank you. And from a process standpoint, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that we probably break for lunch. Half hour, are we comfortable with a half hour? The lunches are back in here, and then staff will also try to recap that same note, the note document. So if you want to give any changes to Jen, please do so. Maybe I'll say 30, maybe no more than 40 minutes if we have to recapture that, but I will turn it back to the mayor and again, take our break, and you can spread out for lunch if you want and take care of other business. So with that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I think it's time for us to break for lunch. I say we regroup at 12:35.
Okay.
If that works for everyone. Thank you.
All right.
Rob, I let you manage the Zoom at this time.
Okay, I'll put up a slide.
Thank you.
Mayor, we can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Priscilla. I think we are ready to get started. Welcome back, everyone. We are on agenda item number 5, and we will restart with sub-bullet 5 on that one. And this topic is engaging with Chamber of Commerce and business community, building relationships in 2022 and beyond. So there are 2 separate categories, if you will. Chamber of Commerce, definitely. So I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on and vision on how to engage with the chamber, how to move forward. And then there is an overlap, but there is a component of reestablishing the relationship with business community, or establishing in a lot of cases. And I've been talking a lot with Kevin about it. I mentioned that in my remarks at the reorganization meeting. This is extremely near and dear to my heart. One of the things that I really, really would love to move the needle on, to establish strategic alliances with our leading employers, starting with Gilead and Visa and Illumina. So there's that aspect, but then we really need to understand how each of us and staff needs to understand we feel about the relationship with Chamber of Commerce and how we move forward, right? Not just this year, but longer term. So I will open the floor for that conversation. But I just would quickly mention, you all have received the notes from prior conversations, and Kevin told me to let everyone know that these are kind of work in progress documents, and you're okay to make edits and give them back to staff, and staff will refine them and then will make available for the record. So these are not final, just as a heads up. So any changes or any edits to those can be shared with the staff.
And Madam Mayor, I also wanted to point out, as you begin your discussion on the chamber, I believe you all received the letter from the Chamber of Commerce in relationship to their outline and interest in on certain areas they want to connect in what they believe they brought to the community in regards to the past 2 years and pandemic relief, et cetera. There's no specific ask in that letter. I do believe they are, the tone and the content indicates that they are seeking some type of funding, I believe, via sponsorship, annual contributions, or contractual services. And again, I think there's a way to re-engage after your policy direction at the staff level and the council liaison level. And again, trying to tie it into economic sustainability, economic development, sustainability, et cetera. So with that said, you can reference the letter as appropriate, but that was sent to all the council members. The letter that came from chamber board members, Cliff Berry and Al DeGroot. So you can reference that as necessary.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry, Councilmember Hindi, we will be sending your notes electronically. We got that note. So you'll be getting the updated electronically. Jen will be sending that to you.
Okay, perfect. We all received the letter with regards to the chamber. So before we dive into this, as you mentioned, Kevin, as you confirmed, there is no formal ask at this time. This is an overarching conversation on the relationship with chamber. Because, if I were to answer this at a high level, yes, I definitely would love the partnership with chamber, and they have done great work and helped us, when we were doing the research and understanding of, when we were in the middle of COVID, reaching out to businesses, helping with the survey, and many other things. I'll not even begin to list them all. And that I appreciate, I value that partnership, but I also want to be clear on what is the ask here at this time. As you mentioned, there's no specific ask. We are talking high level still, or is there any additional clarity you can share with the council at this time?
I'll give you an example that maybe can sort of frame the conversation when you talk about specific asks. I have information that's general that I believe, for example, one area they would be interested in seeing assistance is that they, for example, during the pandemic, they waived the membership fees, right, for members to assist them through this pandemic.
Okay.
I need to reconfirm, but it was somewhere around $160,000 that they lost in revenue. Without specifically putting in that letter, those are the type of starters or conversations we can have with the chamber. Is that what they're expecting, to see assistance there? Again, I do think it's a broader conversation, but that's the type of example where I say, is it a one-time contribution? Is it contractual services? I've heard different comments that if we use Good Cities to some extent. I can let the council know, and this plays into it. There was a recommendation, and you authorized it to fill an economic development manager position. I have not recommended that we fill that at this time. I think we're trying to handle it out of the city manager's office with our staff, which you've allowed me to fully staff now. We're focusing on seeing the sustainability in Good Cities. So before acting on that, I wanted to get a better handle. And at this point, I'm not recommending we fill that until I have a clearer policy direction from the council in regards to the chamber relationship, the business community relationship, et cetera. So that's some insight I could provide.
Thank you, Kevin. So I open the floor now at this time to have conversation on this topic. I see Council Member Hindi and Council Member Sullivan. I'll go with Council Member Sullivan and then Council Member Hindi.
As a longtime chamber member, I greatly appreciate the Foster City Chamber of Commerce for what they've done during the COVID-19 and for going forward with them. I think my take on it, I appreciate Kevin, your discussion on this. I think at this time, for my purposes, so we have a better understanding, is that maybe we as a body or one of our committee members, or we either need to meet in person with the decision maker and ask what they're looking for in regards to that. Obviously, over the history with the Chamber of Commerce and different councils, and of course different councils have misinterpretations or different interpretations, I don't want to say misinterpretations, on certain funding that either happened or didn't happen in the prior. So moving the ball in a more forward position and working with the Chamber of Commerce, I think, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm incorrect, I think Councilman Hindi, you were the representative for the council on the chamber?
Yes, I am. So if I may, Council Member Sullivan, and with permission from the mayor, I think, with all due respect, the topic before us is not about the letter from the chamber. It's about the relationship and communication with the chamber. I would like us, I think, to focus on that. That letter, I think, is something different that will be handled at a different time. But I think I'm looking at the agenda, and I see the item being engaging with the Chamber of Commerce and Business Community. I don't see anything about funding. I don't see anything about letter. So again, we were saying earlier on, we want to avoid diving into details. We want to stay at high level. And I think high level would be really focusing on talking about engaging with the Chamber of Commerce rather than the letter that came from the Chamber at this point. Those are my thoughts on it. I think not that we're trying to avoid the discussion, Councilmember Sullivan, but I think it is not, I think it will be counterproductive, or it's not beneficial to what we have before us on the agenda to talk about the letter at this point. That's my view.
Oh, okay. No, I appreciate that comment. So from your perspective, it's just engaging that we should look forward to working with the chamber in the future, and whatever develops at a later time. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, the discussion should be about what kind of relationship do we want to have with the chamber? What do we see the role of the chamber working with the city? What do we see the city working with the chamber? Or do we see this relationship moving as a partnership? Is it what is it we thinking about? That's I think would be more an appropriate discussion at this time.
Okay, that would be. I would strongly support any way to work with the Chamber of Commerce. So, with that said, I don't think I have any other comments at this point.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Any other comments from anyone? Councilmember Kahani.
Thank you, Mayor. I think if the question is there a benefit to us pursuing a relationship with the chamber to engage deeper with our business community? From my perspective, the answer is a resounding yes. If the question also is what has been the challenges in the past, I'm willing to give you my perspective on that too. It really comes down, I think, to two things in the past. And I haven't been as close as Councilmember Hindy's been over the last year. I was the liaison in the first year and witnessed a lot of things firsthand in that first year. I think the two things are, one, I think there was a personality conflict with regards to how the chamber engaged, or members of the chamber were engaging with members of our staff. I think that was a challenge. I don't know if it's still a challenge, but I would like to validate going forward that's no longer a challenge. I don't think that was helpful at all. That's one. And the other one was, I think, the sharing of information. And I'm not, again, both those, I don't know if there's still issues or not. But when that was the tough part. It was like the chamber wanted information from the city, and then when the city wanted information from the chamber, it was like, oh, well, this is private, we can't share it. So the collaboration, it was very difficult to collaborate. It wasn't like anyone was doing anything wrong, but I would like, if we were gonna talk about any potential partnership, transfer of money, things like that, I would like to see at least a year, if not more, of collaboration occurring where we're building up to that. That would be my recommendation, where we're kind of working our way to it and we're seeing those things happen prior to any, investment or not investment, but any outsourcing or contracting or anything like that. And I would like to hear that proposal come from my city manager saying, hey, you know what? We need this done. We can go out for an RFP, but I think the chamber's really, really good fit for this. We think this is the right way to spend, taxpayer dollars. It's going to be really in line with what we're trying to do as a city. I'd like to see it come from there. So those are my comments for now.
And just a general framework, I can tell you now, as your interim city manager, I am comfortable and confident that I can work from a relationship standpoint and re-engaging based on your direction. I am comfortable and confident, along with our liaison, that I can engage with the chamber and the appropriate board members on a very positive basis. That's my sense of what's going on right now.
Thank you, Kevin. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. I agree in large part to what Councilmember Ghahani has mentioned. There has been some type of relationship between the city and the Chamber of Commerce for decades, and the way that relationship has worked has changed over time. Originally, the funding came from the nonprofit side, and it fit well there because it was, in my opinion, at the time we're funding groups, nonprofit groups that are providing services that the city otherwise couldn't provide. And at that time, we didn't have an economic development manager, an economic development department really. And so the chamber filled that role for us to a large extent, and we used the nonprofit funding. At some point that changed to a contract sort of relationship because I guess it was felt that it was a bigger relationship than just as a nonprofit, which I don't disagree with. The reason it worked so well for years is the values and the goals of the city and the chamber were in alignment. And from an outsider's perspective, when this started, the relationship started coming apart a little bit, it seemed as though it was because those goals and those values were not totally in alignment between the city and the chamber. You cannot forget that though there are things that the chamber does that benefit the city in trying to work with our business community, encouraging businesses to come to town, they also are an advocacy organization for businesses. I don't want to make a direct correlation between the chamber and unions, but to an extent, that's one of their roles is to advocate for the business community. And it may not necessarily at all the time be congruent with what we're looking at as a city. That doesn't mean we can't overcome those things. I believe the chamber is an important part of our community, important part of most communities in the work that they do to encourage business. These last 2 years, they were leaders in our community when it came to COVID, in our business community, getting information quickly to our businesses that we weren't able to do necessarily, and they were able to do very successfully. I believe that we need to reestablish a positive, cooperative relationship for a period of time before we engage to any significant degree, as Councilmember Gahani has mentioned about whether it's a contract for services or other types of relationships in that way, more formal relationships. I'd like to see more assurance that we are all on the same page. Because when we were, it worked very, very well, but it hasn't worked so great over the last few years. And I would agree that if we have an economic development manager in our employment here in the city, we need to know what that employee is going to do and what are the gaps in service that maybe if we wanted to or needed to find outside sources for, maybe the chamber fills that role. But paying for the same services twice is not an efficient use of funds. Thank you.
Councilman Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to make one distinction for clarification. It's my understanding that the Chamber of Commerce is not a nonprofit, so that puts them in a little bit more awkward position. As you know, John, we've worked with the chamber before. They needed our nonprofit status to handle the parking lot situation. So I think there is a distinction here only from the entity itself. The entity itself is not a nonprofit. Am I correct on that?
As a point of clarification, they are a nonprofit. They are not a 501c3.
Okay, they're not a
but
501.
A 501c6.
Can you
but still a nonprofit designation.
What is the distinction? Because I know the distinction that when we did a benefit with them with the parking lot, it was required that we run the funding through the Lions organization because we are 501(c)(3). And that's the way we had to do it in order to give it to the chamber. In order to give it to the Chamber of Commerce.
We can provide you as a separate piece of information the classifications between.
Okay, because there is a distinction there, and I just want to make sure.
There is a distinction between the two. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Chamber of Commerce is quite unique. And I say that in a positive term. Quite unique because it's not your traditional Chamber of Commerce that have their monthly mixers and they send their directory and they collect Foster City, I think in large part, Kevin was involved in that. Kevin was in the city at that time. In large part, I think due to the Chamber of Commerce. So there's tons of value. The Chamber of Commerce has a relationship with our to the extent where our values with the chambers and the city values and goals are different, I beg to differ, because I used to be on the board of the chamber, and I still kind of in my head, I'm not reading from anywhere. I might have missed a few words or few things, but I think they are in really complete alignment with what the city. I think in their charter, if I'm not mistaken, it says something along the line to protect, maintain, and enhance the quality of life in Foster City. That is a complete, in my view, that's complete alignment on what the city would like to accomplish. I think in their charter also, if I'm not mistaken, it says about protecting and creating and enhancing the economic and business opportunity in the community. This is what we were talking about a few minutes ago. I think that's a complete alignment. Do we differ sometimes? Of course we do. We are two different organizations. We have two different roles, but I think there's so much that we could work on together for the betterment of our community. I think the chamber would love nothing more, and I know they work actively day in and day out, to have a thriving business community. And I think the city would love nothing better than a thriving business community. We were just discussing this a while ago before the break. So there's a lot of alignment in there that will give us enough. I'm sure there are differences, but enough alignment in major, important strategic outlook to the city and the community that we could definitely have a partnership. As others have mentioned, there were a partnership before that had worked, things happened, they paused, and so forth. But I take a look at what kind of chamber we have. I said it is unique, but also more importantly, I see how the chamber is out of the box. I'll put in the example, John, I think, touched on it a little bit over the past 2 years, how they handled the COVID pandemic, how they were able to pivot and end up bringing the stakeholders in our community, nonprofits, profits, service clubs, and me, myself as well, and I believe Sanjay also attended a couple of meetings, to where we kind of learned from each other. They were the conduit that brought the service clubs, the nonprofits, not just in the city, in the region, in the county, and found out from everybody through their Chamber Cares initiative, which was holding meetings weekly, find out what the needs from each and different organization, segment of our community, and who is best to fill those needs, whether has it been the city, the Samaritan House, the Service Club, the Lions, the Rotary, the school district, the Ed Foundation, and the list goes on and on and on and on. That was a role that is really, again, when I said your non-traditional Chamber of Commerce, that's your Foster City Chamber of Commerce. And that is not just my biased view because I'm the liaison or I used to serve on the board of the chamber. That is something that really was recognized by their peers and their colleagues in the county. Sam Ceda sent us all a letter commending the Chamber of Commerce for the role that they have taken through the pandemic. The San Mateo Area Chamber also sent us a letter, not only sent us a letter recommending that, commending the chamber, Foster City Chamber, but also urging us to recognize the value of our chamber and how we could assist them. So those are really important things to understand and more important things to know, because if we are able to build a relationship, a partnership, or whatever we want to call the relationship with the chamber, working together for the betterment of our community, I think there is no better partner in the community, or let's put it this way, there is no better organization that understands and has a relationship with the business community in Foster City than the chamber. So let's say, for example, down the line we need to get an initiative going that involves the business community, and we go for a consultant. I could assure you and guarantee you, from what I have seen and witnessed since my time on this council, that no consultant you could bring from the outside will have a better understanding of the local business community like our Chamber of Commerce. That's not to say that not to put things for RFP or not, dismiss any other potential consultant or candidate. But I tell you, we have seen so many times consultant comes in and they might know what they're doing as far as the line of work they are in, but they were clueless when it comes to the particular of Foster City. So there's a lot to build on, but it's really more than just, I think we're talking about the Chamber of Commerce relationship, but for me, it's also more than just the Chamber of Commerce. It's really the relationship with all our partners in the community, and partners meaning partners and stakeholders, really. Relationship with the businesses, our relationship with our nonprofit, our relationship with our service club. What I have seen and what I have learned through the COVID pandemic, that the city of Foster City, unlike any other city, which is similar to all cities actually, we do not have the time nor the resources to do a lot of the work that these nonprofits do. And yes, the Chamber is a nonprofit. Yes, it is, in a sense, advocating for the business community. Yes, they are an advocacy group in that sense. But what we have learned is there are so many organizations that I would call our partners, local and regional, that provide services and provide value to the city of Foster City by what they do day in and day out. And it would be a whole lot more costly for the city of Foster City to try, and I don't know even if we are capable of doing the work that they do. With that being said, that means it's only natural that we are supportive, that we build relationship based on mutual respect, relationship that we recognize their value, and we acknowledge that value by recognition. So let me just go a little tiny bit here on my notes, see if I missed anything. So I think really moving forward, yes, the past is always important, and we have to refer to the past to learn from it. As the mayor has said earlier in her statement, it's important not to ignore the past, but the past does not, dwelling on the past is really not going to do us to that much. However, we have to learn from the past, and especially from past mistakes. If we don't, then we are doomed to failure. So given what the relationship has been through, understanding the value of what the Chamber has to offer, I think we could move forward in a very positive way. And I echo what Kevin has said, that my assessment is the relationship current and future would probably be in a very, not probably, for sure, will be in a very good shape. And I think staff will be able to work constructively with the Chamber. Chamber will be able to work constructively with staff, because at the end of the day, we have a common goal of making sure that this community continue to thrive and prosper. Those are my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hindi. Any additional comments from anyone at this time? Okay. So I really appreciate everyone's thoughts and also concerns on this topic. One of the things I first wanted to clarify when I asked the question, is there a specific ask? I was not, is there a specific ask from the Chamber? I was not only focused on the financials, but I was also trying to get an understanding of, if we were to talk about a partnership or what are some of the other ways, if there is any input on that. But we can wait for that. So a couple of thoughts. Actually, I have 3 specific thoughts on this. So there is no denying the role and the value of chamber. I heard everyone say that. Everyone appreciated and considered their contributions, especially during the COVID. I worked very closely. I would not say worked, but I had conversations with Chamber, and I attempted to get an insight, into, the workings without relying on what has happened in the past, with a very open mind. And I see the points that Councilmember Hindi has made in terms of the uniqueness of it, in terms of being forward-looking. So there's no denying to that. The contributions, the value that they have added, especially during the difficult times. And I will say that I do not have full visibility into the work that they did during the pandemic. I was not able to attend some of the meetings, some of the sessions that they scheduled, but I have an overall understanding and I have an appreciation of the magnitude and the amount of work. So I stand behind that. And I also heard concerns on personalities and the past, and I am willing to put that aside for a second, think about moving forward, moving on. What Sam has shared his experience, what Kevin has shared his experience, and my experience. So I can put that concern aside for discussion purposes. What is more important for me is we had some really good conversations and discussions on economic development and revitalizing our businesses, and we are awaiting staff to put all that together, and I would like to see what the plan is. And based on that, I want to be able to see where Chamber fits. I want to be able to see, and I've shared this with Kevin, I want to be able to see more tangible if you were to go in the partnership direction, more tangible value add, if you will, and I'm not there yet. I have a very open mind, as I've always said. I'm willing to look at it, but I want to be able to understand, one, what are our goals on that front, economic development, relationship with businesses, and then where does Chamber fit in and where they can add tangible value before we consider partnerships or anything else. And that said, I also want to get an understanding of what type of partnerships are we talking about. And based on that, I would have a better, more defined position. On that aspect too, I also would like to understand what types of partnerships other cities have in place. And fully acknowledging our chamber is unique, is probably different than other cities, but to get a frame of reference, I would like to see what other types of partnerships other cities have. Where does chamber fit in a very tangible manner in helping us meet our goals and objectives? And fully acknowledge, city cannot do everything. We would need to have relationships and partnerships with nonprofits to accomplish all our goals. I'm very open to all that. But I need to be able to see those things in a more tangible way. So those are my thoughts on that. And just one last piece I would mention that, and I talked a lot about it during my remarks in the reorg, and I talk with Kevin on this almost on a daily basis. I am extremely interested in building strategic partnerships with our employers. I'm very much driven to have public-private partnerships, and I'm very open to understanding how South San Francisco has done that with Genentech, how some of the other cities have done with business leaders like Facebook and Apples of the world. But I want city to take that leadership role. I'm willing to work with anyone and partner with Chamber, but I would like city to have that ownership and that leadership. I want to demonstrate that. So those are my thoughts on this topic, and I hope that provides clarity, but I'm open to hearing more. Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we talk about the engagement with our business community, earlier we were talking about revitalizing some of the existing commercial and retail areas. And Councilmember Hindi had mentioned, sometimes there needs to be a give to get something on some of these cases. And that's an area where the city has to be at the table. The city has to have someone, whether it's an economic development manager, if it's that regular of a situation, we have to be at the table. We cannot contract out that type of service. Not to say there aren't other ways or other reasons we could contract with the chamber or someone else for economic development opportunities, but nobody ought to be speaking on our behalf other than our staff. I am interested in hearing more, I don't know if it's appropriate today or later, on the strategic opportunities that the mayor is talking about with these businesses. What can be done other than just giving us money? There's got to be other things. I'm not a huge fan of the naming rights, because those things, we've got an ordinance against it, but we couldn't change that ordinance, obviously.
You do. You do have a naming ordinance, which now does not allow for that.
Right, but are there other ways, this in the same way that we could engage with some of these businesses, whether it's recreation opportunities or typical recreation considered opportunities in our courses that we offer? Can we partner with these businesses for that? And obviously the mayor has some ideas that are probably bigger than that I think would be worth listening to and hearing and understanding that I may not be considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Any other comments from anyone at this time?
I think at this point, from a staff standpoint, I believe I understand the general policy direction in regards to the interest of re-engaging, rebuilding. As you know, Jennifer Fan, our deputy city manager, has taken the lead on what I call economic development, sustainability. She is working internally with our staff on that. We've been in contact with the chamber and general discussions, working very closely with Councilmember Hindi as a liaison. I think I have clear enough direction that at least we can start that moving forward again to come back to council with some concepts that if we need further policy direction. But I believe I have enough information to allow us to get that ball rolling again in the right direction.
Thank you, Kevin. All right. We're ready to move to the next item, which is regional influence. So expanding regional influence in important areas such as transportation, education, water, legislative advocacy, other.
And just a clarification on the education piece, because we had some comments about that. That specifically is building relationships with our school districts and even the community college district. So as you think through that, how do we continue to influence that, be at the table on discussions with those groups?
Yes, thank you, Gavin. Yeah, so those are really the broad categories. I see potential collaboration as we get our more detailed information from our staff on our housing element. So there's that one area. And then the sea level rise, one shoreline is a very important, critical one that could be very, very important for our community. So we need to prioritize that and figure out ways how we can tackle that. So we'll need input from staff, and we've already shared in prior council meetings, how can we best approach that? And we can talk more about what the goals are, but essentially we don't want to lose money, as Vice Mayor Fruman had said, just because we have been pioneers. One aspect related to overall regional advocacy is, the RPPG group, right? Our engagement with them, and I have to admit, I initially had concerns, but in talking with Marlene and understanding and looking more at their work, I'm no longer concerned. So I will be fully supportive with their engagement going forward, given the situation we are in with the staff and the resources, et cetera. And I admit I had concerns initially, but those have been addressed. So with that, I think those really are the broad categories, but I'm open to other ideas on how we as a city try to expand our regional influence. Two of the council members are part of ABAG. We are all alternates in ABAG. I think one of the very easy way to increase the regional influence, as I have experienced, is being very engaged. It's very easy, being very engaged in these meetings, be very vocal. Like Council Member Gahani raised his hand and tried to run for the sea level rise because that issue was very important for our community. I mean, that's great. Those are some of the easier ways. Council of Cities dinner, all of us are very, very engaged and going and engaging with the regions, but I'm open to other thoughts and ideas, and Councilman Sullivan had raised his hand.
Yeah, I know we have a committee for clean energy. What is in the forefront of most of the cities and new development is going from gas to electricity. And the picture is a lot bigger of a problem than most of us realize. Your average home in Foster City, approximate estimate, don't hold me to it, it's going to cost you to upgrade your electrical, which was built in 1960, from about $30,000 to $40,000. So with the advent of electricity and the push for electricity and not natural gas, and I'm not taking a position on whether I agree with it or disagree with it, but the thing is electricity. So I think it's real pivotal that we sit on any regional board or anything that has to do with electricity and make sure that we keep our constituents or our city people informed in regards to that, because like I said, with the advent of electric vehicles, and when we do remodels, some of the cities have already passed ordinances that everything's got to be electric. It's not gas anymore. So you do also have a population of people that are senior citizens that really couldn't sustain that cost if that all of a sudden become legislation when you remodel a home and you're going to upgrade your electrical, that you're going to have to spend $30,000 or $40,000 in order to do that. That might make the difference of a senior citizen not able to remodel their home. So I don't know whether that fits into the clean energy one, or is there a separate group, or do we have somebody that is working specifically with either PG&E or current legislation in regards to that?
Councilmember Hindi.
I'm just going to jump in, if I may, just going to respond to Councilmember Sullivan's question. So what you're referring to is a REACH code, which is basically the idea of converting construction, most of it new construction actually, not remodeling, from gas and electric to all electric appliances. But the decision is really up to the city council. It's not up to the PCE board or anybody else. So will have to come to council, and the council is the body that decides whether we want to go a REACH code or not. Not only that, when and if we have that discussion, we have the flexibility of drafting what are the rules are. So for example, you could say new remodel could be exempted. You don't have to upgrade to all electric. You could only make it for new construction. Or you could make it if you remodel 80% of your house or 90% of your house, then it will be required. So those are up to the city council. They're not up to the PCE board or up to the state at this point. I hope that helps.
Councilman Sullivan, does that?
No, that's satisfactory. My point was really to bring it to the forefront that we're going to have that discussion eventually. Yeah. Sometimes in housing, it depends on what percentage of the house that you are going to remodel considers it that it's new or old. And insurance companies are going to be looking at this too closely. So it's probably going to be more than what we think as a council on our remodeling, but it's a good start.
Right.
It's a great start.
Yeah, so while remain focused on the specific topic that we are talking about, regional influence on that particular area is important, and we are part of the board,
Sure.
et cetera. However, council has the say, like as Councilmember Hindi explained, right? So from that standpoint, we're not clear at this time, like what are we talking about in terms of like advocacy or regional influence. So something to think about on that area. Like it's very clear, not specific steps are clear with regards to one shoreline or flood resiliency agency, but it's at least clear that the need for advocacy, all the topics are important, but we have to kind of prioritize. I hope that makes sense. Any additional thoughts from anyone? Or any? Joe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fruman.
Thank you. Just a couple. One of them in the area of education, it kind of goes into two areas, education as well as the business, strategic relationships with businesses as well. One of the thoughts on that is, as we're looking at our recreation center, just in my view, we have two different areas within the recreation center that have pretty large footprints that are single-use areas, and that's the preschool and the ceramics area. And I think those two areas are ripe for relationships with either a school district, whether it's our local elementary, middle school, or the high school or community college district. Could we partner with them to do ceramics elsewhere, as opposed to in the recreation center, and still offer that service to our residents? That would considerably downsize the footprint that we need in the recreation center, or if we wanted the space, we could use it for multi-use space. So that's a partnership. And also the preschool, we have, I don't know where all the kids come from. I know that it's a fairly popular program that we have. We have some big businesses in town that have their own child care areas. And is there opportunity to partner with one of them to do our preschool program as a cooperative effort with them, where again, it's in a facility that is already built for that purpose. It would expand kind of the use that they would have, but it would eliminate the need to build a dedicated space within our recreation center for that purpose. That again is, as far as I've seen, it's the space for the preschool is very limited use for other things other than the preschool. So that's areas when it comes to education. Transportation, I think it's important that we stay engaged on our state highway system and the condition it's in. Though it's not in our community, though it's not something that we control, it is something that impacts our residents. And sometimes it's as simple as a phone call. The mayor several months ago gave me a point of contact for the project going on 101 based on a resident's comment about potholes due to the construction. And there was a significant dip in 101 North, just as you were hitting the sound wall on 101. And within weeks, that dip was fixed and some of the potholing was repaired. But it's really difficult to go from San Carlos through Foster City into San Mateo on 101 northbound without hitting potholes, to the point where the vehicle is, I've seen vehicles in front of me, and it's happened to me as well, will actually move to the right or to the left as they hit the depth of those potholes that are, it appears as though an entire overlay is missing in certain spots. Those are things where we need to have some advocacy and ability to influence those things on behalf of our residents. The other area where I think we do a good job is related to water. I think Councilmember Hindi has been our representative related to this topic for a while, as far as I know, and he's come back with a lot of reports on what's going on there. So I know that we're being represented as it relates to water, water sufficiency, backup water supplies, and things like that. I agree that RPPG, I was convinced earlier on But I think that having an advocacy arm in Sacramento has been of benefit. And the one other area would be, as not lately, but before, and it will be again, a bicyclist in town. There is a significant difference. When you leave, you can almost tell, you can tell on the roadways, you can tell on the bikeways. When you leave Foster City, you know it, okay? It's no longer a smooth ride, and it's no longer a consistent surface. And though it's in another community, it's part of a bikeway system, and it affects our residents. And it would be nice, a couple areas specifically that I know of is behind the Hotel Row in Burlingame. It's a pretty narrow walkway there. It's difficult, it's a challenge to ride there though it's a bikeway, because of pedestrians and the condition of the pavement. And then going through Redwood Shores, it changes from pavement, poor condition pavement, to gravel and loose gravel, which is not the easiest thing to bicycle on. I think we really need to advocate for some level of consistency as it relates to and I don't have the name right, it's the Bay Area Bayshore Bikeway, whatever? Yes, that's correct. Okay. It's a regional facility. Yeah, I think we need to advocate more for some consistency and maintenance. And again, because we're so good, we lose funds, we lose opportunity. So what really needs to happen is funding that goes through that organization needs to go to, like I just said, cities like Burlingame and Redwood City to deal with Redwood Shores. And unfortunately, we won't likely get any of that money because our conditions are superior, far superior. With that said, it would be nice if there were some way to defray some of the costs of the things that we've done on our own. Although I understand that when we're talking about equity, we talk about opportunity and the ability to do things. And we do have the ability, the financial ability that other cities may not have the same ability. So I recognize that as well, but those are my comments on regional influence.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Ghahani.
Thank you, Richa. I guess what you're referencing, John, is the squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? And because we kind of take care of our things ahead of time, or we do a good job of it, sometimes we're not in that consideration for a reimbursement of the funds that our residents have paid for, that our communities paid for. One of those issues of concern for me is One Shoreline, and the mayor and I, if I'm not mistaken, I recall the mayor and I think we were with Dave Pine back in 2019. I think you and I were both on that committee, and I remember us talking to him and saying, hey, you know, this is a great idea of bringing the county together to really address, you know, sea level rise amongst other things. You know, and is Foster City going to get its credit for the 90 mil plus interest? And he couldn't commit to it at that time. I still haven't received a commitment on that. You know, I brought it up to Diane Pappin, who's our current representative, and she's looking into it. That was part of the reason I wanted us to have a seat and a voice, was so that we could take our expertise and the skills that we've developed here with our current levy and apply that region-wide, as well as you know, advocate for the 90 million plus interest that we've put out when this is being set up. So I think it's important for the community to know, and for us to keep an eye on this, you know, at staff level and council level as things progress here, that we don't lose it, you know, over time. That based on the information I have right now, it's thank you so much for your contribution, but the way we're going to fund this countywide, if it all goes through according to plan, is an additional tax on us. And if that's, I don't support that for us. I think we've put forth a significant amount of money. I think we should receive some credit for that. So I'd like to just we're talking about regional influence and bodies, I want to just put that on the record for us, and understand that other council members may have a different opinion on it, but that's just mine. But I want that on the record, and I also want to bring that up under other for One Shoreline to start my comments. I guess, working my way backwards here when it comes to legislative advocacy. I think I agree with what I've heard from Interim City Manager Miller, what I've heard from other council members with regards to not only today, but in the past. These aren't, this is important for the community to know. Our PPG isn't a lobbyist for us. We don't give them any money to go make changes in Sacramento and represent us that way. What they're doing is informing us of bills that are coming forward and things that we should be engaged in. And I think they were absolutely instrumental in AB 1029, enabling the preservation of affordable units, not only in this city, but across the state, and which was a first for Foster City to be on with the support of Speaker Pro Tem Mullen in the Assembly last year. But in addition to that, they did share with us quite a bit of good information. Now, I think what we can do is be a little bit more prescriptive with them now about the issues of importance to us, including public transportation, not just transportation. And I want to thank council for, supporting the liaison list that we have approved this morning. And thank the mayor for giving me the opportunity to not only represent us on transportation here locally, but also at commute.org, which makes a lot of sense to me strategically, to have the regional representation and the local representation be the same council member. So I appreciated her support there. But in addition to the things that Council Member Fruman brought up, that, hey, you got issues with just infrastructure outside of our city that we need to have that type of regional connection and have that conversation with. One of the things that I think is severely lacking in this economic epicenter, and to me, the Bay Area is the economic epicenter of California. California is the economic epicenter of the U.S. The U.S. to date is still the economic epicenter of the world, but our public transportation system is messed up. It's not, we might have pieces that work well together, but we don't have a piece that really allows us to get around this area quickly and efficiently in a minimized cost, from a cost perspective, in a minimized way. And I think that's something we need to talk about regionally, and we deserve better. We need to do better. And if we're going to build all this housing that's coming down and we don't have a good public transportation option, well, shoot, they're all coming on 101. Everyone's going to be on their cars again, and this problem that we had pre-pandemic is just going to get worse, especially if you look at Planned Bay Area and they bring 1 million more people into the Bay Area by 2050. We really have to dive into that public transportation piece and make sure that that's synergistic with the growth. That pulls me into, so I think that's an important one that we need to look at. And that pulls me into, I think when it comes to water, and I totally agree that, Councilmember Hindi, that Sam's done a great job of representing us on, with regards regionally on water. I think I'd like to just understand and continue to get that timely input from him, which I have been receiving. How does water relate to development? Do we have enough? Last year we heard that we have a problem. Where are we, right, with that? And I think, having that conversation regionally is important. And then with regards to education, again, with development, more children coming in, it's going to be a piece of quality of life or quality of place. You can't have quality of place if our school systems are overrun with too many children, not enough teachers, not enough space, quality of education drops, it causes other problems. But before I provide any feedback on what we could do there, I'd like to hear from our Councilmember Sullivan, who's been the liaison, for the elementary school district, as well as I think was it the high school district as well? And then did you work with the middle school as well, or just high school and elementary? Yeah, so maybe you could I'd like to hear before I give any, recommendations on what we could do there. What are some of your thoughts on where we are with that relationship and what we could do?
Well, first of all, I think we're in a really, really great position. I'm honored to be serving on both of those committees again. As you know, I have a passion for education too, because I also teach in the Sequoia High School District since 2008 on a substitute basis. So the relationship's there. And I worked with Allison Proctor recently. I had somebody move into the city of Foster City, and I was not sure what school district and they had a child of special needs, so I reached out to Allison, and she was right there. As you know, we're having a challenge right now with the COVID situation. With the, you think our council meetings go long? Their council meetings sometimes, or board meetings, can go to even longer than our council meetings. So they're enduring a lot right now, especially with the math situation in the elementary school district and some kids being left behind. So I think it's a real good PR situation, and I'm glad that I'm on both of the committees.
Okay. Any comments on Beach Park Elementary?
Beach Park Elementary, the only comment that I've been hearing in the community, I guess, is making sure we get that kind of a crosswalk out there. That is really, really crucial. As you know, it's a real busy area. I've heard nothing but positive things about the school. And as you know, we all were out there for the grand opening. I think only one council person was unable to make it because they were out of town. But that was great. I know that the school looks fantastic. And, you know, that's a classic example of a shopping center that was kind of dying on the vine, and the owner needed something, and the school district stepped up and they worked it and they bought it. I thought as a real estate broker they paid way too much money for it as a school district, but I think it's a dire need in Foster City, great location, and I look forward to seeing it prosper.
And I think we've given updates to council in regards to progress and things to come still, traffic signals, et cetera. So it's not only a council influence, the staff is very aware that this city council wants staff to stay engaged at all levels as well. So we'll continue to do that.
Right. And thank you, Councilmember Sullivan, for that. If I may just wrap up my comments, Mayor. So I think, you know, the relationship with the elementary school district, the high school district, is very important for us for a multitude of reasons. You know, obviously, operationally, staff's done a great job of working with the school district. We do have great representatives on the board of trustees there that are responsive to us. The relationship, I've reached out with issues with regard or concerns regarding signage at Beach Park Elementary. I've worked with City Manager Miller. I'm sure others have as well, just with regards to the traffic signal and not that, and just signage saying that you're by a school, like slow down, things like that. And now we've got a lot of those, you know, minor things resolved, or in a plan to get that resolved. And I think that there's a great working relationship there. I think it's going to be critical to understand that if we do bring in more housing, what's the impact, what's with regards to our schools, and understanding what the experience is going to be for our children there. And then obviously, I think all of us have had a chance to speak with Fred Bear, you know, from our community, you know, and he's a very big advocate for us really understanding what monies are, what are we being taxed on, and what's coming back to Foster City. And I think we need to have, and we need that type of advocacy and that type of conversation with the school district when it comes to planning for our rec center, you know, and getting some of the amenities that some other cities have received, or from San Mateo's received in parts of San Mateo, that things that we don't have, like a performing arts center, or a public gym, things like that. So I do think, you know, you're spot on with regards to including education there as an important area. Those are my comments on the areas that you've identified. I think the only one I would add there is one shoreline, you know, to make sure we keep an eye on that, because that's going to be one that's going to be big for us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ghani. Councilmember Hindi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Expanding regional influence. There's a lot of ways that we could expand our regional influence. Obviously, one of them is the way we serve on boards and how active are we. And that kind of goes almost mandatory, if you will, because, you know, we serve on those boards and so forth. But there's another aspect to it, which is a very time-consuming and takes a lot of energy, which I think just as important as serving on the board, and even perhaps in some cases more important, which is building relationships with our colleagues up and down the peninsula and the region, building our relationships with our representative, because you can't just go to someone and ask them when you need something. Yes, you can, I guess, if they are your representative, but it kind of goes longer way. It goes much farther if you're able to build relationships throughout, not just get in contact when you need something. That's one way of doing things, and I have done my best to build those relationships, whether with my colleagues who are equal and other cities, council members, mayors, and so forth, or with our representative. And it really pays off. So I urge each and every single one of us to do that, because at the end of the day, the city will benefit. That's a good way of doing those relationships. When it comes, I kind of got to put a few notes on what I've heard from my colleagues earlier. I think Councilmember Fruin was referring to road condition in neighboring cities. John, were you referring to bike lanes on the main roads, or are you talking about the levee system?
When it comes to the bike, the comment on bikes, it's really the Bayshore Bikeway system. I know when I'm riding by them, they have the signs that it's part of the bikeway system that's regional. That's my greatest concern.
I think it's signed now like the Bay Area Bay Trail.
Right, right.
So that's
and there is some issue on 101 was the other comment.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned that, and perhaps Louis could help us, Mr. Sun could help us on this. I know for a fact for the roads, we not just who needs the money gets it. We all get the money. We get our Measure A money, we get Measure M money, we get the gas tax money. All that goes into maintenance of our roads, and so does Burlingame, so does every city. I'm not sure about the bike trail. I don't know if Louis has any information. Does that also come from Measure A and the tax, fuel tax money and so forth, or that's different?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Hendy. I believe there are other grants for bikes, and those are grants that we're also actively pursuing. I don't believe some of those money are coming from the measure that you're mentioning, but I do know that there are grants out there are specifically for bikes, and those are something that we're also looking to pursue as well.
Thanks. And just for the record, we were successful on getting those funds when we did our bike lanes.
So
we were
I think
getting that.
As a clarification, Sam, I want to make sure that's clear, because that is correct. The Measure A and Measure M, we didn't apply any of that money to our trail. We used grants, et cetera. So we didn't use any Measure M money, or we had directed the streets. I think the regional influence is that we would encourage the Burlingames, the Redwood cities to do the same thing we've done with our our pedway system, is to seek out those grants to improve those sections of Burlingame, et cetera. But I'm fairly confident we didn't use any Measure M monies to do any improvements to our bike pedway system up on the levee.
If I could, I sat on the CTAG bicycle committee for the last year, and the CTAG committee basically just recommends the budget for the funding for certain areas. That doesn't necessarily mean we get the final approval. We're just a recommending board for certain areas, whether it's in Redwood City or whether it's in Redwood Shores. Yes, Foster City's name hasn't come up, but they seem to be getting to the locations that are really severely impacted with congestion and dangers. And again, on the CTAG board is just a recommending. All we're doing is recommending a budget, but I'm going to try to get our voice out there again. I think I'm still on that committee. That's a CTAG committee. So for the bicycle pedestrian.
So is that regional rep?
Yeah, it's for bicycle/pedestrian.
That's the key, is that I think it's important that as you were talking about the influence of those boards, that you may not necessarily be advocating for Foster City, but you're advocating for those improvements in other areas.
Well, exactly. Right. And I'm not sure who's, because that was my first year serving on it. I don't know in the past who served on that committee. Was there anybody on this council? I decided that because I ride bikes as much as John, so we just don't bump into each other at the same time. So
I thought that one wasn't one that was on our list. I thought that was one that was done through that mayor's committee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was separate, right?
That's a separate committee. It's the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee of CCAG. And
Yeah, CCAG, that's what I
generally, as terms expire, then there will be vacancy notices and council members can submit their interests. Our current representation, as Councilmember Sullivan stated, he is the appointed liaison on BPAC.
And that's great. So that addresses some of the ones that has the potential to address some of the ones that you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, I just want to address.
So, I mean, I'm still on it.
It's important to make.
Yes, Councilmember Hindi.
Which is important to make because, I don't want to leave the public with the impression that we don't get any funding, we don't get any because we are a well-to-do community or because our roads are in a good shape or our bikeways are in a good shape. I know for a fact that we did get money from CCAG for our bike lanes. And we use that money as a grant. So we do get money, but you have to apply for money to get money. So it's not like we don't get any because we are doing a good job. No, we do get our share. But regardless, we could continue to apply for more and hopefully we get more. So I'm all for it. When it comes to One Shoreline, I think it was the council unanimous in its decision when that idea was introduced to us by Supervisor Pine at the time, that we all supported, but also at the same time, we all had reservations and we all wanted to make sure that our rights are protected as far as double paying for the improvement or the protection from sea level rise. At that point that when they came before us, we made sure, and the record does reflect that Foster City does not expect, and nor should anyone expect Foster City to put more money into One Shoreline, which wasn't called One Shoreline at the time, for anything that's going to be addressing 2050 sea level rise. We are only willing and prepared to pitch in for something that goes to address beyond 2050 sea level rise, because our levee system that we are paying for by ourselves does protect us for 2050. That's one. Second, I'm all for, obviously, like all of us, to try to find and explore any way we could have some grants funds come to pay part or some of our levee system. It's going to be difficult, but I think it's a great thing to advocate for. You never know what you could get until you ask. So we'll see how that goes. AB 20, as far as legislative advocacy, I have no problem with the current company that we have. I think it has been helpful. AB 1029 was one of the accomplishments that happened through them and through Assemblymember Mullen. But that idea, if I think Councilmember Ghani and I were in the subcommittee on the Foster's Landing, that idea really came from the Foster's Landing discussion that we were having, and RPPG were attending with us one of those meetings, and they wanted to hear from us, what is it that we have been doing? Because they thought that was really a great thing that we are doing to address the problem that we were having with Foster's Landing, that it could make a great story in Sacramento. That Foster City, again, took the lead on something by our action on the city level that could be probably an example and could put a spotlight on the issue that's facing the entire state on the expiring covenant of affordable housing. And that was the birth of AB 1029. So great work again, but I think we as a city started that, and that story that they told up in Sacramento helped make it happen. Why is a small city going to have to carry the burden of conserving expiring affordable housing with the state not doing anything about it? So I think that was great work. But I think we need to continue to work with our elected official, our state senator, our state assembly, to continue to advocate for issues that we have that we don't like, as far as legislation, as far as what we would interpret as losing local control I think those are great places to continue to push and continue to make our voice heard and to continue to communicate what is it that we are not happy with, what is it that we would like to see them, how we would like to see them vote, or how we would like to see them advocate for our behalf. So on issues such as transportation, how could we influence? I think really we have a unique opportunity here to influence the transportation in the region. Vice Mayor Ghani Council Member Ghani, no more Mayor Ghani, mentioned a very important issue that the public transit system in the Bay Area is really nothing to be proud of, put it this way. You go to other metropolitan areas, whether in the United States or abroad, and you see an efficient public transit system that really the point of it is, as a member of the public, you do not need to have to take your car to move from point A to point B. You could, if you want to, just get in a public transit, and for the most part, you'll get there and as efficient as driving your car, and sometimes even faster and more efficiently. So that's a goal that hopefully, but as we all know, it's an ambitious, not that we should not be ambitious, it's an ambitious goal that, especially having the Bay Area built already and the infrastructure is already in there. I remember when I was in Los Angeles and they started building the subway again, the blue line and the red line, how much they had to gut underground and how long it take and how much money it took. So potentially it could happen. But I think in the meantime, in the interim, the Bay Area could definitely benefit from utilizing its waterway. We have the ferry system being run, but the ferry system, as we all know, is kind of limited to where it could go. You need a marina, and not every community that's on the bay has a marina or could do a marina, and the environmental impact of dredging and so forth is cost prohibitive and probably environmentally not too sound. So we do really have an opportunity here on exploring further the hovercraft and having Foster City being a hub for a hovercraft that will connect not just for Foster City, that will connect the entire Bay Area eventually. So I think that would be something that we could be a factor of influencing the transportation system in the Bay Area sometime to come in the future. Those are pretty much my thoughts on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Hindi. I think we have covered every aspect. Kevin, I think there's enough direction.
Yeah, and I just want to point out a couple of things. Thank you for the direction on the legislative process, as the legislative engagement. As your city manager, I absolutely think it's critical for 2022 that we continue that. The contract expires on the 15th of January. I am asked Marlene to bring something back to the council with what they'd focus on, but thanks for your support there. I believe it's going to be very, very important in 2022. The rec center discussion will also continue what John hit on. I think when we come back in that study session that you have to talk about those partnerships and expanding them beyond just preschools. As Sanjay said, is it performing arts centers, is it gymnasiums, but really leveraging that conversation to look at other partnerships, including the community college district. And you have an advocate in Fred Bear, I'm aware. And the last piece is, I believe, and with the council support, I need to reconnect, but I believe One Shoreline wants to come back and address the council again in March, and just as a general update. And I think it's a great opportunity for this city council to re-engage back, saying, here's what we're thinking, and it ties into some of the insights from Sam, but I'll try to coordinate that and get them to the table to address the council. And they've heard some of your concerns, so they're not gonna be caught off guard. They know where through your engagement. And the last thing I'll say, when you're at the table as our reps and you've got these new appointments, stay engaged. As Sam said, it's so important that you start to build those relationships with your other elected officials at all levels, state, federal, And that's where we'll make a difference in being influential in a lot of different areas. So thank you, and I think that policy direction or concepts is very clear, and we'll be ready to carry some of those out. Thank you.
That's great. Vice Mayor had a comment.
Thank you. Part of the difficulty of going near the beginning is you learn and get ideas from your colleagues.
Yeah.
Just a couple things I wanted to mention. Councilmember Hindi mentioned about the one shoreline and the city not giving any more money type of thing. And I think what I heard from Councilmember Gahani, the major concern is if one shoreline decides that they want to fund through a countywide sales tax increase, our residents are paying not only the sales tax increase, but they're paying the parcel tax for our levy. So they would be paying twice. I think that was a concern as much as the city putting money in. Two more things came up as I was thinking, as everybody else was speaking. One, in the education arena, I reached out to Allison Proctor. It's a topic that's near and dear, but the school district here, for reasons not related to Foster City, stopped allowing law enforcement on their campuses as a partner. You know, obviously they need to go there for police-related functions. They can go there. But our police department has had a wonderful relationship with our schools, our elementary schools and middle school, for the last 2 to 3 decades in teaching our students good life skills and at the same time creating and fostering positive relationships with our students that last well into their adult years. Some of the issues that the district was facing regarding the agreement with San Mateo are different and not related at all to what was going on in schools in Foster City. There was no money exchanging hands. We weren't charging them to be a part of the campus. And I don't believe, as far as I remember, I don't believe our school resource officer was on campus enforcing rules and laws as much as they were doing education type interactions with our students. And I think we are doing a disservice to our youth in our community by not re-engaging that partnership with the school district. I believe the school district may differ because they represent 2 different cities. I believe we can do our programs in our schools irregardless of whether San Mateo does or not. And I really think that we need to re-engage them on that topic. And the other one, though I know I've been educated on a few occasions by Councilmember Hindi and his understanding from the airport roundtable, that's another area where I think we as a region need more influence. I know that it seems as though we're a small entity going up against the federal government is part of the issue there. And I'm not a pilot. I understand what Councilmember Hindi has shared with me regarding planes flying over Foster City. I know we had an increase for a while there was construction, but he and Councilmember Sullivan and myself all live in a very similar area close to the Bay, and we get planes that fly over Foster City or very close to it. I know from experience in San Diego area that we were able to work with the Navy to move, how they moved over land before they got over the Bay. And the Bay down there is much, much narrower than it is here. We have a lot more Bay area to cover that could allow planes to fly over. And it shouldn't all be about money. It should be about quality of life. If it costs the airline another $100 or a few $100 or $1,000 to stay over the Bay a little bit longer before they move over north of the San Mateo Hayward Bridge, then so be it. Everybody in our communities are paying a lot more for airfare and getting less for it. There's got to be ways that we can affect better the landing and the takeoff. I'm not forgetting about people in San Bruno and South City. Airplanes are revving their engines to get altitude right over those communities when they could be taking, they could be taking off more over the Bay towards the Golden Gate and then making the turn. I would love to see some regulations in our area that state how low those commercial airliners can be while they're over residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any last comments?
Happy to give some insight on that if time allows. If not, I'll connect offline with Councilmember Broome.
I think what would be a good approach, Councilmember Hindi, is maybe not this afternoon, but I know it seems to be coming up more, and just I think it would be helpful just sort of a general update, because you've got some great information that can go to the entire city council. So at your pleasure and as time allows, I think that would be a great update for the council as well as staff. So if you're comfortable with that, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just add one comment for consideration? We're going to have a lot of updates in the next few years to Bowditch. From a middle school perspective, I think just having those types of updates coming to us and just ensuring that we're working in sync with the school district as they're making those updates would be beneficial for our community.
Improvements to Bowditch Intermediate School, Bowditch Middle School.
Sir.
Yes, okay, noted.
Yeah, that is one of the key initiatives. Yes, that's extremely important for the community. And overall, that was a great takeaway when I was the liaison with the school district, especially with the high school district, and now Fred is in the room. We had long conversations on bringing the funding back, figuring out ways so, all the tax measures that our community pays for and our students go to high school in other cities, what could be some of the ways to bring that funding back in Foster City. So I have updated and shared the work that I had done offline with the liaisons, and I would love for that work to continue. And it seems like council is in consensus on that front also. So with that, I think the next item really is a check-in on process and today's meeting progress. It's 2 p.m. We were aiming to wrap up by 3, so should we keep going, or any thoughts, Vice Mayor?
Go ahead, Joe.
I'd like to bring up one topic. It is a significant policy decision that didn't seem to fit in one of the categories.
Sure.
That I think is worth discussing, and that is the concept of 2-year budgeting.
Okay.
We do annual budgets. A lot of agencies do. There are some out there that do 2-year budgets. And I think why it's important and why I bring it up is the budgeting process, as we all know, is a 6 to 7 month process out of a 12-month year. So half the year, our staff is working on budgeting. If we did it every 2 years, that allows, we'll need check-ins. We may need to make budget adjustments that we're not typically used to. But we want our staff doing a lot of these other projects and looking into these other things for us. If we freed up 4 or 5 months of time every couple years, it gives them more time to concentrate on those things rather than on the budget. Okay, there's one other thing in my mind, but I can't remember. So that was it. I think that I'd like to see us discuss that.
So if council agrees, maybe Edmund can look into that and get
I think John mentioned this to me just general when we were talking about budget. I have mentioned it to Edmund, and I think would be appropriate is to bring something back to council, including when we start our budget discussions. There is a pro-con analysis. John's right, though, and I was here for over 30. It seems like not every 6 months. It seems like you're working on the budget all year long. So yes, we can bring that back as part of our budget discussions, sort of the analysis of the pros and the cons of a 2-year approach, which obviously you would, if you did anything, you would be looking at not this fiscal year, but the potential following. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So the next item, Kevin, I will hand it over to you on the City Department's organizational assessment.
And what I'll probably do is just combine 6 and 7, and we have time. Our goal is to complete our day by 3, and I just wanted to give you a quick, organizational assessment and where my priorities have been spent, and taking a look at the organization. I can tell you that we are sound as a city organization, department by department. As you know, we have excellent staff. We've made some mid-year adjustments in HR, community development, finance, public works. We brought on a fantastic new public works director, in my opinion. Police, you'll see some adjustments as part of our budget approach. The mayor and I have been very engaged with the Fire JPA. That's a solid organization, heading in the right direction with the leadership that's provided through the JPA. The two departments I just wanted to mention and focus on is first the city manager department. When I came on as a city manager, we had one employee, and she's sitting right behind me, and she was doing a fantastic job, and Jennifer Fan. You have allowed me to make some structural changes on an interim basis, including the appointment of deputy city manager, bringing on a full-time management coordinator, bringing Julie Paping into our organization as the analyst, as well as the work that Vanessa's doing. I will be making a strong recommendation that become permanent, that organizational structure. I think what we have in place is an excellent team and will absolutely guarantee the success of the next city manager. They're going to come into a city manager's office that has institutional knowledge, performs at a what I want to call just an outstanding level in regards to their responsiveness, their understanding of the city, their ability to coordinate with other departments, their ability to get to yes on critical issues. You have a fantastic staff there that I think we want to keep, retain, and will be critical when that next city manager comes on to have that immediate support in his or her office. So I'll be making the recommendation that that be a permanent structure, and it makes a lot of sense. And that will be reflected in our budget numbers. The other piece is the Parks and Recreation Department. I looked at the proposed changes and how that was put on hold. I think I've shared with all of you, I am proposing to bring back the Department of Parks and Recreation, not in the same format, what I would call as a scaled down format. But one of the keys in that is the immediate need for a director of Parks and Recreation. I believe that structure, and I know there was analysis that you were looking at other things, but that structure for this community and how it can be applied successfully is the way to deliver successful parks, recreation, building, and vehicle services in Foster City. I've seen it by wandering around, management by wandering around. I've engaged with citizens. I've engaged with you. Again, bringing it back on a smaller scale, that will be reflected in the budget discussion, but I will be either via memo, as I think, get some of the technical details, but I will be recommending the immediate recruitment for a director of Parks and Recreation. I think it will be important to have that in place for the next city manager, to understand what's out there. As you know, right now, I'm also filling as the director of Parks and Recreation. But again, while I'm here, I think I can assist as a city manager, the type of qualities we would want to bring in this new director of Parks and Recreation, and that you'll get under a separate cover as to the implications. As you know, that position no longer exists, so it also has budget implications. That's my basic organizational assessment at this point, and where I think, again, recommending to you, and it is the responsibility of the city manager to look at its organizational structure, and I think that's where we need to go to be successful this year and for the years to come, and I'd be happy to answer any, again, high-level questions or in regards to this quick assessment.
Councilmember Hindi raised his hand. Councilmember Hindi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for this update. Kind of quick question. Before the budget, would this come before us to kind of have a discussion on it or to give feedback, or are you looking for feedback today?
Yeah, I'll probably send out a memo. I'm trying to figure out, well, most of it is, Sam, will be budget related because the impacts of creating permanent positions has a budget impact. The director of Parks and Recreation, I'd like a little feedback because I think I want to initiate that sooner than later. I think it's important that that's in place, that either the process has been completed and candidates are ready to be interviewed by the city manager, and that also will need policy direction in general because the position doesn't exist any longer and also there's no funding for it. So I'd have to come back to the council to seek that title authorization and funding, but I'd like to start that wheel rolling right now.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly that you were suggesting that if that position is established, that you are thinking or your recommendation is that vehicle and building maintenance will also be part of the Park and Rec department?
Absolutely. And the reason I recommend that is because I think the issue and the problem was that buildings and vehicles fell into a void. And I led that division as the Director of Parks and Recreation for over 20 years. And if it's done correctly, with the correct oversight based on what the Department of Parks and Recreation, how they operate, it should be done successfully. And I know there were some breakdowns in leadership in the past, and I've discussed this with Louis as well, our new Director of Parks and Recreation, that based on the size of the department buildings and the size of our vehicle oversight, that should be, in my recommendation as a city manager, a strong Director of Parks and Recreation with the correct leadership skills, skill set, et cetera. They don't have to have all the technical knowledge. They should be able to run that department with those 4 divisions.
Okay, we could talk more, I guess, when you provide us that memo, but I have reservations on having building and vehicle maintenance be part of the Park and Rec. I have witnessed and I have seen when you were there, that was running fine, but after you left, we have seen a lot of problems.
Well, again, in all due respect, and that's my point as a city manager, I believe if you have the correct leadership in the Director of Parks and Recreation position, the correct leadership, that based on the organizational structure, they should be able to handle those duties, and we can discuss it further. But again, I believe the assessment was there were some breakdowns in leadership, and that's how it should be addressed. And yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
And I also have some concerns about capacity in public works, including workload, et cetera. As in my organizational assessment on that area, I did some evaluation internally of public works of how buildings and vehicles was being managed, and there was a void there as well.
Okay, so I would like to learn more about that from you, maybe at a later time.
Absolutely.
But the question that I have in my mind, I know it happens in some cities, but how common is it for Park and Rec director to be handling building maintenance and vehicle fleet?
Buildings more common, vehicles probably not at all. But again, as you know, Sam, my philosophy, it's about leadership. And it's about leadership and skill set and in being able to lead complex organizations. So you're right, you see it more in buildings. You don't see it very much in vehicles. But again, my assessment over those four months, it's about leadership. It's about skill set. It's about understanding people and how to lead them and providing solid direction to a superintendent who leads building and vehicles. And again, I'd be happy to share that on a more detailed basis for all the city council members as far as that assessment.
Fair enough, thanks. And then the other thing that you had mentioned on the city manager department, you said your recommendation is to make those positions that you have as interim now permanent?
That's correct.
Before the new city manager comes in?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, well, they can still be, I think what's more, I would recommend that as part of the budget process, but what I'm recommending is when the new city manager come in, what I'm saying is that organizational structure will be in place. Right now it's on an interim basis, but I believe that structure will guarantee successful first steps for the next city manager to be successful in their tenure as city manager, the staff we have in place now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you.
Patrick, you need to turn your... yeah.
Okay, thank you for your update. Can you tell me who would be managing the lagoon water and the beaches? Would it be the park or would it be the Public Works?
Public Works. No change to Public Works structure.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that?
Yeah, thank you. And again, updates to come formally to the council.
Vice Mayor Fruman has a comment.
Thank you. Just a couple comments and questions, I guess. One of the things that I had heard before we separated parks and public works and whatnot, a concern related to having a lot of CIPs that come into what was traditionally park and recreation, and not having the staff within the department to get things to further those CIP projects. It was difficult. And so the one thing that I am going to stress that I think is super important, that was evident to me when I first got on the council, was some clear disconnection between city departments. The level of cooperation was not where I think we have traditionally had it. And I know that our department heads are responsible for that to some extent, and some of that comes from leadership that was above them. This level of cooperation is essential to our success. A Parks and Recreation director is not educated in the ways of engineering. They're not educated in the ways of finance. It really requires teamwork among departments to come up with a solid plan for a CIP. I think that's one thing that's critical to making that work.
And really quickly, thank you, Vice Mayor Froman. I should include that in my analysis, and I did talk to the Director of Public Works. I absolutely agree. That may be in part some of the challenges that were had in the past, that maybe from a technical standpoint, someone was managing a capital project that should have been assigned to Public Works. That change has been made immediately. So our capital projects, CIP, parks, recreation, or otherwise, will be managed by the Director of Public Works. And our engineering group has those technical skills. Teamwork, Park and Rec should be at the table in some sense, right, to provide the insights, but the management of the CIP program falls squarely under the responsibility of Director Sun, and that's the transition that I've already provided direction on, including, as an example, the Parks and the Recreation Center, Parks Master Plan. That will be handled by the Director of Public Works and his engineering staff. That
teamwork and cooperation remains equally important, because the project's been moved over there. The experts in that area, whether it's a recreation center or a park amenity, are in Parks and Recreation.
They have to be at the table.
So absolutely important. I would submit that the move of building maintenance and vehicle maintenance to Public Works, any lack of success that was there from things that I have heard, a lack of embracing the change. I don't believe they were embraced when they moved over there. I don't believe, I would agree with your assessment of a lack of leadership, and this is not on Director Sun. They weren't given a good opportunity to fit in and mold well into Public Works. So I'm interested as well in hearing about the move back. The other question revolves around, I saw a connection with parks maintenance and Public Works maintenance in the sense that similar types of skill sets, similar types of equipment being used, vehicles and whatnot. Don't we gain any types of efficiency, backup support, things like that, by having parks, Public Works maintenance groups in one unit?
Again, I would come back with, we have some additional information, and at a higher level, we're looking at classification studies, et cetera. So I'm not able to disclose any of that information, but we're evaluating all that and how it would work. But I don't have the details. I have the details, but I can't provide them at this time as we're still discussing that.
All right, thank you. And then the only other comment I would have in relation to organizational excellence in the assessment is a topic that you and I have discussed, and I think is extremely important, is employee empowerment. I remember, I don't know if I think we talked about this, it may still be the case, at least with parks, is that certain employees within the Parks Maintenance Division were assigned certain parks. And I believe that ownership provides for excellent service, because that park or that amenity is representative of those employees who are working there. They have a vested interest in seeing it be the best that it can be. I think that the same ought to be for those Public Works employees dealing with, whether it's our lagoons, our streets, our signage in town. That's something I'll deal with or look into when we look at the beautification committee. But to some extent, where the city council has given authority to the city manager at a certain level to take care of city business, is there a way, and it's kind of a rhetorical question, you decide, is there a reasonable level at which a line level employee feels that they have the empowerment to solve a problem. I drive by something every single day. This is not right. I can fix it. And it's a relatively inexpensive item, or it's not a policy decision item that they can just get that done. I really think that if they feel that they have that power to do those things, it gives a lot of job satisfaction, because every day now they drive by and they say, I fixed that.
Yep.
Because I saw it. I think that's really important.
It's a great point. And again, this goes back to leadership, right? You're the and I'm glad that's why we're having this discussion. And it's going to segue into organizational excellence. You're absolutely right. As a city council, you've told the city manager, empower your department heads that way. That's what we've done. That's what we're trying to do, right? That they should be empowered to make those decisions. I'm going to touch on organizational excellence really quickly, but that should be part of your culture. That you shouldn't be having to worry that as a council member, that you want to make sure, and you're asking, are you empowering your executives? Are you empowering your employees to make those type of decisions? And the answer to that is yes. It comes back to leadership. How does a director of any department lead their staff? Starts with the city manager and goes on down, hopefully throughout the entire organization, right? Thank you for that input. Okay, and just again, it sort of ties into what I wanted to talk about organizational excellence, is that the philosophy that you should expect your city manager to pursue ties into everything you guys have said. It's about pursuing perfection. We can't be perfect. We can be, but expect to be excellent. Stay on the, I talk to our staff all the time. Stay focused on the goal of excellence. It's something that you have to do every day, right? And don't drive by the problem. Be part of the solution to fix it. Excellent, and by the way, our community, if you're doing that, that's how the citizens will ultimately judge us in the services we provide. They will, and there's no better example than Parks and Public Works, because you physically see it. But again, I share this with you because as your city manager, I'm making sure our city employees know it's everybody's responsibility. Take action. I had a piece in there, the time is always right to do the right thing. A simple concept. And I would encourage you in the next city manager, as we talk, and I get passionate about government and leadership, you should expect that city manager, when he hears that comment, saying, yes, that's what I'm trying to do in building our employment and placement power, do the right thing. Organizational excellence also creates discipline, courage, humility, gratitude. And the last thing I want to share is that as we go out and recruit the next city manager, I'm going to make sure that they understand that message. That's intended to be part of the culture. And if I was applying for the job, I would look at that. And if I talked to a council member and heard that expectation, that's the type of organization I want to work for. That's the type of organization I want to lead. And so that's what I'm trying to instill. That was my assessment. We have a fantastic organization. I appreciate the opportunity you've given me in the past 5 months to lead it and reinstill some of those components, but I can tell you the employees are embracing it, and it's a relearn, but I hope that consistency doesn't change when I leave, that new city manager is going to have their own personality, but there's basic concepts about leadership, excellence, etc. It ties into the city manager relationship. I shared with you the 7 keys for success. Look at those, keep them in your back pocket. It talks about having patience, understanding the relationship. And I came across the quote, and I'll end it with this, I think was just critical, as the city council city manager relationship has a direct impact on the tone of the city council meetings and public perception of the city council's effectiveness. We're a team. We get this done as a team. I get policy governance. I understand that role as far as city council direction to the city manager, but you're entering a critical period. Build that relationship for now and the future. You have a great opportunity, and I'm hoping we're getting some great candidates that the expectation that you want them to have passion about local government and know how to deliver it and lead their team. So with that, I thank you, and more to come in regards to your specific questions on some of the organizational changes that I want to recommend. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. I think the next item is information-only items. So Kevin, did you want to
Yeah,
talk
just make sure you mark your calendars. The Recreation Center, we're going to provide an update on the Recreation Center design plan, site plan analysis, construction process, survey results, funding sources as a study session. It's going to start at 6:30, our regular time. I am going to ask to reconvene the subcommittee on facilities to discuss that. So I'll give, I think it's Richa and Patrick, I think. I'll double check that. We'll give you a heads up on that date to just connect on a couple things. And also on that same agenda, so we may have a little longer meeting, is the consideration of the minimum wage, or the minimum wage ordinance is also slated for the 31st. And again, just as a note, although those are scheduled for the 31st, we do have a city council meeting on the 18th, Tuesday the 18th. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And that takes us to wrap up. At this time, any closing comments? Reflection on the day from anyone? Or everyone too tired? That cookie wasn't good. Councilmember Ghahani.
No, I actually found today to be efficient, effective. We got to the points. We kind of boiled down the important aspects of this multi-issue, all the issues that we have to deal with. I think we really did a good job of prioritizing the ones that we need to focus on in the near term. And what I really appreciated from today was the opportunity to really dream big, think about, where we want to be 5-10 years from now, hear from my colleagues, and really seeing a lot of heads nodding here and Sam's support, just online. I kind of feel like we have a lot that we're seeing the same. And so that was really exciting for me. And what I'm really excited about is putting it in our highly competent interim city manager's hands now, and having that, spit out just a bunch of things that we can look at and do to move the needle this year. And so I want to thank everyone for their time and energy today, and I found it to be really effective, so thank you.
Yes, Sanjay. Councilmember Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to thank Acting City Manager Kevin for putting a great summit together. I want to thank the staff for their due diligence. I want to thank the mayor and council, and I concur with former Mayor Sanjay Ghahani that this was well received, that everybody got to voice their opinion, and that we were thinking outside of the box, and that we're united to facilitate and make sure that Foster City has another 50 outstanding years ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Sullivan. Who wants to go next? Any comments? Sam, Councilman Hindi.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Awassi. Great meeting. I appreciate that we stayed on topics. We didn't dive too deep, and I appreciate the efficient use of time, if you will. We kind of remained on task, and we did not deviate that much, so that's helpful. But still have energy to go back to work. But what I want to thanks Kevin also for your work and preparation. You and Richa, I know that took a lot of time, a lot of energy, and probably a lot of meeting as well. But what I would like to leave today with, and hopefully all of us will leave with, is kind of think about what policies do we want to put in place in 2022, where we look back and say 10, 15, 20 years and say, wow, we were on that city council that started that process, and here it is, the benefit for our community 15, 20 years from now. So one example again strikes me, I think I mentioned it earlier, is the levy system as one of those things that I would say, wow, okay, that's great. So hopefully as the year progresses, 2022, and every time we tackling policy matters, keep it in that perspective and keep it in the benefit of our community and how could that shape the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hindi. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I enjoyed our session today. I think it gave us an opportunity to get some things on the table for staff. We had a really quick comment at the break about at the beginning, it was trying to keep things at a high level, but at the same time, staff needs enough information to bring back something that is palatable for the council. And so I look forward to seeing what comes back and the use of the subcommittees for that purpose to try to refine these high-level policy ideas to something that we believe as a subcommittee, the rest of the council is looking for. So I look forward to what comes up during the year, and we've got a lot of opportunities in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I couldn't agree more with everyone. I'm very, very excited about everyone's support in making this day a productive one and an efficient one. The agenda by design was quite high level, but we attempted to offer some framework and some structure to it. And I agree with Vice Mayor that what now staff takes and comes back with is very critical. That's when we translate ideas to action. And that is very critical. And I appreciate everyone's focus and dedication to keep the conversation high level. There weren't many moments, there weren't many moments where we started to figure out the how we will accomplish things. And there were great ideas that came out, and it's about execution, translating it to action. And totally agree with Sam. We all five of us couldn't be more delighted to look back and think about the things we did in that year when we were part of the council. And that ties back to coming full circle to Kevin's comment on, great leadership, takes in a positive way the community or the organization where it never was. So really looking forward to that. And I thank all of you for a productive conversation, and thank staff, Kevin, for his engagement and his hard work engaging with this is all of our summit, engaging with everyone, and Jen and Julie for real time. Even technology can do this to this level. So real time summary of the discussion. I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that. So thank you, both of you. And thanks all the staff members. They were department heads. They were so engaged. Right at the time we talked something about the planning department, Marlene's camera is on. Right at the time we talked finance, Edmund was engaged and active, and same for Director Sun. And Ben, thanks for being here and helping us with your insights right at the time it was needed. Couldn't agree more with Kevin. We have an outstanding staff. I appreciated the organizational assessment, and I'm super optimistic about the year. If we can make this happen in this type of environment we were challenged with COVID, I think we can achieve anything. So with that, I adjourn this meeting.
Just a quick note, you'll get, so this document will I mentioned to the mayor, so this document, our working notes will come back to you with sort of in a form, a highlight, a bullet. We'll try to pull those highlights out, as well as what we perceive as policy priorities. And if those need to be tweaked or reprioritized, that will be your directive. So you will get a clerk recap, and then a staff sort of bullet point of the key points, and then what we believe are potential, as John said, policy items and or subcommittee discussions. So you'll get that recapped in a document. So thank you.
Thank you. And I missed to thank Tracy for being here throughout, right? And so thank you. And meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
you.